Good evening and welcome to a very special Novara Live. It is the by-election of the century and I'm joined tonight by Michael Walker, who's no longer locked in the toilets. Michael, what were you doing? It was 25 minutes.
I thought because there's no exit poll, there was no reason why I couldn't sort of finish the chapter I was reading while sitting on the bog. But here we are.
He says finish the chapter. We all know it was YouTube Shorts. We have Aaron Bastani at the Makerfield count. We'll be checking in with him every so often. In the meantime, Michael, there's literally never been a by-election like it where you're voting for a Labour candidate in order to change the Labour Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Also, I suppose the people we should sort of really feel for today are the citizens, the residents of Makerfield, who have had 3,000 Labour activists making 120 contacts a minute, apparently. So there's a headline in The Guardian yesterday, Labour campaigners fear hordes of MPs may annoy public. Now, I'm sure those members of the public are a little bit annoyed of having been the centre of British politics for the past 6 weeks with hordes of journalists as well as hordes of campaigners. However, of course, if Andy Burnham wins, that will all be forgotten. I don't think many people change their choice of vote because too many people have knocked on their doors. There are reports that turnout has been very high, which you would expect. People in Makerfield, it's not a place, the Makerfield constituency, Wigan, they will know that the vote of this by-election has national implications, and I think they will vote as such. It's incredibly exciting.
So one of the things that we're going to keep coming back to tonight before we get the result, which may be around 3 a.m., fingers crossed it's not 5 a.m., some of us need some beauty sleep. But one of the things that we're going to talk about again and again is that if it wasn't Andy Burnham standing in this by-election, you would have Makerfield nailed on as a Reform win. Reform won basically every ward in the council elections. Demographically, that's a typical Reform target seat. Do you think that the sort of Andy Burnham, like personal, I don't know, magic dust, the sort of reputation that he has from the Manchester mayoralty, is there a risk that that all comes undone at his, first bit of contact with, constituency level election?
I don't think it would come undone at the constituency level election. I think where it would come undone is if he enters government, right? Because there is something about Metro mayors tend to be quite popular. You don't have to do very uncomfortable things. You don't raise tax. You just spend money, which you're sent from central government generally. Really important job. I mean, I'm very glad we have Metro mayors, but you do get sort of one of the best jobs in politics where you get to open the new bus lines, you get to announce new infrastructure spending, but you don't have to do any of the difficult things. He hasn't had to deal with immigration policy. He hasn't had to deal with tax and spend, right? So he has been able to put himself forward as a sort of moral leader, as someone who can spiritually represent Greater Manchester. Now, that might sound a bit ridiculous for someone from London to say that, but that is the way that people from Manchester speak about Andy Burnham. We've got a lot of interviews coming up today where some of that is borne out. So clearly, I think 100% there is a chance that Andy Burnham wins this by-election, becomes Prime Minister, in short order, and then within a year is as unpopular as Keir Starmer. That is a possibility. And it's not even, far-fetched. But there is also an upside. And I do want to sort of remember how, sort of when this by-election was first announced, I was doing Novara Lives. I was very excited, very positive. And the reason is because before the possibility of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister, it just looked like there was no chance at all of beating Reform, right? You had either Keir Starmer, an incredibly unpopular Labour Party, no possible people to replace him who look more popular. So Labour looked unable to defeat them. Then you had the Greens. Now, I've sort of always maintained that in this round of electoral politics, they're not going to be able to win the nation to the extent of taking on Reform. So it looked to me dead on that Nigel Farage would be the next Prime Minister. I'm no longer convinced he will. I suppose another factor there is that Restore have really surprised everyone by looking like a real player. So their vote share is going to be very, very interesting to see when those results do come out.
So I'm just going to stop you there because we can throw to Aaron Bastani, who is live in Makerfield at the count. Aaron, this isn't your first time in Makerfield. You went up to shoot an episode of Bastani's Britain. Tell us a bit about the different campaigns in Makerfield. What have you seen on the street? What's the get out the vote operation been like today from Labour, from Reform, from even Restore?
Seems
okay.
Oh.
Do you have sound? All right. We're just, look, that's the real technical hitch. It wasn't Michael getting locked in the toilet. I suppose
I was happy to take the hit.
just to spare.
I would take the bullet for you guys.
Spare our blushes. You just mentioned the role of Restore. So we were expecting a straight fight between Labour and Reform, with possibly the Greens playing a spoiler, right? They're able to mop up some of those disaffected progressive Labour votes from people who've been really disappointed with Keir Starmer, particularly over Gaza, particularly over two-child benefit cap, et cetera, et cetera. Along comes Restore, and they're a competitor to Reform's right. So they're taking a much more hardline ethno-nationalist kind of line. Have you been surprised by their ability to sort of manifest a actual canvassing ground presence? They're not just an internet phenomenon.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think they were a big deal. I mean, I remember, I think it was maybe the 2019 European elections where Tommy Robinson stood. And it was in a period of time when sort of like, I was looking at the sort of the numbers he was doing on YouTube, the numbers he was doing on social media, and thinking like, wow, this is a guy. I mean, clearly he's still a very influential person and a real sort of danger to sort of social harmony in Britain. But back then I was thinking, this guy is a real powerful force who shouldn't be underestimated. And he stood in those European elections. He got like 0.5%, like a sort of pathetic amount. And my takeaway then was sort of like the internet is not real life. And I do still feel like in many ways the internet is not real life. But Restore are an internet-based phenomenon, right? The leader has millions of views or millions of followers on Facebook. And it is an internet-based phenomenon. But it has translated into real life. Obviously, we haven't seen the results yet, but all of the polls have them on sort of over 5%. And nearly all of the polls actually have them making the difference between Reform winning and Labour winning.
In terms of what then might follow, right? If you end up with a Burnham win, but his margin of victory is smaller than the Restore vote, where do you see Rupert Lowe going next?
Yeah, I've got no idea. I mean, he's the amount of hatred. People often sort of said, people on the far left, they can fall out all the time. They're sort of always making the perfect the enemy of the good. I mean, these guys on the right seem to absolutely hate each other, right? The Greens have taken a step back. The Greens sort of talk a lot about how much they hate the Labour Party, right? But here they've said, we're going to take a step back because we want Andy Burnham to beat Reform. Like, there has been no sort of let off at all for Restore towards Reform. Now, obviously, at the next general election, it would be good if the right-wing vote was more divided than the left-wing vote. The next general election could easily be decided by whose vote is less split. Now, I think most people expected in this election the left-wing vote to be more split than the right-wing vote. As you've just suggested, it turns out the right-wing vote is more split. I'm unsure whether that's the particular features of this by-election, because obviously I think the reason why Green voters are happy to hold their nose and vote Labour or not campaign for the Greens against Labour is because Andy Burnham doesn't have any association with the government, with the National Labour Party. Obviously, if he enters Downing Street, he's going to have to start making a lot more compromises. And then you can imagine the left vote becoming much more split again.
Well, let's talk about the Greens, because obviously there was a lot of talk at the beginning of this sort of election period. Would the Greens even stand a candidate? Now, the way it works in the Green Party is that it's the local party that decides whether or not to stand a candidate. But it's sort of central party HQ that still has some control over how much of a campaign are you going to run, really. So by virtue of the fact that this is such a high-profile by-election, the Green candidate becomes a high-profile candidate. Any other time, you would have said they're a paper candidate, but you can't do that in a Makerfield by-election. Do you think that there is a difference between the political priorities of local Green Party members who ultimately said we should stand a candidate and the kinds of voters that the Greens are trying to appeal to, who could be squeezed by a keep out Reform message?
I don't know, it's a difficult question. I mean, in terms of the Greens, you can see why they stood someone, because they basically want to increase their leverage, right? you want to be, if you're the Green Party, you want to be in a position before the next general election where you can say, we're going to cause you real damage. You have to concede something. Now, the thing you might concede is electoral reform. The thing you might concede is the Labour Party won't stand in some sort of constituencies where it looks more like it's the Greens versus, I mean, there aren't many constituencies where it's Green versus Reform, but it's sort of possible in principle.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real straight Green Reform fights, but there are Labour
Well,
Reform
Gorton and
seats
Denton
where,
was.
well, I suppose,
But I suppose that was a sort of quite particular situation. Yeah, I think the Greens have actually played this quite well. I mean, Zach Polanski seems to have just sort of stepped back and said, I'm not getting involved in this one. And I think that was intelligent. I'm sure the moment Andy Burnham, if he does, enters Downing Street, or the moment this by-election is over, Zach Polanski's going to get a lot more confident, bolshy, noisy again.
You mentioned Gorton and Denton because that's another by-election where Andy Burnham's, spectre was haunting, an outer Manchester constituency. And he wanted to stand, he couldn't. He was blocked by Labour's NEC. The Labour candidate ended up ended up being completely trounced by the Greens. It wasn't even close. It was kind of embarrassing. And it sort of strikes me that maybe one of the reasons why we're having these historic by-elections in such close succession is because you've got a 5-party reality underneath the first past the post system. So normally by-elections are quite boring, right? They don't have huge amounts of significance traditionally in the British political system. But this new thing, because they are sort of running this political crisis nationally in miniature every time.
The reason, if anyone sort of wondered why we both cracked a little smile, is because it seems
Aaron
like we do have Aaron's sound now, because we just heard him do like quite a nice dramatic yawn in our ears. Oh, we don't have him. Oh,
okay.
We can only hear him yawn but not speak.
All right.
Well, interesting.
That's fine. He's just letting us know how crap our analysis is. But talk to me about this thing of 5-party reality under a first past the post system.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to predict. I mean, I suppose what's happened in the last 2 by-elections, I mean, we've discussed it, not quite, because there is a split between Restore and Reform, but it looks like both, or the 2 parties who are in competition, might get more than 40%, Burnham and Labour and Reform. So in a by-election, there is a remarkable ability for voters to vote tactically. Always has been, because there's all this focus on this one constituency. There isn't sort of a national political campaign which is interrupting it and intervening it and muddying the waters. So you always get lots and lots of tactical voting in a by-election. And I suppose it will be interesting to see what happens at the next general election. Because if at the next general election you have all of these sort of hyper-informed, hyper-involved voters who are looking at who's going to win in this constituency, and you get these very local campaigns where constituencies are very clearly either Greens versus Reform, Greens versus Labour, Reform versus Tories. If there's a clear sort of head-to-head, that would give a very different result to if everyone votes just according to what they tell national pollsters. Now, I think in a national election, you won't have the same thing you have in a by-election, because as I say, you've then got a national campaign which is really muddying the waters. If sort of Zach Polanski was desperately trying to win some seats in the inner cities, but wasn't competing for Makerfield, I mean, he'd still be very noisy on the airwaves, and that would sort of disrupt some of these different seats. Go on to fundraiser if we need to move.
Well, let's talk about the fundraiser for a second. So as you well know, we are moving studio. Our present home has served us very well, but fundamentally we have outgrown it. So we wanted, I think it was 2,000 supporters. We ended up smashing our target within 48 hours. And so now we want 3,000 more of you, if you would be so kind, to become monthly supporters of Novara Media. So if you go to novara.media/support, you can use your direct debit or credit card to support us from as little as £1 a month. The importance of small donations to our existence really cannot be overstated. The fact that we rely on lots of you giving a little bit means that we're resilient. It means that we're editorially independent. We don't have to worry about a billionaire owner pulling the plug on us. We don't have to worry about venture capitalists wanting their investments back. We don't have to, put up a paywall and restrict the flow of news reporting and analysis of the stories that really matter. So I would love it maybe if 10 of you could sign up in the next hour. So if 10 people could sign up as monthly supporters in the next hour, maybe we can even get Aaron on the line to celebrate. So go to novara.media/support now.
I also, on the technology, if you don't mind, when we moved to this new system, I had that we had lots of difficulties for the first 2 weeks. And my sort of tagline was always, sometimes it has to get worse to get better. People who watched in that 2 weeks, it definitely got a lot worse. We'd start half an hour late. Everything was going wrong. It then did get a lot better. The system is a lot better. I'm a big believer. But we are doing something new today, which is we are live streaming from account, something we haven't done before.
Never done before.
So if people are sort of watching this and thinking, Novara Media, you've been around for a long time now, you should be able to do a bloody live stream. This is a step up for us, which is why we're having a few hiccups. Obviously, if you want to help us smooth out those hiccups, the best thing to do is go to novaramedia.com/support. Also, Tom, our merch guy.
I thought you were just calling me Tom for a second, and I was like,
Tom, our merch guy, would like me to say that I think you can now, these sold out within 24 hours when we released them. I suppose sort of football fever is in the air. But you can now, I think, probably go to our website and pre-order them. I don't know the URL. Do you know the URL?
shop.novaramedia.com.
Yeah, you can go there.
I believe.
And from now you can pre-order these in a size of your choice. And they will go like hotcakes.
Let's go back to some analysis of current affairs, because I've got a question for you, and it's this. Andy Burnham is having to pitch for a very, very specific bit of the electorate, right? It's no good talking to the country when what you've got to do is win over the good people of Makerfield. If he does win this by-election, afterwards when he's going for the Labour leadership, he's still not talking to the entire country. First, he's got to talk to the Parliamentary Labour Party, make sure that there's enough MPs supporting him so that he can make it onto the ballot. Then it's the Labour Party membership, and then it's talking to the country. He has sort of said, you're going to get the same Andy all the way through. I think that's for the birds a bit. I think that obviously he's going to align his pitch, with whichever hurdle he needs to clear next. But what sort of strains do you think that puts on his messaging? Like, does he end up looking a bit like Keir Starmer did, ridiculously inauthentic because he's always thinking about one audience at a time?
I think probably the difference, I mean, obviously that's possible. And we know that Andy Burnham is someone who's very capable of flip-flopping. That's happened before, and I'm sure it will happen again. Keir Starmer, when he was sort of taking on Rebecca Long-Bailey, they had been planning for a very long time for what was going to be an uphill struggle, right? The idea that you would take back the Labour Party from the left when Jeremy Corbyn had reshaped its membership was always going to be a big challenge. He wasn't actually the favourite to win that at the beginning. Rebecca Long-Bailey was, because people thought, well, this is the Labour membership that's voted for Jeremy Corbyn twice. Rebecca Long-Bailey is the anointed successor. So she should presumably, like you'd assume, that they would vote for her. So Keir Starmer had to have a very competitive, very aggressive campaign, which he did, and it was incredibly dishonest. Andy Burnham, in a way, he doesn't have an uphill struggle. Like, whoever he faces, he is far and away the favourite to win. I don't think anyone has suggested he doesn't have 81 MPs who will be willing to nominate him. The question that's somewhat unanswered about the PLP, so the Parliamentary Labour Party, and particularly the Cabinet, is will there be enough people to resign to potentially force Keir Starmer to stand down instead of making Andy Burnham challenge him? And then also, will there be 81 MPs who will support a different candidate? Because obviously, if no other candidate gets on the ballot, and Keir Starmer sort of resigns, decides to throw the towel in, then Andy Burnham is anointed. So I assume, actually, that if he wins this by-election, then Andy Burnham will be thinking a lot more about how to govern the country than how to win a Labour Party leadership election, which is definitely going to be the easy part.
I mean, just to turn to Keir Starmer for a second, we've seen a lot of sides to Keir Starmer, and I'm not just using this as an opportunity to call him two-faced, right? You've, seen him be, I'm Corbyn in a suit. You've seen him be, I'm Labour Together's man. You've seen him try and be, I'm tough on the votes and his pitch to the right. We've also seen him be, I think a leading light in the normalisation of deception in politics. You've seen something new from him, which is a sort of, doggedness and stubbornness. Any other prime minister would have resigned a long time ago. right? When you're facing a loss of control of your own party, ministerial resignations of the kind that he's weathered in recent months. That's how you ended up with the Conservative Party cycling through leaders after David Cameron. Now, it might be that he looked at the Conservative Party and he learned a lesson and he went, the key is just don't resign when your party tells you to. And he's taken it to this point where you go, every time you think this is the end of your political career, it's just not. You've just said, no, I'm not going to do it. How quickly does that run out of road if Burnham wins?
Well, it's difficult to say because everyone, I mean, I'm not really in contact with people who are in Keir Starmer's close circle, but everyone who is working at a mainstream sort of newspaper who does lobby journalism says that everyone around Keir Starmer is completely adamant that he is committed to fighting. He, in no sense whatsoever, wants to resign and that he will take on whoever challenges him. Now, the reason why it's difficult to sort of know whether to take that seriously is that until the point at which he resigns, that's what he's going to say. That will be the case. And I think, my hope is that he is saying that in case Andy Burnham loses this by-election. Because I don't think he will. If Andy Burnham loses this by-election and then Keir Starmer faces, Wes Streeting or Ed Miliband, I think Starmer probably will fight it. But if Andy Burnham wins this, I mean, it's going to be so clear that he would lose. And I would assume that means he wouldn't stand unless he's got a humiliation kink. Possible.
Are we ready for... Okay, we'll give it a second. We do have some guests who are going to interview shortly, Clive Lewis and Jeremy Gilbert of ACFM fame. I mean, I suppose, there was, I don't like Keir Starmer, but he reminded me a bit of Mick McCarthy, right? When being asked by a journalist, it can't go on like this, can it?
It can.
It can. Like that was
such a good clip.
Like that was very much Keir Starmer's response. And I suppose there's another way if you were... a pro-Starmer voice, right? Like if it was Paul Mason sitting in this chair, here's what he'd say, which is political volatility has now been the norm of British politics for 10 years, all right? So after Brexit, we haven't seen a single prime minister serve out the entirety of their term. You don't solve that by giving into the volatility. You solve it by sticking it out. What would you say to that imaginary Starmer supporter?
I mean, they have a point. I mean, ever since Brexit, I don't know if it was caused by Brexit or social media or whatever, but something has happened in UK politics, or world politics across the West, which means that it's very hard to govern and keep support for yourself. And every time this happens, we say, oh, well, if they get rid of Boris Johnson, maybe it'll be okay. If they get rid of Liz Truss, maybe it'll be okay. If we move from Rishi Sunak to Keir Starmer, maybe it'll be okay. And each one has been a complete catastrophe. And at some point, you do have to start asking, okay, maybe it's not the people who are the problem. Maybe there is something about the system which makes it completely ungovernable. Now, obviously, the argument against that is to say, yes, clearly we do live in a different environment, but that means that you have to be more articulate, you have to be more able to sort of attract attention, and that Andy Burnham is more suited to that kind of environment than Keir Starmer.
Well, like two things can be true at once, right? Like these are uniquely difficult circumstances in which to be prime minister. But we've also had uniquely shit prime ministers at the same time. You've got Theresa May, whose stock was wildly inflated by the press, quite frankly. They tried to present her as sort of like the iron mummy. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's going to come in and she's going to whip everyone into shape, sort of in the vein of Margaret Thatcher. Obviously, Boris Johnson was a creature of, I think, his close relationship to the press. They found him funny. He was able to come across as sort of, the same way that Trump is interesting to watch. Boris Johnson was like that.
Yeah, Boris Johnson he could get attention more than Andy Burnham.
Yeah. Way more than Andy Burnham, but also he was a beneficiary of the attacks on Corbyn, right? Like you don't get Boris Johnson without the kinds of attacks on Corbyn that you saw 2015 to 2019. Then you've got Liz Truss, then you've got Rishi Sunak, and then you've got Keir Starmer. Like, what is it about the system which also keeps selecting for these prime ministers? I'm going to ask you to answer that really quickly because then we're going to go to Clive and to Jeremy.
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, it's why. I mean, you there's lots of ways you can say that Westminster is set up to sort of promote people who are average and unthreatening. But I mean, the political system, like the constitutional settlement, is the same as it's been for decades. And we used to think that, prime ministers were quite smart, and they seem of a lower caliber nowadays.
Now look, we're going to go to Labour MP Clive Lewis alongside host of Novara's ACFM, Jeremy Gilbert. Clive, Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us. You really look like Bert and Ernie. I'm going to ask you this first, Clive. Obviously, we know what the pathway is if Andy Burnham wins in Makerfield tonight. I want to ask you, what happens if Andy Burnham loses tonight?
Don't go there. Don't go there. I mean, I think if he loses tonight, the Labour Party has thrown everything at this. And I think if we lose tonight, it will be quite a devastating blow. And I think one of the issues that I think will immediately come to pass was Andy Burnham radical enough in what he said? Did he convince enough people that it wasn't just about, potential change? Was it something substantial that was really going to affect people's lives, what they were expecting, what they want? I think those questions would be asked. But in terms of the future of the Labour Party, it would be very difficult to see a pathway ahead that was, ended in a happy place.
I mean, Jeremy, I guess I want to hear your thoughts as well. I mean, you're a long-term studier of the Labour Party and Labour Party machinations. What happens to all that energy to oust Keir Starmer if Andy Burnham actually doesn't win and he falters at this hurdle?
I don't think anyone knows, really. I think it's very chaotic. I don't think Starmer's position is going to be sustainable. So essentially, it'll either Ed Miliband or Angela Rayner will end up having to be the candidate. And this machinery that's already built up, really, to some extent, will have to get deployed behind them. But I think they'll also, if Andy doesn't win, I think he probably will. But if he doesn't, as Clive said, I think it will be because he hasn't differentiated himself enough from the rest of the political class. For people around here, and I think there will still be a lot of trauma persuading the Parliamentary Labour Party that is in fact the thing that a winning strategy would require. So I don't think it's going to be a happy scenario or an easy one for anybody, really.
Clive, you must have heard the old joke. A Blairite, a Brownite and a Corbynista walk into a bar. The bartender says, "What'll it be tonight, Mr. Burnham?" Which Andy Burnham are we going to get as Labour leader? What are his politics? What are his principles? What's his political orientation going to be?
That's the $6 million question, isn't it? And look, Andy's strength and his weakness is that he's an intellectually and ideologically flexible politician. And, clearly he left Parliament, in effect, as a Blairite, went to the north, saw that things weren't working and was able to adapt and to change. That's a strength, right? The problem is when you come back to Parliament, come back to Westminster, will he, in effect, revert to form? And I think that really means, and if you as observers of the Labour Party and what happens next, if he puts around himself some decent people, some people who can hold him firm, hold that door, wedge that door open, that ideological door open, then I think anything's possible. So I think we need to watch very carefully, and I think all of us will, that who he puts around himself. Look, there are going to be people and individuals that people will groan, I'm sure. But, this is the Parliamentary Labour Party that is there. That's what he has to deal with. He has to manage what's there. He can't wish it away. So I think, there will be some groan-inducing appointments. I have no doubt about that. But you like to think that there will also be a much broader kind of lineup that Andy picked if he became the next Prime Minister. And that's, I think, will be critical to the Andy Burnham we get.
And I suppose I wanted a question for both of you, really, which is, if Andy Burnham does win, and especially given he'd be an MP of somewhere like Makerfield, so somewhere which is Leave voting, which is, majority white, fairly small C Conservative by most accounts, he's going to have to make a lot of compromises, presumably, if he wants to unite a bloc big enough to defeat Reform at the next general election. And he's got to hold a really big coalition together. And I suppose what I'm very interested to see is how much grace people on the left of the Labour Party give him, people on the right of the Labour Party give him, to say, okay, we're not going to like everything he does, but this is the best shot we have. I mean, if he goes, it's not clear who we replace him with. And I suppose, how much are you in the mood to say, let's just give him a chance, right? He might be doing things I find really obnoxious or really terrible, but he's doing some things I like. And this whole habit we've got into of tearing down whoever becomes the leader is not really working anymore for the country. How much grace will you give him?
In me?
Both of you.
So I think
Jeremy, you as sort of someone from the Labour left, and then Clive Lewis as someone in the PLP.
I mean, from my point of view, I think the lens we need to apply to these questions is we need to try to develop some fairly rigorous but shared idea of what it would mean to have a progressive programme for someone like Burnham. And indeed, as you indicate, it wouldn't mean doing everything that we want or everything that we would like. But I think ultimately we need to be able to ask a question: are we moving in a direction that genuinely puts more power in the hands of working people, democratic institutions, local institutions, trade unions, takes power away from corporate media, etc.? And I think I think it's possible to make that judgment when looking at a policy programme, even if it's moving fairly slowly, fairly incrementally. And I think the alternative to that, which is what most of the PLP will want, will be something that is having some kind of ameliorating effect, which is actually will sort of improve some people's lives a little bit in some ways. But it's not just about its incrementality; it's about the fact it won't really give them any more power. Yeah. And I think that's really the question we have to ask. And I think it's really up to us, actually, if Burnham gets elected tonight, and there is a leadership contest in which he's the favourite candidate, then I think it's going to be up to us, to the broad left, inside and outside Labour, to actually work out, okay, what are our demands? What is a reasonable set of demands? What's a reasonable programme which would actually advance the cause of democracy, to advance the class struggle, however you want to put it, even in a relatively minimal way. And what will we not accept as basically just slowing down the rate at which everybody's lives and everybody's amount of power just constantly deteriorates?
I agree with that wholeheartedly, and I would also say, being up here for some time now, you can tell, there are things here you're going to hear on the doorstep, people who are voting Labour. There are things they're saying that some of us, on the kind of metropolitan southern left might struggle with. But it's going to be about, there are going to be compromises. If he's going to be able to hold something together in a seat like this, then there are going to have to be some compromises that some of us may struggle with. But I guess the kind of the big looming threat is, is it 1,000 days, 2.5 years that we have potentially until we get the most far right authoritarian government we've ever seen? And I think that needs to kind of focus and sharpen minds on the scale of what's before us. I mean, I know a lot of people think, you're overhyping it, it's reform, maybe restore on the side. I just think in terms of what they could do to democracy, where we're heading in this century, the kind of things that are going to be coming at us, we may not recover as a democracy from this. There may not be some future opportunity for a new left or green, government to come in and rescue everything. It's pretty dire. And I just think, we have to think more strategically about how we stop the outcome, being from our part of the political world inside the Labour Party, we've always been about building alliances with others, but we do accept there is a bare minimum which others in the Green Party, Liberal Democrats and others would accept in terms of building a progressive, movement that can stand up to that in a year or 2 years' time. That isn't going to be under Keir Starmer and the politics that he represents, which is more authoritarian, which is more right-wing, which is more establishment. It does need to be something different. If Andy can forge that, through his devolution agenda, through his agenda on the voting system, through his agenda on the economy, on pushing power down, on giving a real voice to people, then I think that makes that more likely. And it makes it more likely that we can stop reform from ever happening. And I think that has to be the priority.
I just want to put this to you, Clive. It's a scoop from the journalist Alva Ray. Andy Burnham has the nominations required to trigger a Labour leadership contest, according to 3 people close to the matter. He intends to present the list to Keir Starmer to urge him to step down without a contest. Burnham has crossed the threshold of 81 MPs required, but has no plans to trigger a leadership contest tomorrow or over the weekend. I suppose, what do you make of the choreography that follows? How much does it matter if Keir Starmer goes quietly or if he fights it out to the bitter end?
I think there probably will be some kind of. I think that I personally would like to see a contest. I think the country need. I mean, we've been talking about the program. I'd like to hear what that program is going to be. Andy Burnham has been and is still, well, it's just the polls are closed, but has been fighting for his, political survival, his political future. That leaves limited headroom to start thinking about what comes next. I'm sure that has been happening, but you do need that space. No one wants the instability of Starmer being toppled in the next 48 hours and all that comes with that. It would be good to have an orderly transition. Look, I have had so many journalists asking me if they can use what I've just said as a quote from a source around the Burnham camp, and I keep saying no. It's like I'm not that person. Don't quote me because I'm not going to give you that quote. I don't know. No one knows, and those three people that spoke to that journalist probably don't know either. Is the reality of it. So it's speculation. At the end of the day, we'll know when we know. But I don't think it's in anyone's interests, least of all, the next iteration of the Labour government to if that's what happens, to kind of rush this and make it something which is chaotic feeling. The country's doesn't want that. They want something that is orderly and transition. They know they want to change, but I don't think they want a complete chaotic breakdown of government. That's not in anyone's interests.
Clive Lewis, Jeremy.
Well,
I want Starmer toppled tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, my gut might, but actually, I'm thinking more strategically. Maybe it's not such a great thing.
I like the idea of Jeremy going, I was saying boo earns. Jeremy, Clive, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's go to some of your super chats. So we've got It's Bob in it with £4.99. Thank you so much, It's Bob in it. Labour are finished. Whoever they have as leader stood by while children were slaughtered. P.S. I like Clive, but he's still a member of a party complicit. Then we've got Richard 4163 with a fiver. Thank you so much, Richard. I don't want an ideologically flexible Prime Minister. I understand tough decisions need to be made, but they need to be based on something bigger. Then we've got Jacob_WR with a fiver. Respectfully, Ash looks stunning tonight. Even got the fan on her to do the glam hair. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain. I got a haircut today, and then I came into the studio in which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, and not one of them noticed. Not one of them noticed. And that's what we're going to talk about for the rest of the evening until the result comes in. Michael, I want to talk to you about this idea of being ideologically flexible, which is obviously the typical Novara viewer hears that and goes, I don't like that. That's unprincipled. There's a sort of amorality to it that really puts me off. I want a different kind of politics. I want people to have beliefs and to stick by them. And then you've got a system which has wildly polarised views within the same party, in the Labour Party. And then to get over the line with a parliamentary majority, you've somehow got to have, Makerfield in the same coalition as Bristol Central. So how do you thread that needle, which is, I think, a really honestly held and good faith desire for a better political culture with the system that we've got?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult to say, well, what you need. If it can be made to work, you need to be an exceptionally talented politician, because you basically need to be able to tell a story and say, this is why I'm doing this, right? You might not like what I'm doing on, I think that Andy Burnham is probably going to take a lot of positions on migration that many people on the left don't like. So Andy Burnham's going to have to be able to make an argument where he says, look, I have to govern the whole country. This is clearly sort of the type of policy that people are crying out for. Also, there are many things about our migration system as it currently exists, which is quite difficult to defend. But I don't think his solutions are going to be ones that, say, the Green Party would put forward, for example. But he has to be able to tell a story where he says, I'm doing this, but I am doing this in order to, I suppose in the sort of the way that Jeremy Gilbert talks about it, sort of spread wealth and power in this country. And then tell that story to, well, it can't be a different story to different people. It has to be the same story. He has to come up with one story that can get as many people as possible on side. Now, that is very, very difficult in a first past the post system, or even actually in PR. Sort of with our current media environment, it's very difficult to win big coalitions because Reform are really quite right wing, and even they have found that there is this party to their right that has made a lot of hay out of attacking them, and now looks like it could lose them a really, really significant by-election. Now, like the space that the Greens got to the left of the Labour Party was because the Labour Party had massively moved to the centre. Even a leftish Labour Party is going to struggle on both flanks.
We've seen the polling for this by-election shift a lot over the last few months. Before Burnham announced Makerfield was destined to be a Reform constituency, but quite possibly it's the Burnham effect, which gave Labour a massive bounce. At one point, the party was leading Reform by around 2 points. That was partly also an effect of Restore gaining ground, with the party of Rupert Lowe taking votes from the party of Nigel Farage. And Burnham's uplift also meant a drop in support for the Greens. Since then, though, the gap has narrowed. Joining me to discuss all things data is Kieran Pedley of Ipsos, also fellow Spurs supporter, but I'm not going to ask you anything about that. Kieran, who's your money on and why?
I feel better talking about Spurs these days, Ash, than I did a few months ago. But let's talk about Makerfield. So I think, look, the available polling data that we have would make Andy Burnham a pretty clear favourite. But it's fair to say, and we should stress in the atmosphere that we're in, that it isn't a slam dunk. It isn't a foregone conclusion. We're talking about a seat which had Reform UK's 6th highest vote share in the 2024 general election. And obviously that was by no means the high watermark of Reform. They've grown substantially since then. Now, obviously that was a seat that Labour won by 13 points, but you get the idea. This was a seat that was already Reform friendly before we talked about anything in the past couple of years. But the voting intention polling that we have shows Labour anywhere between 5 to 10 points ahead of Reform or thereabouts, with Restore Britain being an interesting subplot, because in roughly half of the half a dozen polls we have, the difference between Labour and Reform, Restore, their vote share is bigger than the difference between Labour and Reform. So it's going to be a complicated night. But the one thing we do know is Andy Burnham is extremely popular in the northwest of England and in Manchester area generally. And it really is a question of just how powerful is his personal brand. So look, I would make him a clear favourite. But given what we know about the area and the seat, this is, don't be surprised if Reform are very competitive.
Let's talk about Andy Burnham and that sort of, personal effect that he has, because since the start of the campaign, his favourability ratings have taken a little bit of a dip. And I guess I'm interested to hear your thoughts on why that's happened. Are there specific reasons about the way in which he's campaigned, or is that just the fate of all politicians when they get something of a national profile these days? It's that jump from being a metro mayor to a potential prime minister.
Yes, it's true. I mean, both of YouGov and ourselves this week, we've both seen falling favourability figures for Andy Burnham. So basically, people liking him a bit less. So with us, last month, he was the only politician on a list of 13 that had a net positive rating nationally, +8. So that just means 32% of the public were favourable towards him and 24% unfavourable. That's now effectively flipped. So he's now on -7. Now, that's still much stronger than any other Labour politicians. We shouldn't exaggerate it, but it has taken a dip. Why has that happened? I mean, look, to some extent, once you have to start taking overt positions at a national level, that can, to govern is to choose, I suppose. And obviously he's not governing at the moment, but he is taking positions that people may or may not like. And also, look, I mean, he's not been someone that people have had to focus a great deal on, other than, in the Northwest, he's pretty popular. So, look, I mean, what this does show, I think, is that once you make contact with national politics, it's not easy. And, as you were mentioning with Michael a moment ago, trying to keep together some of these broad coalitions that win you general elections in a first-past-the-post system is difficult. So we'll have to see if he does win, how that manifests itself moving forward.
I mean, what's your sense on what's going to decide this particular by-election? Is it going to be hyper-local issues like illegal fly tipping, or is it essentially a ballot on the direction of national politics?
Well, I think it's always going to be a combination of both, is the cop-out answer. All politics is local, but this is an unprecedented by-election. I mean, really, this comes down to the strength of Andy Burnham's personal brand in Makerfield. Because all things being equal, as you've alluded to several times on your show, I think most people know, this is a seat that in normal times, Reform would win. And so for Andy Burnham to even be competitive is quite impressive in the current political environment. And so if he wins a seat and wins it comfortably, that's a testament to how popular he is in the Northwest. So really, I'm loath to call it a referendum on Andy Burnham, but to some extent it is. And so the question then becomes, if he does get into Parliament, then where's the beef, right? What is it that he does next in terms of pursuing the Labour leadership, and what is the policy prospectus he puts forward? Because one of his skills as a politician, it appears, is that he's able to draw people from seemingly disparate wings of the Labour Party politics and outside of Labour Party politics into his camp. But then the risk is obviously that lots of different people are projecting their own views of him onto him. And so that could be a really effective political strategy. At the risk of comparing him to a mayor from a completely different political tradition, Boris Johnson was always quite good at that, at least in the past, of bringing people in that might not have historically voted Conservative. Maybe Andy Burnham can do something on the flip side with the Labour Party, but obviously it does come down to policy. And I think one thing I always stress with people is that we've been tracking economic optimism at Ipsos since the late 1970s. This year it's been the lowest on record ever in almost half a century. So when we talk about the cost of living and the economy and people being pessimistic out there, this isn't just a phrase, this isn't just hyperbole, this is like a historically unprecedented. And when you overlay onto that concern about immigration, public services and the economy more widely, and that's before you even get into foreign policy, these are really, really difficult issues that whoever leads the Labour Party moving forward will have to grapple with effectively.
Before I throw you over to Michael, I suppose I want to ask one last question, which is, Restore has had a real-life ground presence in Makerfield, all right? So it's not just tweeting. Your typical Restore activist, how different are they from your typical Reform activist, as it were?
But I can't honestly comment, Ash, on the activists because I'm not very close to those. I mean, I think that Restore is a really interesting subplot to this by-election because, as you rightly say, they've got a huge online presence. I think Rupert Lowe himself has about 1 million followers on Facebook. Although social media is not always predictive of how you'll do in elections because of your activist base and you'll get out the vote efforts. I mean, as an example, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying Zara Sultana has more followers on Twitter and Facebook than Zach Polanski. So that doesn't necessarily, and that hasn't been a predictor of their respective political fortunes in the recent past. But it's going to be important what share of the vote that they get, and is it 2 or 3%, or is it something more meaningful? Because that could have a really significant impact on where Reform UK go in the future. But in terms of the actual activists on the ground, I would assume that Restore Britain ones are further to the right, but that's not really based on much other than kind of what we see online.
Michael?
I wanted to ask, this is a very difficult question because I want you to look into a crystal ball. And what I'm thinking of is when Keir Starmer became Prime Minister, sort of his popularity, I mean, he wasn't particularly popular to begin with, but sort of his popularity tanked across the board, in part because of the winter fuel payment. And sort of the pollsters I follow on Twitter or in their focus groups are saying people still bring that up. It's become this totemic mistake of Keir Starmer's Labour Party. And I wonder if you can foresee what could be a potential banana skin for a Burnham Prime Minister, or what kind of issues you would advise Burnham to avoid with a barge pole?
Well, it is difficult. I mean, and also, you have to bear in mind that there are things outside of any Prime Minister's control. And again, all the caveats, we shouldn't assume he's going to be Prime Minister and so on and so forth. So you don't know what crisis is around the corner in foreign policy terms, let's say with Ukraine or something like that. But I think that, Andy Burnham's part of his success, again, if he wins, etc., or part of the reason behind his popularity with some people is that he reflects change, an idea that there's going to be some sort of meaningful change that more progressive voters can get behind. And so I guess, I would suggest that he needs to try and articulate that quite quickly. The worst thing he could probably do in the short term, other than some major policy blunder, is to just look like more of the same. And if you've got a budget coming up quite quickly, or it will feel quite quickly in sort of October, November time, then you want to at least show some degree of difference within that. I mean, you're not going to solve every problem overnight. And he is committing to the fiscal rules and all these other things. So it's how do you articulate that difference? Yes, you have a new cabinet and you have different faces potentially in key roles. And there are some signs that he has a stronger public image than Keir Starmer at the moment. But I think what are those one or two policy choices that you can lead from the front with that show that you are meaningful change? That's assuming he doesn't call a general election, of course. So I mean, I think if there is a boost to the polls for Labour, don't be surprised if that quickly becomes a subplot. I mean, I'd be surprised if he did, but we have these historic parallels of Gordon Brown and so on, don't we? So we'll have to wait and see.
Final question, Kieran. Are we going to win the league next season?
Oh, the next couple of seasons, Ash. But I mean, next season's just building blocks for the inevitable title that follows, isn't it? Yeah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Kieran Pedley.
All right, cheers.
So, if the autocue could move again, I can continue reading. Thank you. Now, while Makerfield is getting all the attention, there are, in fact, two other Westminster by-elections taking place tonight, both of them in Scotland. In Aberdeen South, the Westminster seat fell vacant when former Westminster leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn, was elected to the Scottish Parliament in May. The same is true of former Westminster MP Stephen Geffins, who gave up his Arbroath and Broughty Ferry seat when he too was elected to Holyrood as an SNP MSP in May. Joining us now is the Scottish National's Westminster reporter, Hamish Morrison. Inshallah.
Maybe. Hello?
Incredible. Thank you so much for joining us, Hamish.
Hiya, how's it going?
It's all good. The tech is working perfectly. All right, why don't you start, Hamish, by telling us about the candidates. Who is it who's looking to replace Geffins and Flynn in their respective constituencies, and who's best placed to give them a run for their money?
Yeah, so in Aberdeen South, we've got Richard Thompson, the former MP for Gordon. He was an SNP MP. And in Broughty Ferry, we've got for the SNP, Lara Bird. In Aberdeen South, for the Tories, we've got Douglas Lumsden, who's currently the MSP, or he's a list MSP for the northeast of Scotland. And in Aberdeen, in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, I think the closest competitor will be Heather Dorrans for Labour. I think basically the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry by-election has been written. I think that's pretty nailed on, that the SNP will hold on to that seat. Labour came second place there. Pretty narrow result. There was only about 800 votes in it. But given their collapse UK-wide and in Scotland at the recent Holyrood elections, I doubt that they'll be able to come close to the SNP there. Aberdeen's the far more interesting contest. You've got the Tories have basically turned it into a referendum on net zero. The SNP have got these problems with the Peter Morrell case. That they've sort of, it didn't hurt them as much last month. But then the case hadn't been concluded by that point. So that could really come up for them here.
I mean, you mentioned net zero, and you also, of course, mentioned the Peter Morrell case. What are the, I suppose, most vulnerable weak points for the SNP? Is it just those two, or are there other things that their rivals are smelling blood on?
So I think that in Aberdeen South, Aberdeen is the energy capital of Europe. It's the capital of Britain's oil and gas sector, which is a sector that's in effectively terminal decline. The Tories, who brought in the windfall tax, now vehemently oppose it and want to get rid of it. The SNP oppose it as well. The SNP have got a funny stance on oil and gas. It basically pleases nobody. So they're able to be attacked from their left by the Greens, who wish that they were far more, left-wing and environmentally friendly. And they are also squeezed to the right by the Tories who, despite bringing in the windfall tax, and despite presiding over a period of decline in the oil and gas sector, have now presented themselves as a champion because they're terrified of the impact that reform could have in the northeast. In Arbroath, that is basically there just isn't really any party that's strong enough there to challenge the SNP, which is why I'm saying it's sort of a done deal. Obviously taking any challenges to eat hats or whatever, if that comes differently, but I would be really, really surprised if that wasn't an SNP hold. The interesting contest, as I say, is Aberdeen, because if the Tories, off the back of their worst ever Scottish Parliament election result, can win that seat, then I think they'll be overjoyed. The symbolic victory of winning Stephen Flynn's seat as well for them would be big. And I think they would take that as a total vindication of their decision to tack massively to the right on oil and gas, particularly in Scotland.
I mean, you mentioned being terrified of the impact of reform, and I suppose I want to talk about the role of reform in Aberdeen South specifically, which is it's the Tories who are the SNP's closest rival in this particular election. They must be pretty pissed off that reform are fielding a candidate. Perversely, if reform do well enough in Aberdeen South, that's good for the SNP because it's splitting an anti-SNP vote.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is a story across Scotland, and it was certainly the story in May, where the unionist vote is basically totally fragmented. So in the more kind of liberal left parts of Scotland, it's split between the Lib Dems and Labour. In your more working class areas, it's now split between Labour, potentially the Reform, and then there's still a lingering kind of unionist Tory vote in places like that. Reform actually kind of underperformed, whether that was off the back of actual numbers or just poor expectation management from them. They underperformed in the May Scottish Parliament elections, and particularly in places like the northeast of Scotland, where I think that they had really expected to do, better than they did. They did not do as well as they would have liked people to think that they were going to do.
And I want to ask a question sort of about the longer term politics of the SNP. And if, in a way, even though there are two by-elections in Scotland tonight, for the SNP, it's still that Makerfield by-election that matters the most, because if Andy Burnham wins and then becomes Prime Minister and is potentially a popular Labour Prime Minister, I say potentially, obviously it's not guaranteed, but potentially, is that the biggest threat the SNP actually face, is if the Labour Party got their act together and started appealing to people again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of Westminster, yeah, because you saw that in 2024, that the SNP were reduced. I mean, reduced to about 9 seats in 2024, when Labour managed to sort of just tick it over in a number of constituencies. The Labour surge, I think I'm right in saying, was bigger in Scotland than it was in any other part of the UK. So clearly there is a part of the Scottish electorate that would vote for Labour if they liked the look of them. And enough of them did in 2024 for that to produce, the result that we saw, which was fantastic for Labour. I mean, obviously, it's a very big if. We've seen that Andy Burnham is pursuing quite a lot of the same lines of politics that have benefited the SNP, the strict adherence to the fiscal rules, his equivocation on Gaza, all of these issues, and, cutting welfare spending to fund the military. I mean, all of these things add up to an impression for voters in Scotland, for left-wing voters across the UK, that he's basically just, Starmer without the plummy accent and a better personality.
I mean, I want to ask you to imagine for a second that you're Andy Burnham's closest advisor. If you were advising Andy Burnham, what would you say would be the surefire way or the most likely way to land a knockout blow on the SNP? And conversely, if you're advising John Swinney, how would you lay a glove on Andy Burnham?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think for the SNP, that's the easiest one, is basically for every single day that things don't get better, just hammer them on the fact that things are still rubbish. Because that's basically what they've done with Keir Starmer, and not giving an inch on any of the things that, I mean, the list of accomplishments is quite paltry, but, there are some things like minimum wage and employment rights and things like that. And the SNP basically just hammer every single weak point that they can identify, which is a lot, to be fair. For Andy Burnham, I think it's a much more difficult question because he's painted himself into a corner with these things like the adherence to the fiscal rules, with this ambition to massively increase military spending, which will imply cuts elsewhere in the budgets, that I don't really see how, and he's not really sketched out his project very fully. His project is so thin as it stands right now that without knowing what he aims to do, he said some interesting things, I think, about taking utilities into public control, though not nationalisation, which would be interesting to see how that works out. And so I think for him, he needs to actually put some meat on the bones of things that he said. Otherwise, he risks running the exact same setting the exact same trap for himself that Starmer did, which is to talk about how terrible everything is, to tell people, I know that you're sick and tired of the same old politics, and then deliver them the same old politics.
Hamish Morrison, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And depending on how things go this evening, we might, lasso you again and yank you back onto the stream. So maybe check back in with us later on. Michael, so we've got 2 by-elections in Scotland. One of them seems to be one where the SNP could lose. They're being squeezed from both the left and from the right. If you're Andy Burnham and you're thinking, okay, well, actually, we need to restore Scottish Labour's fortunes. Anna Sarawar was one of the first to call for Keir Starmer to go. How would you be thinking about Scotland? How would you be thinking about Labour's orientation towards Scotland?
Well, I mean, it's very interesting because there's a question of electoral reform. And one of the things that I think it'd be very interesting to see what Andy Burnham decides to do, because, on the economy, he's constrained sort of in terms of the fiscal rules and in terms of the bond markets. On sort of lots of social policies, and especially things like immigration policy, he's constrained by the electorate. One of the radical things he could do, which would be free and potentially popular, I think it's really difficult to say, I think it could go either way, is electoral reform, some sort of proportional representation. And I'm not sure what the SNP's... So obviously, elections to Holyrood are by proportional representation, and the SNP do quite well. Proportional representation to Westminster would presumably, I imagine, disfavour the SNP, because it first past the post in Scotland usually benefits the SNP, but on a nationwide level, they would get fewer MPs. So I'm not sure if that is something that would win Scottish nationalists over to him, if that would be something that's appealing. I imagine the Scottish Greens would I assume their policy is for proportional representation across the UK.
It'd be weird if it wasn't.
It would be weird if it wasn't, yeah.
So far, we've been focusing on what's going on in the Makerfield constituency. But given the prime ministerial stakes in this by-election, the real intrigue perhaps is happening in Westminster. Sienna Rogers is the deputy editor of the House magazine, which is Parliament's own magazine. Earlier today, Michael spoke to her about how things have been going down at the heart of government.
Sienna Rogers, thank you so much for joining us on Novara.
Thank you for having me.
I suppose in this conversation, we're going to game plan what might happen after the Makerfield by-election. So let's first assume Andy Burnham wins it. If Andy Burnham wins this by-election, what happens next? What happens on Friday? What happens over the weekend?
I think what happens next is the Prime Minister kind of starts his plan of trying to dig in. And I think step one of that, the most important central part of that, is saying, well done on getting into Parliament and everything, but you've now caused us quite an awkward situation with this mayoral by-election, which you are pretty responsible for triggering, because of course Burnham cannot be an MP and a mayor with PCC powers at the same time. And they have in legislation, in law, it's they have 35 working days before they have to hold this next by-election. And the Greater Manchester one is one where Labour people are not feeling confident at all. They think it's going to be Greens and Reform. They hope that there could be some sort of Burnham bounce that they could benefit from, but they're quite pessimistic about the whole thing. And the Greens are ready to like kick into gear as soon as that happens. So that's step number one. And he also, it's interesting because he has quite a bit of sympathy among more the kind of Manchester side of Burnham's operation with that argument, because they actually agree and think that this mayoralty is going to be really difficult, that Burnham is responsible and that he can help win it, and that running a leadership contest alongside that mayoral by-election would be really, really difficult. So that's one of the things that Starmer will be emphasising and that people will try and convince Burnham of. And at the same time, the more kind of parliamentary side of Burnham's camp are obviously wanting to go a little bit quicker, while also recognising that actually they're not fully ready for government. He can't just walk into number 10 tomorrow because he's not ready. He's not got all his plans in place. He's had MPs like Miata Fanbulla and Yuan Yang and people like that working on the kind of policy side of things for him. But we have seen, U-turns and things during the campaign, and him just kind of figuring out still where he lies on everything. So those are the kind of main dynamics that are going on. And at the same time, it will be trying to figure out what they do about resignations and also what kind of ministers might be resigning. I know that number 10 has been preparing for potential resignations on the Friday, so as soon as the result is out, and drawing up lists of people who might be able to replace those. Some of them were then used up, of course, for the John Healey resignation and Al Khan's and all the rest of it, the defence people who resigned last week. So that's another difficulty. But yeah, we'll see Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham in the immediate aftermath, giving Keir Starmer a kind of chance to think about his position. People, they hope, applying pressure. So cabinet members going in to see him and saying, time's up, that sort of thing.
Isn't the problem, because I keep hearing Keir Starmer make this argument about the Manchester by-election needing to be the priority. To me, though, isn't it going to be easier for Labour to win the Manchester by-election if Andy Burnham is Prime Minister? And then the obvious riposte that Andy Burnham has is, well, if you don't want a messy leadership election, which you're going to lose anyway, Sir Keir, then the obvious thing to do would be to resign or set a timetable for resigning so that I can quite quickly replace you. Because also in my head, I'm guessing that Wes Streeting probably doesn't want to go head to head against Andy Burnham because he'd lose anyway. So if the issue is that Manchester by-election, sorry, not by-election, the Manchester mayoral election, surely the PLP should be able to unite around making Burnham just the uncontested Prime Minister as soon as possible.
I think there are various difficulties with that. I mean, with Wes Streeting, obviously that's a spanner in the works in terms of, it depends whether you believe he does have the numbers, right? And obviously both the Starmerites and the left of the party and Burnhamites don't believe that he does have the numbers. I do believe him when he says that he didn't trigger it before Burnham had a chance to run for Parliament, because what a terrible way of starting his leadership campaign, right? It would have been a massive hoo-ha. Why would you do that to yourself? At least let the guy try and get in, even though it means that if he did run against him, he has a big chance of losing against Burnham. So I believe him on that. In terms of the nominations, I don't know. Nobody kind of knows for sure. What I do know is that I think some of those nominations, some of those names he has on a list, rely on ministers resigning in order to go and support him. So anyway, so it depends whether they are pushed to that extent where they actually will resign from government in order to back a Streeting campaign. And he obviously thinks that when push comes to shove, they will be willing to do that. In terms of them having a greater chance of winning the mayoralty if Burnham is Prime Minister or on his way to becoming Prime Minister because there's a leadership election or whatever, yeah, maybe that is true. I mean, certainly if he wins in Makerfield, that would be a proof point for that argument, but it's not one that Keir Starmer's going to accept. Starmer is like, there is some skepticism about whether he really will, while serving as a Labour Prime Minister, participate in a Labour leadership contest, which is like so involved and lengthy, unlike other ones. But from everything I hear, yes, he really is serious about that. He's got the kind of campaign company set up. He's got kind of structures in place. He really does intend to do that, even though most people think it's A, impractical, and B, he's very likely to lose. He insists on it. We don't know what's in Keir Starmer's mind, right? All we know is what his allies are saying. And we know also that I've been told that like Number 10 were discussing the possibility of even sacking Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood proactively. Such is the kind of feeling that they need to fight back. Obviously, Keir Starmer didn't choose to do that. And I will put the big caveat on the table of course, he's going to say he's going to fight until he doesn't fight.
Yeah, I mean, the assumption I'm working on, just because it would be, I think, crazy for Keir Starmer to stand in a leadership election against Andy Burnham while he's still Prime Minister, because he'd lose it and the whole thing would just be incredibly messy, is that he doesn't want to give any inclination whatsoever that if Andy Burnham wins the by-election, he will resign, because then what if Andy Burnham loses the by-election, right? If Andy Burnham loses the by-election, then Keir Starmer does actually stand a chance against any of the people who would sort of confront him in a leadership election. So I'm imagining this is, they have to keep telling journalists over and over again, he has every intention of fighting it, because even though if Andy Burnham wins, he'll give up. If Andy Burnham loses, it's really important that he spent the by-election saying that. I don't know. Is that something that sounds plausible to you?
Yeah, I think, like, as I say, obviously he is going to say what he is saying until the day that he stops saying it. But I also do think that Keir Starmer's quite a stubborn man, and I think he's driven kind of by anger and resentment at the moment about the fact that this whole situation is happening. And you can kind of understand that. I mean, we're 2 years after a massive general election with a massive landslide. Like, it is objectively quite mad that we're in the situation, but it also has been quite mad that the government has just been in chaos for so long. So, both things are true.
And has been so unpopular. And I mean, obviously, what lots of Labour MPs will be thinking about at the moment is, if Andy Burnham is the next Prime Minister, I want to be on good terms with him, and I want a big role. Obviously, everyone is sort of talking sort of most hotly about the Chancellor position, because it had been sort of widely understood or briefed, or lots of people were saying that Ed Miliband would be the Chancellor with Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. That would suggest a fairly left-wing or soft-left government. Sounds like that's more in question now. What's your sort of interpretation of what's going on when it comes to that relationship and that potential job vacancy?
Yeah, obviously his pick for Chancellor is the main thing that shows what he's going to do, what direction he's going to go in, what his style of leadership is going to be. Now, he has quite a broad tent in terms of his camp. It does go from very left of the Labour Party, of the parliamentary party anyway, to some people who are really, centre right, or whatever you want to call them, in the PLP. And the people on the left, obviously, from left to soft left, they want Miliband to be Chancellor. But there are lots of people on the other kind of end of his camp who are warning that, lobby hacks will hate it. There will be constant stories about how, Ed Miliband's the real Prime Minister and the electorate has rejected him before. And this is, the tensions between Number 10 and Number 11. Miliband's so experienced, so actually he's kind of controlling everything. These are the sort of warnings that they're coming out with. And they're saying that actually it would be much cleverer of Burnham to either appoint someone like Wes Streeting. Now, there's a whole idea of, he and Streeting could come to some sort of deal to avoid a leadership contest. That in itself is a kind of divisive idea. Some people think that would be just really bad. Even Burnham supporters think that would be a bad thing to do for him. So they could come to some sort of arrangement like that. Or even that, you put Wes Streeting in as maybe Foreign Secretary or another pretty senior job, and you put in someone like Pat McFadden as Chancellor. These are the kind of names that have been floated. Again, I don't know what's inside Burnham's mind. I do know that Ed Miliband has been all over his by-election campaign. I mean, really looking at the minute detail of his campaign in a way that you'd find quite surprising from someone who is still serving as Energy Secretary right now. So he could go in either direction. I think it would be a kind of a painful shock to some of his closest people if he didn't appoint Ed Miliband.
Also, because it does seem like Andy Burnham doesn't really want to sort of control policy because he doesn't have a particularly sort of commitment to policy. It seems like he wants to be, the smiling face, the person who can speak to the nation. Like I feel like he probably wants a strong chancellor, doesn't he? Because he doesn't really know what he actually wants to do when it comes to the economy.
I don't know about that. I mean, people level that sort of thing at Starmer a lot. It's less so at Burnham. I do think that he has more of an interest in how the economy works than Starmer does. He obviously has this whole, I mean, we could talk forever about the Manchesterism thing and how does it actually apply on a national level, and is it actually left wing or an end to neoliberalism at all, or is it actually just inviting loads of private investment and really quite traditional in that sense? But he does have some ideas about how the economy would work, and he works very closely with people who are kind of very interested in public ownership of key industries. Obviously, they've kind of tried to emphasize more that it's about public control rather than ownership because they don't want to scare the bond markets. But people like, Matt Lawrence of the Commonwealth think tank, other kind of people around Ed Miliband, obviously, as I said, Miata, and Yuan, who are very much soft left. They're very, very interested. And I think he does share that interest as well. I don't think he's, disinterested in the same way.
And what do you think the attitude of the PLP will be? Because I suppose Starmer, in a way, has probably been surprised at how rebellious MPs have been to some degree, right? The sort of talking point after the general election was that these were all sort of droids. They were stormtroopers. They were people who were handpicked in to be loyal. And then he gets into government with an absolutely massive majority and then can't really get through anything difficult, right? He can't get through welfare reform is the main one that he struggled with.
Yeah.
Do you think that if Burnham becomes Prime Minister, the PLP will be more minded to give him the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, decisions that might be unpopular with the Labour Party's base?
I mean, I was really confused when they came into Parliament and I actually started meeting these people that I didn't know before. I mean, there was a lot of them, some of them I did know, a lot of them had, written for Labour list over the years or whatever, but a lot of them I didn't know. And as soon as I started meeting them, I started thinking, what is this whole stormtroopers thing? Because as soon as you talk to them, you realise that a lot of them just aren't like that. They're like people who used to be council leaders and now they've come to Parliament, they're really, really frustrated because they actually have hardly any power, no budget to control, etc. They're people who somehow slipped through the process, or people who the operation had assumed would be Starmerites just because they were Corbyn skeptics and or anti-Corbyn, whatever. And actually, that's just, those two things aren't necessarily the same. So I think all of that was quite predictable, what happened next. It's also very predictable just in terms of Starmer's leadership style, which is, I mean, as I was talking to a whole group of MPs the other day who were just saying, why doesn't Keir or lots of other MPs, why don't they understand that you've got to like people in order to be an MP? Like, that's a really key quality in the job that a lot of people in this place just don't seem to understand. I think a key thing with Andy Burnham is that he likes people. He is genuine. I know he's got this kind of reputation, and sometimes, he might overdo it a little bit in his campaign communications and stuff. But he is genuinely just very, very personable, always remembers you, like talks to the person who's not particularly important in the room. He's good at that stuff. I think all of that will feed through very well in terms of his relationship with the Parliamentary Labour Party. Obviously, there are hundreds there of people he needs to get to know very quickly, but I think he will enjoy doing that and be good at that. So that's like a key difference in terms of PLP management style, because a lot of it was people saying, I voted for Keir, he selected me, and yet he doesn't know my name, let alone my background or any of the things that I could contribute to this government. And they were just so frustrated on that level. So I think he'll be better at harnessing that talent and just giving them that TLC that they've been missing. Whether all of that actually comes through as a government that's taking difficult decisions that might be difficult to get past the PLP in terms of votes is obviously another matter.
And what do you think in general Labour MPs think of Andy Burnham? Because I remember, when he was in Corbyn's shadow cabinet, there was sort of from all sides of the party really a bit of a, they didn't take him seriously. They're like, oh, Andy Burnham, he's just someone who wants everyone to like him, right? They didn't take him seriously as a political operator. They thought he's very ambitious, but doesn't really have what it takes. Do you think that there has been a sort of change of, like a genuine change of heart, and they think, actually, we got Andy Burnham wrong. Actually, he is the real deal? Or is it more just they're in a desperate situation and they're clinging on to what they think is the best chance Labour has, even if it's not a great one?
I mean, the hatred for Burnham among some MPs is strong. And this is why people have been saying, like, you know, this whole fight, if Starmer does keep up the fight and then Burnham wins or whatever, there could be some serious ruptures, because that's how strong the feelings are against Burnham among some kind of diehard sort of people who are on the right of the party and just really, really resent what he's doing here in terms of wasting the party's money, distracting everyone with these by-elections, all the rest of it. I think that largely it's a bit like, it reminds me of when Boris Johnson was hanging around and people would say, there's no way that he could be leader because no one here takes him seriously, and he hasn't done the work with Tory MPs, and just all of them kind of see him as a joke and wouldn't want him to be leader. But of course, when you're in a desperate situation, you're going to turn to, okay, who the polls say is your party's most popular politician in the country. Let's get that guy in. And it is a very similar thing here. And a lot of people who I'm sure have said interesting, critical things about Burnham over the years and months are today going to campaign for him and trying to get him elected and trying to position themselves for a job in his government. So, I mean, that's how politics works, isn't it?
And I actually remember interviewing you, Sienna, back, I think it was probably the end of 2019 or the beginning of 2020, when Starmer was running his leadership campaign. And you were very clear saying, this guy is not left-wing. Rachel Reeves is probably going to end up being his chancellor at some point. This guy is really misunderstood by Labour members. I think you got some grief potentially from Starmer's team after that. So I'm looking to you as an oracle now. What do you think? You got it spot on, really, when it came to Keir Starmer. What do you think people are missing about Andy Burnham? Are you more positive, or positive's wrong, but do you think people are? Do you think he's subject to less misunderstanding than Keir Starmer was?
Yes. I mean, we've yet to see what his leadership campaign is like, if he needs to run one. We've obviously seen a little bit of Makerfield, and that's shaping how he needs to present his politics because of the kind of seat it is. With Starmer, it was so brazen to me that his leadership campaign was so not what I knew his politics to be on the ground, that it needed pointing out. And yes, I did definitely get a flag for that. Yeah, maybe misjudged comments, but I was right in everything I said. Yeah. So, you know, how misjudged could they be? And yeah, I think Burnham is less subject to that kind of thing because he's far more of a known quantity. He's been a politician for so long, and everyone knows that, you know, he's got a reputation as a bit of a flip-flopper. He's made U-turns over the years. You know, is his kind of journey from Blairite to, you know, soft left hero a genuine one? I think a lot of that is genuine, but you also can see that he will adopt the positions that suit him at the time, because that's politics. So I think there's less mystery around him, less misinterpretation, and he hasn't so far, I think, presented a vision of himself, certainly in this by-election campaign, that is just completely counter to what he is. It's pretty close to what he's like as a guy.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of economics, is going to be very constrained. So sort of, I don't think we can expect that much ambition, just because it's a very difficult situation to find oneself in at the moment in sort of UK government. I think on migration, he's probably going to have to be quite conservative. That's my guess. A big unknown for me is on this issue of electoral reform, because that's something that he could do, which is genuinely radical, which is free. There's no fiscal rules that stop you from doing it. Would be popular with like quite a lot of Greens, you know, potentially even some Reform voters. I'm not sure. Do you think that's actually something that we might see? Do you think an Andy Burnham Prime Minister might actually go into the next general election saying, I want proportional representation?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, he's ruled out doing anything on that before the next general election. He's going to be so constrained by the kind of thin manifesto that they put forward in 24. He knows that the calls for a general election are going to come thick and fast, and lots of Labour MPs, particularly the ones defending Starmer, are also advancing the argument that he would have to call a general election pretty quickly. And also some even saying, well, what is the point of him if he's not doing that? He will just have 2 years to become unpopular, just like Starmer, and then fight a general election from a really poor place. So actually, if you are going to do this whole leadership change that's, terrible chaos, super unstable for the party, then you may as well do it for getting kind of 5 years of a decent majority, if not the kind of overwhelming one that we've just seen. But at the same time, obviously, most MPs would be furious if he did call a general election. So I think that some of those battles that we're going to see will come just before the next general election, whenever it comes, whether he gives in to the kind of early calls or not. Electoral reform, I think, would be on the table for him. But what kind of electoral reform and in what kind of elections? I mean, we've seen Labour has already switched the voting system for mayoralties, partly to help them in Greater Manchester. They've just put it into effect. And so we could definitely do things like that. I also think that at the next general election, he would like to do things like Lords reform. So I asked him about this during the Makerfield campaign. And he confirmed that he would like to, for example, put in indirectly elected peers, so like mayors, for example, and he could do that at the next general election rather than even, much long after. So there's that kind of thing. I asked him also, this is quite a niche question. I knew nobody else would ask it, but I think it's the kind of thing that is actually quite interesting. I asked him whether he would be wanting to stand Labour candidates in Northern Ireland, which, after Good Friday Agreement is something that the Labour Party hasn't done for years. And that's quite contentious issue, if niche, but quite contentious in the Labour Party. And he said, I wouldn't, basically, yes, I would. I wouldn't want to blunder in and upset everyone, he said. I was like, yeah, even saying yes is maybe a bit too far in terms of that particular ambition of not upsetting people. But I think he wants to do like fairly radical things like that. And it'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out in terms of, we saw in the Corbyn era, so much of that internal kind of democratic stuff was difficult for Corbyn because he had to deal with the trade unions resisting some of it, and there were all those kind of battles. Burnham might have the same kind of things with some of the trade unions, but on electoral reform, a lot of them have now backed it, and it's their policy to back it. So I think it could be in the next manifesto, but it'd be subject to lots of wrangling, obviously.
Sienna Rogers, thank you so much for joining us again on Novara Media. Really great to get your perspective. That was my interview with Sienna Rogers, Deputy Editor of The House magazine. Really great person to talk to about the internal politics of the Labour Party. Ash, by the way, we will hopefully be speaking to Aaron at the Count very, very shortly. In the meantime, with Sienna, we're talking about sort of the intricacies, the conflicts within the Labour Party, which has been one of the sort of meta-narratives in this by-election. At the start of this by-election campaign, there was also a lot of talk about the markets. There's talk about how there could be, even sort of the fact of this by-election happening, there could be a crisis of confidence in the British economy. I feel like that has taken a back seat more recently, and that people have sort of calmed down on that front, whether that's the markets themselves calming down and being reassured, or whether it's journalists sort of moving on to a different narrative. I don't know if you sort of accept that, or if you think something else has been going on.
I'm not entirely sure if I share that perception. I think that it has subsided as a story because Andy Burnham has taken certain positions. He said he's not going to mess about with Rachel Reeves's fiscal rules. When you look at the kinds of hires he's making into his team and announcing, we were just talking about Andy Haldane before we came back on stream. All of these are signals, right? Signals of legitimacy, competence, experience, and also not wanting to rock the boat too much. But I think that something really interesting has happened. And interestingly, it seems to have coalesced around Andy Burnham specifically, which is that journalists have started integrating the bond market as part of their metric for who's up and who's down in politics. And that's very different from thinking about the bond markets as something which constrains a government's fiscal policies. That's a real material constraint on British politics, particularly because we've got Bank of England independence. You're not necessarily as disciplined by the bond markets if you have a different view of the role of central banks. But journalists like Alex Wickham will sort of go, ooh, there's a movement in the bond markets today. And as you've pointed out before, these are often within the margin of error. And it seems to me to be a way in which journalists are trying to add some kind of credibility or STEM kind of vibe to their coverage. It's like when every journalist decided that they were an OSINT specialist just because they knew how to use Google Maps.
Yeah, OSINT being open source intelligence. That was
Do you know what I mean?
especially at the start of the war on Ukraine, wasn't it? Everyone was.
It's a way of trying to add a certain heft to your coverage when really all you're doing is reading out WhatsApps that people have sent to you. So that for me is an interesting thing. It's not just about to what extent do bond markets act as a material and tangible disciplining force on British policy making, but the extent to which it becomes sort of ideologically integrated into lobby journalism, and that becomes part of the disciplining tool of media discourse.
Yeah, and you mentioned Andy Holden, didn't you? So that was a story today suggesting that Andy Burnham has really beefed up his economic team, and he has invited on Andy Haldane, to help advise him, who is a chief economist, or was the chief economist at the Bank of England, also the former chair of the Office for Budget Responsibility. So they're obviously the people who determine whether or not the government has met the fiscal rules. And there was someone else, Jim O'Neill, who sort of has worked for both Labour and the Tories. He was sort of very high up at Goldman Sachs. He's famous for coming up with the word BRICS, the acronym that stands for Brazil, Russia, India, and China. So he's sort of surrounding himself with leftish, but establishment people.
You said when we were off stream, anyone can come up with an acronym.
Anyone can come up. Well, anyone can come up with an acronym, but not everyone remembers your acronym. To have an acronym that you came up with and then everyone credits you, that's impressive. That's why you get put in the House of Lords. I think we're ready to cross to Aaron Bastani now. Aaron, the tension has been killing us, waiting for you to be able to speak to us. Tell us what's going on in the count. What have you discovered today? What's the vibe there now?
So we tried our absolute best to find the worst possible lighting for me tonight, Michael. I hope you approve. Back at Novara Towers. In terms of what we heard, it's really interesting. I was speaking to a senior person in a non-Labour party. It's not Reform, and it's another one on the right. You can guess who they are. They think that Burnham's margin of victory is pretty big. They said 5,000. We'll see. Their record at counting hasn't been particularly good in this by-election campaign. I spoke to a Green activist who's now inside at the count. He thinks that Andy Burnham's won. He had a great line, Michael. This is going to go in the newsletter out tomorrow morning, the Cortado, written by yours truly. He said that everybody had an Andy Burnham story. It turns out that all the data analytics and all the social media viral content doesn't really mean that much when you've been doing casework and chin-wagging for 25 years. And of course, Andy Burnham's been an elected representative in this part of the world for around a quarter of a century. That really counts for something, Michael. So, right now, it looks like Andy Burnham's going to win. Who knows? Those two people could be way off, but they're coming from opposite sides of the political spectrum, and they're saying he's going to win by quite a healthy margin. That's my sense too. Maybe that's famous last words.
And earlier today, I saw people tweeting suggesting that the indications are the turnout has been massive. I wonder if have you heard anything about turnout? Does it seem like lots of people did turn out to vote, sort of more than would usually do so in a by-election?
Well, that's quite possible, isn't it? I mean, turnouts in by-elections generally are quite low. I mean, you've actually had, I think the record for low turnout in a by-election was near here, I think somewhere in Greater Manchester. By-election turnouts are quite low, obviously, like I say, but postal voting apparently was very high. I've heard 80% in terms of postal voting, and 80% of what you're saying, well, in 2024, something like 74% of a certain demographic for Labour, 76% came out with their postal voting. They had a certain demographic cohort they were targeting for postal votes. They're now saying it's 80%. And look, Michael, talk is cheap. I remember before Gorton and Denton, Labour activists telling me that the Greens had no chance. They were going to win. I didn't know what I was talking about. Of course, Hannah Spencer won that by 4,500 votes over Reform. Labour came third. This time does feel different because the other parties are saying the same thing. You have national polling, and, you know, frankly, walking around it does feel different. In the Runcorn by-election last year, Reform won by 6 votes, okay? This feels way different for Labour, way more positive. So just on that alone, you suspect it's a Burnham win. But yes, in terms of voter turnout, I think the big shift is going to be on postal votes. Partly a function, of course, of the extraordinary canvassing operation by Labour in this seat, but Reform as well. Lots of door knocking, lots of data, lots of contact points with voters that you simply don't normally get because this is such a high-stakes by-election.
And on that issue of contact with voters, I mean, people have been saying there were 3,000 Labour activists in the constituency. Remember, there's only 73,000 registered voters in every constituency, or that's what it's supposed to average out. So that's a lot of activists per voter. It has even got to the point where some people are saying maybe there are so many activists it's putting off people from Labour. I'm not sure how plausible I find that, but have you spoken to anyone who seems sort of aggrieved that they have been subjected to quite so many activists and journalists and politicians over the past 6 weeks?
No, not yet. I mean, look, I've only been here for 2 days and, like you say, 6 weeks, but not yet. I mean, all the people I've spoken to in Makerfield, both today, but also when I made that documentary, which is available up on the Novara Media YouTube channel, incredibly friendly. You know, I read a really great article, I must say, in the New Statesman talking about anger and the disconnect between the political class and Westminster and SW1 and the electorate. And that anger's real, of course it's real. But I also have to say, this part of the world, these towns and villages that make up this constituency, incredibly warm, happy, open people. And I'm not just saying that in a cliched sense. It really reminded me, Michael, of Merthyr Tydfil in South Wales. There is still that default culture of social solidarity, which, look, let's be honest, I'm from the southeast of England. I love Hampshire. I love Dorset. We don't have that.
Do you have any idea when we're going to get the result? I mean, that's what all us in the studio, our producers here, obviously, we're most excited to learn who wins. We also want to know what time it's going to happen.
Well, look, Michael, there's a ton of really interesting stories tonight, right? Before I tell you the answer to that, obviously there's the Labour story. Okay, number one, this guy could be the next Prime Minister. Number two is Reform. How well are they going to do? If they win, that's the biggest story possible, right? If they win here, then Labour are going to get single-digit MPs at a general election. Number three is the Restore story. Can they keep a deposit? Number four is the Tories. This could be the second successive by-election where they get less than 2% of the vote, where they lose their deposit. That's the political party of Churchill, Wellington, Thatcher, Disraeli, getting less than 2% in consecutive by-elections. So we're going to know one or two of these stories before the end of the night, I suspect. But you're going to want to stick around on the Novara Media live stream because these are all really important stories, all four of them. And they all deserve proper coverage and analysis. In terms of the actual declaration, which is what you're asking, Michael, somebody said to me 5 o'clock. I hope not. But look, you have to understand that the timing of the declaration isn't necessarily connected to the margin of victory. So you might be thinking, well, if it's a huge margin of victory, they declare early. It doesn't work like that. Gorton Denton was, I think, 4:30 a.m. Hannah Spencer won by 4,500 votes. So those two things aren't necessarily related. If you get a really late declaration, it doesn't mean it's close necessarily. Vice versa, it could be. But they're not necessarily connected to one another. The variable here, which might mean it's a late declaration, is those postal votes, which I said, which allegedly are really high, abnormally high, which is, like I say, plausible because we've had so many contact points between the various campaigns and the voters. So I would say, being a moderate, certainly in the Novara Media team, I would say 4 a.m., but it could be later. But look, it could be earlier. There's a ton of people behind me, the good people of Wigan Council working really hard to get this result over the line as quickly as possible.
Aaron, I've got a quick question for you. Labour are claiming that anywhere between 1,000 and 3,000 door knockers have been corralled into Andy Burnham's services. They've been out there getting out the vote for Labour today. Do you think that an Andy Burnham victory, and if he becomes Labour Party leader, could revive a membership which has been not just demoralised, but also disempowered and reluctant to turn out for their party?
It's a great question. Short answer, yes. And that's not because he's some, radical socialist who believes in popular democracy and, it's like Bernie or like Corbyn or like the Greens. He still has a theory of change, which is very much via establishment politics. And I have to say, this does feel like an establishment affair. But he's different to Starmer in one respect, and I think that's about the politics of localism and devolution. My view. And of course, he's lived that for the best part of a decade, right? He said in one video that went out today, we've fought a campaign on place. And I think he means that. I don't think that's bullshit. There's lots of bullshit that comes out of the mouths of politicians, including Andy Burnham. Part of the job, isn't it? I don't think that is there as part of the things that shouldn't necessarily be believed. I think he's very credible on the politics of place. And I do think that's going to infuse many people, because you might not like the whole policy agenda, you might not like what he's done in the past, the fact he's voted for war in Iraq, or the fact that he's a member of Labour Friends of Israel, but I think he's authentic in saying I want people in local areas to play a larger part in the politics of where they live. And it's not empty words. So more powers to metro mayors, possibly tax-raising powers of some kind, being able to access finance, basically making local and metropolitan politics in this country a bit more normal by European standards. And look, that isn't Karl Marx, that's not Frederick Engels, but it's really interesting, and I think it's really good, and it's something that's really overdue in this country. And I do think it's going to animate people to become more involved in politics and probably, yes, the Labour Party.
And just give us a sense of what's going on at the count behind the scenes. And I suppose the context here is that everyone is expecting that if Andy Burnham wins this by-election, he's very likely to become Prime Minister. And that means that there are many people who are trying to get a position close to Andy Burnham. They want to be there to share in his victory, I suppose. Are you seeing lots of big guns sort of hovering about who want to be as close as possible to Andy Burnham if and when he wins?
Not really. I've actually not seen many Labour MPs here. I've seen the incumbent MP, Josh Simons. I saw him an hour or two ago. I think he's obviously with the campaign, but I've not seen anybody else. Here's something really interesting, Michael. If it's a big margin of victory for Burnham, my prediction is this: somebody senior in the cabinet will just go over the top and try and get their name in the news ahead of the Today programme at 6 o'clock in the morning. They'll say to themselves, you know what, I quite fancy being in the news cycle for a little bit, making a name for myself and touting myself as somebody who would be a loyal Burnham, a Burnhamista in a future Labour cabinet. So I'm not seeing those people. I suspect there's a few cars hovering around. Maybe there's a few pubs where people are having a G&T and a penny for their thoughts in terms of what they do next. But I've not seen them. I've only seen Josh Simons. I suspect there are a few here, but no, it's not something which is particularly. The security guard's doing a fantastic job moving people around. Very kind of him. We will be, by the way, in the auditorium for the announcement, so fear not. We'll be in the auditorium for other bits as well. But no, I haven't seen lots of Labour figures around. But I do think we're going to hear a few big names going public if Burnham wins quite quickly.
Okay, final question for you. There are 1,000 to 3,000 canvassers, presumably in the constituency at the moment. I know that the last by-election you went to cover for us was Gorton and Denton, where they'd arranged a sort of after-party for all those canvassers. There was a festival atmosphere. Is there a similar thing going on now, or is the sort of idea that for the party of government that wouldn't be quite appropriate?
Well, for Labour, if there is, Michael, we're certainly not invited. I suspect there probably is going to be some private shindig for all the activists who have obviously contributed to this campaign, and bloody hell, they deserve it. But it's not like the Green one. I mean, I have to say, Michael, February 28th, I think it was, that by-election, Gorton-Denton, what the Greens did on so many levels was incredible. Obviously, getting Hannah Spencer into Parliament was a singular achievement. But I remember seeing that party afterwards, maybe 500-600 people there. senior members of the party, the two deputy leaders, and of course Zach Polanski. And I thought, wow, these people have really arrived. People aren't talking about the Greens so much, and more sceptical parts of the media are saying, "Where's Zach Polanski?" He's gone to ground because I think he wants to recalibrate, his message ahead of next September. I think that's a wise thing to do. But no, it's not the same. And I think, Michael, what you said at the end there, is that something a party of government shouldn't do? Well, you know what? They should. Not they should. They have to. They have to reconnect with their members, with communities. So many people, Michael, so many people I spoke to who are going to vote Labour in this constituency, basically all of them. I met one Labour voter who was going to vote Labour, not because of Burnham. They said they would have voted Labour regardless. Out of maybe 15, 20 Labour voters, one person said that. And most of those people said, this is the last chance. And my goodness, that's one hell of a responsibility on the former Health Secretary, Andy Burnham.
Aaron Bastani, so fantastic to speak to you at the camp. We'll be speaking to you again shortly, I am sure. We'll see if any big guns turn up in the meantime. Brilliant to speak to you. There is about a 4-second delay, which made that a bit more awkward than it otherwise would have been. Jan Miller with €6.66, the number of the devil.
Ooh.
For some reason, says, congrats to Novara for making it into the big leagues with a live field reporter nodding sagely through the audio delay. I have to say, I really did enjoy speaking to Aaron live at account where he's doing the whole Michael, I have to say that I felt quite special there. Someone was sort of...
Do you know something? We were talking, again, this is pulling back the curtain on Novara Media Conversations, is that Stephen and I were having a conversation about what do we want from this live stream? And I said, I want to bite a chunk out of Sky News's viewership. And so obviously there are some things that we don't have. We don't have the big swoopy board, which you can sort of point at and blah, blah, blah. But now we have our field reporter with the audio delay and the earpiece, in the words of Jan Miller, nodding sagely through the delay. And that really made me feel that as an organisation, we've come so far. Yeah,
we've made it. We've absolutely... Well, no, we're in the process of making it. And this is the important bit, obviously. If you want us to keep expanding our operation, continue to compete with much better organisations, much better funded, not much better organisations, better funded organisations like Sky News, then you can go to novaramedia.com.
If you want to see Aaron Bastani getting every regional train line in the country, go to novara.media/support. Our goal was to get 10 people to sign up in the first hour. I don't know whether we made that or not because it was difficult to sign in to our payment provider. But we will be finding out. We got 30. 30 up to now. That's so sick.
Good.
You know what? I want 60. Go to novara.media/support. It is small donations, £1 a month and upwards, that keeps us resilient and editorially independent. We are moving to a better studio. We are going to have a custom build out. We are going to have an even better live stream rig. We will have more field reporters with more audio delays. And Michael, I'm so excited about it.
I do want to make a pledge that however professional this operation gets, however good our technology gets, we're keeping the delay. Because not the delay until hopefully we'll be able to speak to our field reporter sooner than 2 hours into the stream. But I love the 4-second delay. There is just something so delicious about live TV where someone's going, and you're waiting for the answer. Fantastic. The last time the media swarmed a constituency to cover a by-election, it was in roughly the same or similar geographical part of the world. But politically, Gorton and Denton is a pretty long way from Makerfield. At that by-election, the Greens candidate Hannah Spencer stormed to victory with a 4,000 vote majority. In Makerfield, the Greens candidate Sarah Wakefield presumably won't be doing as well in the polls over the weekend. She's been put on a 2% vote share. Was that the Greens' political strategy to boost Burnham, or is it a reflection of the Makerfield seat? I'm joined now by Green Party Deputy Leader, Moffin Ali. Moffin, obviously the Greens not doing very well in this seat. I suppose that's not an accident, though, is it? Is that sort of
Was that the plan?
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me on. I think what we've got to remember is with areas like this is voters are not silly. They know exactly how to stop reform. I think the prospects of reform are is very scary to pretty much everyone across the country. So when you have a contest that's been billed in the mainstream media between Labour and Reform, it does cut through. It cuts through to ordinary people who are worried about potentially a fascist government from coming in. And they respond likewise to that. So we always knew this was going to be a difficult election for us. Sarah's an absolutely fantastic candidate, and I couldn't be prouder of the work that she's done.
My sense has been, I mean, admittedly, I did take 2 weeks annual leave as well over the past 6 weeks, but my sense has been that the Greens have been quieter during this by-election than they had been previously. Was that a strategy? Do you think the Greens have decided, was there a decision to say, let's take a step back, let's let this by-election play out, and we'll, I suppose, keep our powder dry until we know the result, I suppose?
I think we always knew that it was going to be a very difficult election for us. Our party there is relatively newly formulated and it's doing some amazing work, but there's a lot to build on. And when we went into this, we knew that we would have to ration our resources in a way. But at the same time, I mean, I held an action day very early on, and I was planning on holding another action day there, probably 2 weeks into it. But unfortunately, I had a really bad back and I was struggling to stand up, so I couldn't make it down. But we've had Hannah Spencer down there. I've been down there. Zach's been down there. We've given it a good shot for the type of constituency it is and our prospects that we're going to be there.
And it does seem like the polling for the Greens is dipping slightly. I mean, you're still doing a lot better than you were before Zach Polanski was leader. But the Greens do seem to have lost some momentum. How sticky do you think your support is? Or do you think there are lots of people who went to the Greens because they were angry at Keir Starmer, and now Labour looks like they're going in a different direction, might take another look at the party of government?
I think if we look back to where we started in September, we had a membership of around 60,000. We now have got a membership of over 230,000. So we've had rapid exponential growth. And when you have that sort of growth, any sort of plateauing for a little while, even if it's for a little while, it looks like we're not on that same trajectory. But we've had fantastic results in May. We had our record-breaking election results for almost 400 councillors elected, and that's something that's really, really impressive and something that really speaks. You know, the best polling is the polling of the voters at the ballot box.
I mean, I want to ask you a question, Muthin, which is about the Greens' overall electoral strategy, because there's one world in which you sort of do a UKIP strategy, which is you run candidates in seats which are Labour versus Reform, because the fear of losing votes to their progressive flank means that Labour have to take a more left-wing policy position. There's another world in which you sort of run like the Lib Dems, which is you actually really just focus on the constituencies where, you know, the demographic makeup is going to benefit you. And you can see how there are benefits and there are drawbacks to both. What's more important? Is it about maximising the number of MPs that the Greens get in the next Parliament by really focusing hard on those target seats? Or is it about spooking Labour, disciplining Labour, forcing them to take on a more progressive policy platform because they're scared of you running candidates in seats that Reform could win?
I see what this is. This is going to be trying to get our electoral strategy out. And we're going to keep that top secret. But I think, if I'm honest, it's going to be a bit of both, right? We've got to make sure that we're pushing that Overton window back to the centre, back towards the left, and bringing Labour back. You know, Labour's gone so far right, it's unrecognisable. I was talking to a Labour councillor this evening in Leeds, and she was hoping that Labour would change with Burnham. And when councillors are having that sort of attitude, they're recognising what Labour has become right now, it's unrecognisable. So anything that we can do to bring them back, but at the same time, we've got to give our electorate and our voters the option of voting Green. We've got to make sure that we give people the best chances of voting for who they want to vote for. Do you know, I grew up through the sort of two-party system where you voted for the least worst option, and I'm fed up of that. Honestly am. You know, I want to make sure that people vote for who they actually believe in, and we provide really good candidates for our electorate, and we've got to do the best we can.
Do you think, though, that the average Green activist is representative of the average Green voter or potential voter? Because for Green activists who I know, breaking the two-party duopoly is really, really important to them. For Green voters or Green curious voters, it might be that stopping reform is their priority. So how do you square those two things?
It's a tough act, but I think what we're seeing is some of that playing out in Makerfield, where we have our natural support base potentially will be voting Labour because they're worried about reform. But we've got to make sure that we're building up our local parties. We're giving them the resources necessary to fight campaigns effectively. And this is where it matters from where we've come from in less than 8 months or so. We've gone through that exponential growth period. We're still building up our infrastructure. We're still building up our staff team, our local parties. When we're in another year's time, we're going to be in a much stronger position. So every seat is going to be a contest for us.
And I mean, I think both Andy Burnham at times and Zach Polansky at times have been suggesting that a progressive alliance could be something that would be on the cards were the situation to be amenable to it. If that were the case, I mean, I don't know if you have a sort of position as a party yet, but what would be your red lines for forming some kind of electoral coalition or tacit alliance with an Andy Burnham-led Labour Party? Is that something that you would consider?
I think first and foremost, we want the maximum number of Green MPs because we know what the Greens offer. We have seen Green politicians, MPs, councillors working really, really hard for their communities. You know, they're so dedicated to their communities. It's like, you know, they're part of their communities. So, and we can't take that away. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen that from my Labour MP. I haven't seen that from Conservative MPs anywhere. So I think we are very different. But that said, we've got to do what's right by the country. And being amenable to discussions if they work, you know, if cooperations work with Andy Burnham or whoever takes charge after Keir Starmer, we'd have to negotiate. We'd have to go through the negotiations and make sure we find things that we can really, really agree on in order to move that forward.
Muffin Ali, thank you so much for joining us. And sorry to hear about your bad back. I hope you get some rest and recover soon.
Oh, thank you.
Ash Sarkar.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
It is going to be so interesting to see what happens because, like, up until, I suppose, those local elections, that was sort of, up to now, I mean, I'm sure there will be new high points in the future, but that was sort of the climax of a story that had been building since Zach Polansky came Green leader, which had just completely turned British politics on its head, which was you have this party to the left of Labour who were just eating into their vote. It hadn't been happening. It's sort of, in a way, I mean, sort of people should have been able to see it coming, but in a way it came from nowhere because the Greens weren't very competitive before he became leader, and that just transformed British politics. I mean, there's many ways in which this by-election wouldn't be happening if it weren't for the success of the Greens.
I think that's a really important point, which is what we're talking about in terms of the political volatility of the Labour Party. I mean, a lot of that existed before Zach Polansky comes along. I'm talking about the sort of unpopularity of Keir Starmer, you know, the sense that he's, you know, making these bad and unstrategic policy calls. All of that is pre-Zach Polansky. But it's when Zach Polansky comes along that you start getting this real skittishness about Keir Starmer as Labour leader going into the next election. So I think when it comes to this UKIP comparison that I'm drawing, where it's of course not in terms of their ideological affiliation or way of doing politics, but it's about a sort of, left flank in the case of the Greens, or, right flank party in the case of UKIP, through being able to attract voters and members who once would have belonged to one of the two establishment parties, is able to, have these hugely impactful shockwaves within those parties. So you think about, the 2015 Tory manifesto, which commits to an in-out EU referendum. That is a product of UKIP. That is entirely a product of UKIP. The sort of cycling through Tory party leaders is an effect of Nigel Farage. And so I think that you have to view a lot of what's going on within the Labour Party through that lens. And in particular, Andy Burnham saying, no, you can't have this hyper-factional orientation towards the left anymore within the party. No more purges, no more removing the whip willy-nilly. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to embrace Jeremy Corbyn and welcome him back on the Labour benches. He's probably going to want to leave some of those fights alone. The strongest thing for Burnham is to not get too deep into Labour factionalism at all. But you can see how that's more, I suppose, you might want to say, consensual way of doing politics within the Labour Party is a product of the threat presented by Zach Polanski. Now, the best thing for both Keir Starmer and for Zach Polanski and for Nigel Farage is for Keir Starmer to stay in post, right? That's what Keir Starmer wants, and I think deep down that's what Zach Polanski and that's what Nigel Farage want as well, because then their pitch of being not the Labour Party, which for Reform is defined entirely along the lines of immigration. For the Greens, it's a mix of foreign policy, economic policy, climate and environment there as well, but also a sort of left populism generally. Having Keir Starmer there as your foil is really, really helpful. Zach Polanski going to ground, I think, as you put it, to sort of work out what's September, what's Act 2 of Zach Polanski as Green Party leader. He'll probably be thinking about Andy Burnham. What does it mean if you have a less egregiously right-wing Labour Party leader? What do you do if you don't have someone who is quite happily telling left-wing Labour Party activists, well, there's the door? What happens if you clamp down on the wildly Islamophobic briefings, which refer to Muslim members leaving the party over Gaza as shaking off the fleas? What happens if all those things change? It doesn't mean that there's no space for Zach Polanski or there's no space for the Green Party, but it's something that really does need careful strategizing.
I don't think there are, in a way, like my politics is I would quite like there to be some kind of electoral alliance. I've been talking a lot about compromise and yada, yada, yada. I think the way that politics is at the moment, it will be very, very difficult and I don't know if they'll want for the Greens to have any kind of alliance with the Labour Party, because I do think Andy Burnham is going to do some things which are very objectionable to Zach Polanski and the Greens. He's going to, I don't know if he will, but it seems likely that he's going to keep Shabana Mahmood in post. And even if she were to move, I don't think he's going to change the policies, right? This is going to be a party which is still sort of somewhat socially conservative on some social issues. He's going to be the MP for Makerfield if he wins, right? Which is a Leave voting seat, which is very sceptical of immigration, which is quite socially conservative. I think actually it might be really significant that he ends up as the MP of Makerfield if he wins, as opposed to the MP of Gorton and Denton. Because if he was the MP of Gorton and Denton, you could see him being much more drawn towards that section of the PLP that says our biggest threat is the Greens. We really need to win back our Liberal wing. The fact that he's in Makerfield, I think, is going to mean he's focusing much more on reform. And I think that is going to, leave a lot of space for Zach Polanski as a political entrepreneur to sort of draw dividing lines, which do matter to significant sections of the British population. And will also make it, if he were inclined to want a progressive alliance, will make it difficult with many of his activists.
Well, I think that there's... I think this is where it comes back to the difference between a first past the post system and the sort of disciplining effect that has versus other kinds of electoral system. So places win elections, people don't. in this system. And there are more Makerfields than there are Gorton and Dentons, just numerically. And that's not a reflection of how many people there are. It's just that progressives tend to be more stacked up in these sort of electorally less useful urban and outer urban concentrations. And, you know, you've also got age affecting turnout, this, that, and the other. So I think even if Andy Burnham were to be the MP of Gorton and Denton, he's still going to have that kind of, if you want to use this as a shorthand, Makerfield orientation, because that's how a first past the post electoral system works. Like that's...
Well, everyone's always more scared of losing their own seat, though, because they just think it'd be humiliating.
Well, yeah, it is humiliating, but I think you also have an understanding of like what gets you there. I mean, and this is the thing about the 2024 election, which is Keir Starmer wins on fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn gets in 2019, but it's an absolute night and day when you think about how that turns out in parliamentary seats. And you have to say, well, that was a masterclass in voter efficiency. You can look at it and go, but in terms of like democratic participation and buy-in and faith in politics, it's really, really bad. But within a broken system, Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney did really, really well. And I think that's kind of undeniable. So I think that you know, conservative pull or, you know, sort of de-radicalizing pull is a feature of first past the post politics. But ironically, so is instability, right? The kind of instability that's become the norm over the past 10 years is in part a reflection of the first past the post system. It cannot contain five-party reality. It cannot contain the fact that the two major parties have been absolutely hemorrhaging faith and enthusiasm and democratic buy-in. And so I think that we're in this really strange you know, position politically, because you've got these two completely different effects of the same thing. First past the post pulls you in a more conservative direction. It's also produced a much more polarized and polarizing politics, which refuses to remain intact for a full, you know, parliamentary term.
Interestingly, on the question of sort of split votes and electoral reform, something that I think has gone slightly under the radar. So the Tories, when they were in power, very cynically removed second preference voting for mayoral elections. So, you know, since they were introduced, it has been the case that you can vote your first choice, your second choice, your third choice in these metro mayor elections. And that has meant, so say in London, I think historically the Greens have often done quite well on first preferences, but then Labour do well on second preferences, and that's one of the reasons why Sadiq Khan has been so successful. The Tories got rid of that. They made it just pure first past the post, I think purely cynically, because they thought that would advantage them, because they saw the left as more, or the progressive wing or the liberal wing as more divided than the right. Labour, I think just in the past few weeks have changed that back. So it is now the case that this Manchester Metro Mayor by-election, if Andy Burnham wins, or it wouldn't be a by-election, so if Andy Burnham wins this by-election, then there would be a new Metro Mayor for Manchester election, and that would be fought on first and second preference voting, which in a way would make for a much more healthy political culture in Greater Manchester, because you can't say to everyone, well, you can't vote Green because you'll let Reform in, because you can just, well, they say, well, we'll vote Green first and Labour second. And that will be just as effective at keeping Reform out as if we voted Labour first.
Well, you also have ranked choice in the New York mayoralty election, which is how you end up with Mamdani being able to encourage a tactical voting strategy, appealing to moderates to say, I can't remember who the other guy's name was. You know, the
Jewish guy.
Yeah. I was going to say the cute roly-poly guy, but you know what I mean. Brad something.
Yeah, Brad Seltzer. I don't know. We don't know his name.
You made that up.
Brad Lander.
I think Land is in there.
I think Brad Seltzer is a person, but I don't know who.
But look, you know, Mamdani is able to motivate not just his core base, but to appeal to tactical voting centrists, saying, well, look, it's important to all of us to keep out Cuomo. So I do think that there are, you know, there's sometimes a tendency amongst the left to sort of sneer at proportional representation as a sort of lib solution to what is a structural economic problem. But different electoral systems do produce different opportunities, different barriers, different thresholds you have to get over. It does produce different political cultures, and I think that is worth thinking about. It's not just lib shit.
He's called Brad Lander.
Lander.
And I've got no idea who Brad Seltzer was. I sort of Googled him and nothing sort of came up that why that would have sort of got into my head. Luckily, it wasn't something really embarrassing when I Googled it. It just didn't seem like there was anyone sort of
Can you
particularly famous.
imagine?
Yeah. Right, let's go to our next interview. Manchesterism has come up a lot this by-election. Its concept often tied to Andy Burnham's personal brand. I think he's explicitly told interviewers he doesn't stand for Burnhamism, he stands for Manchesterism, and people have been trying to fill in the gaps. The idea often put forward is that Manchesterism reflects the way Manchester Mayor has overseen an economic and cultural boom that's taken place in the city. However, in a recent New Statesman article, author Isaac Rose says, it's not all it seems. In fact, he says, far from being a transformative new politics, Manchesterism is just neoliberalism redux. I'm joined now by Isaac Rose, who wrote that piece. He's a tenant organiser and author of the book, The Rentier City, Manchester and the Making of the Neoliberal Metropolis. Isaac, thank you for joining us on the show, especially at this late hour. Andy Burnham has said he wants to put an end to 40 years of neoliberalism. You're not convinced he means it, are you?
Well, I think there's kind of two things to say. One is like to hang an argument against neoliberalism off what's happened in Manchester over the last few decades is difficult, I think, because the record of Manchester and what's happened here, I think, is actually a very good example of a kind of way of using the state to sort of facilitate private accumulation through sort of property development, rentierism, and landlordism. So I think it's actually a very good example of neoliberalism. So it's kind of odd to be pointing to Manchester as the example where, you know, we can see some sort of prefigurative world beyond neoliberalism. And then the second thing to say is that actually Burnham has had very little to do with that. So there's almost like two things that are being confused, I think. And the second thing is like, you know, this is a long story of Manchester's transformation over kind of the last 30 years. And actually Burnham kind of came pretty late to the story in 2017, where a lot of stuff was already in train. And I actually think Burnham's record here is kind of more contradictory than that. Like he has been pretty critical of, you know, homelessness in Manchester, for instance. You know, he's been rhetorically critical of like the focus on the centre of the kind of city region, and he's been much more about kind of rebalancing out from the city centre. But then at the same time, in the kind of national eye, he is, you know, basking in a certain glow of like what's happened in Manchester, which is like the skyscrapers that have all popped up in the last 10 years. And before that, this kind of longer history of like, yeah, the brand of Manchester and the kind of smart kind of branding and investment strategies that the council used like right back to the kind of early 90s. So yeah, I think I wrote that thing mostly to sort of say, one, it's kind of odd to hang an argument against neoliberalism on the actual concrete things that have happened in Manchester. I mean, the thing that people talk about a lot is the buses. But the buses, you know, it's like TfL. I mean, I don't think, you know, they're good. It's good that the buses were re-regulated, but I don't think it's like prefiguring socialism or anything like that, or even necessarily like prefiguring a kind of super interventionist or kind of productive state that's like owning sections of the economy. It's like they're private operators that are better kind of regulated and kind of franchised than previously, like in London. But the wider picture of Manchester isn't really one that I would look to say, like, this is where neoliberalism is going to be overturned. But then there's a kind of second story of Burnham's own position within all that, which is, you know, not super straightforward. Like, I don't think he's the biggest champion of everything that's happened in Manchester. He's been critical at points, but, you know, he also has this relationship with it. If you look at his videos like the Manchester skyscrapers and so on. So yeah.
And I mean, potentially from sort of a broader political economic perspective, more interesting than what Burnham believes is what to make of Manchester and what has happened there. Because I mean, lots of people are looking at Manchester as a sort of rare example of somewhere in the UK outside of London that in terms of growth, in terms of people moving there, in terms of development, has had a good few decades. I think it's had 3.1% growth over the past decade, double the UK average. And so people are saying this is what we want. We want to see cities doing well. We want people to be moving there for them to have dynamic industries as opposed to sort of gradual decline. Do you think there's any truth to that, or is that a sort of narrative that you just don't buy into?
I mean, I think what's happened in the centre of Manchester is obviously quite remarkable. Like, to see the transformation of it, and the repopulation of the city centre, or it wasn't repopulated because it was never populated, but like that kind of very intense development and the very intense kind of population of people moving into that city centre is in and of itself a fairly remarkable thing that's happened. And it's right that people are talking about it. I don't know if it's like, I rely a lot on kind of research that kind of urban geographers and political economists at Sheffield have done, which basically shows that the broader picture of Greater Manchester is that, yes, there is obviously dramatic population increases and productivity increases in a very small section of the urban core, where they've relied on professional services jobs and the fact that there's a lot of students here and research outputs of the university, and also a kind of consumption-led economy, lots of people moving into the city centre, spending money in bars and so on. Like that is allowed to happen and can happen in a very small section. But whether that's actually transformed Greater Manchester as a whole is a more difficult thing to argue. I mean, the research shows that there aren't that many productivity gains across Greater Manchester as a whole. The population hasn't grown massively. Manchester's able to do that because of specific things to do with the core of Manchester. Whether that's a kind of model that you can kind of replicate anywhere, I'm somewhat skeptical of. And I also think the celebration of that also kind of masks a lot of the really negative things that have happened, which is, massive rent increases, demolition of estates in the kind of urban core, in the inner city, kind of gentrification and displacement. These are the kind of effects of piling a load of investment and development into the city centre, is that the kind of historic working class areas of the inner city are increasingly unaffordable, and there's been estate demolitions and so on. So it's not an uncritically good thing that's happened. And I think to look at Manchester and just say, like, yes, that is what we need to do everywhere is really, I think, quite far off the mark, I suppose.
Isaac Rose, thank you so much for joining us this evening. People can check out your article in the New Statesman, and also your book. Remind me of the name of your book and sort of, I suppose, the elevator pitch.
It's called The Rentier City. It's, basically a kind of analysis, a critical analysis of what's happened to Manchester, but kind of situates it within the longer history of the city. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Isaac Rose, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Okay, at some point we're going to have probably Aaron Bastani interviewing Dan Hodges at The Count. So we're just going to wait until we can line that up for you. In the meantime, Ash, I've really enjoyed all of these debates about what Manchesterism is, because even though it seems like, from the perspective of Andy Burnham, there's something a bit superficial about it, and sort of people are reading into it what they want to read into it. But I would like us to have more sort of national debates about
has this city grown in a good direction? What were the policies that made it happen? Because too often, everything's so abstract. People just say, we want growth, we want to end regional inequality, we want to do... No, it's so big and grand and often just a bit meaningless. And I think going down to the micro level and saying, what happened in this city? Did it work? Did it not? There's something productive about that to me.
You know what? I was actually going to address your question in a completely different way, where I was going to say that vibes can be deep and vibes can be shallow. And one of the things that has struck me about this Andy Burnham campaign, obviously he's standing in a Wigan seat. He's not standing in a Manchester seat. But the vibes seem to me to be a bit shallow. So you had the things that you would expect, a little bit of a Northern Soul overtone, which is a sort of nod to, Wigan Casino and the sort of like pop culture engine that Wigan was in the 70s, in particular. You had the campaign video with Oasis, as some might say, sort of nod to Manchester as a culture, and not just Manchesterism as a sort of political program. But that still struck me as a more shallow evocation of place than you got, for instance, and I know I'm talking about him a lot, Zoran Mamdani in New York City, right? One of the things that you can just really tell about Zoran Mamdani is that he loves New York City, he loves the people of New York City, and he's able to sort of conjure a vision of his New York through that really quite deep knowledge. And so he does it in a way which is beneficial to his political program. We'll talk about the, Yemeni bodega owners and, the Afghan halal cart guys. He'll be able to name check queer venues at the same time as talking about the New York Knicks. He's got a love of place and it has a sort of depth and texture. Whereas I kind of felt with Andy Burnham's campaign videos, it lacked some of that. And I was surprised by that.
Is that not just because he's a boomer?
Andy Burnham, he's X. He's Gen X, not a boomer.
He's Gen X, not boomer. Yeah, that's true. Because I think Andy Burnham, in a way, I would say that the way people talk about Andy Burnham does seem quite similar to the way people talk about Zoran Mamdani. Sort of, where they say this whole thing of speaking to sort of the cultural sense of a region actually does come across as quite genuine, and people respond to it quite well, which is one of the reasons why he won in every single ward at the last mayoral election.
I'd say, but for me, I'm not saying that it's astroturfy. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the roots of it do not seem quite as deep or as quite as in love, as quite as romantic, as quite as impassioned as Zoran Mamdani. But here's another similarity between the two. And I think that this is maybe where I'd if not disagree with our previous guest, Isaac Rose, a bit, maybe try and add to the discussion and see what he makes of it, which is, I think, part of being a mayor is that you have to make a list of priorities. What fights are you going to pick and what ones are you not going to pick? And so you could make an argument that Mamdani, in some areas, is actually to the right of some of his establishment Democrat predecessors. He is not taking on the NYPD. He is not running on an end to stop and frisk like Bill de Blasio did. Jessica Tisch is still the head of the NYPD. And that's because there are other things that he wants to do, right? Rent freezes, free childcare, free bus travel, etc. Same with Burnham. You could say he focused on the buses. And in order to do that, he sort of made a call, which is, I'm not going to fuck with real estate.
He's also become a bit of a yimby. We are going to go back to the Makerfield count now, where I believe Aaron is speaking to journalist Dan Hodges.
Countdown. Good evening, everyone. I feel like this is Eurovision, which, look, there could be worse things to imitate. It's rather popular. Dan?
You going to sing? You going to sing for us?
Well, I might sing if Andy Burnham does something spectacular.
Well, I think the fat lady's getting ready to sing. So,
you think so?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So let's start with that. Do you think Andy Burnham's won this? And if he has, and by the way, your coverage of this has been spectacular over the last 2-3 weeks. How long does Keir Starmer have as PM?
Well, firstly, yes, I think Andy Burnham's won. I think he's probably going to win by maybe a slightly larger margin than some people expected. Although, to be honest, I mean, if you look at the polls, if you look at the feedback that has been coming from the constituency, he's basically been ahead from the beginning. So I'm not entirely sure that's quite the upset that some people seem to think. And then, who knows? I mean, I would be amazed if by this time next week, Keir Starmer hasn't set out some form of timetable for his departure as Prime Minister. I mean, we're going to see tomorrow morning and over the weekend a huge push from within the Parliamentary Labour Party to set out a timetable. There's going to be pressure put on him over the weekend and at the start of next week. His political cabinet on Tuesday. My understanding is the bulk of the cabinet are now preparing to tell him, look, it's time to set out a timetable. And if he doesn't do that, then I think by the end of the week, then either Andy Burnham or one of the other candidates, Wes Streeting, or maybe both, will have triggered a formal contest.
So is that going to be a collective effort, or if Burnham wins big tonight, let's say by 3, 4, 5,000 plus, are you going to have quite big names try and get themselves into the early morning news cycle, get into the Today programme, try and get a few headlines before 10, 11 a.m., or is it going to be actually more coordinated and orchestrated than that?
No, I think there'll be a degree of coordination. I don't think we'll see ministers sort of breaking cover publicly over the next 24, 48 hours. I don't think we'll get resignations. We might do, but I think that's unlikely. My understanding is, as I say, initially the PLP will take a lead. I think we'll see a wave of Labour MPs breaking cover tomorrow. Then, as I said, there'll probably be discussions, or certainly Andy Burnham's team are hoping to have discussions with Keir Starmer's team over the weekend. There may well be some sort of discussion between Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham himself. If Keir Starmer still digs in, then at that point, I think we'll start seeing the cabinet move both individually and collectively. And then, as I say, if Keir Starmer still doesn't bow to the political reality, that's the point at which I think people will finally trigger a formal contest if it comes to that.
You sound sceptical. It sounds like you think he'll try and hang on.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know, just because I, like a lot of other people, have just been getting completely conflicting things. So a few weeks ago, I was told by somebody who's very close to him, no, he gets it. I was also told he's just waiting for a window where he can set out the departure on his terms. But every time those opportunities arise, he doesn't take them, and he continues to play for time. But I think the reality of this victory, the reality of where it will leave Andy Burnham, where it will leave his other potential challengers. I mean, I know we've said, and I've certainly said it, look, Keir Starmer doesn't understand politics, but he's going to have to be pretty, frankly, sick not to face the political reality of what's coming down the track at it.
Yeah, he had a defence secretary who resigned. It was a person who didn't even resign when he was in the Corbyn shadow cabinet. I mean, that is quite an accolade.
And also, that was a week or next week, we were going to see Keir Starmer and his team talking about how Keir Starmer is the man for the world stage, the man for the international moment, trying to contrast his international experience with that of Andy Burnham. Obviously, John Healey and Al Kahns have completely pulled the rug out from under that strategy.
And you said that Burnham was going to win this from the start. Do you think he's gained votes over the course of the campaign? Another way of putting that is, do you think he's had a good campaign?
Yeah, he has. I mean, my understanding is the late breakers have broken in his favour. Why, as I said, I think it'll be quite a significant margin of victory. He's fought exactly the right sort of campaign for this constituency. He hasn't allowed himself to get sucked into the broader national issues. Obviously, there's been the backdrop of vote for me and you get rid of Starmer, but he hasn't really got caught up in things like a big debate about Brexit or even a big debate about his economic strategy or any of the other big issues. So yes, I mean, he has had a good campaign. Now, in a sense, this was the easy part, though. I mean, he's obviously then got to win a Labour leadership election, and if he does win a Labour leadership election, then he's got to convince the country. And I think one of the key things being in the constituency, I mean, I've been here a lot over the last month, is the reason Andy Burnham's won is because of his personal brand. As I wrote, half the people in this constituency know him, and the other half think they know him. But that's very particular to here in Makerfield. Whether he can translate that more widely to the country as a whole is going to be one of the big questions that he faces. But obviously, he is going to secure a very significant personal mandate here this evening, and one that he will then leverage certainly into the upcoming Labour leadership contest and beyond.
And did Reform have a good campaign? Had they had a different candidate, could they have won this?
No, I mean it's hard to see how Reform could have had a worse campaign. I mean, obviously they had an excellent backdrop going into it. They obviously had the momentum from the local elections. They chose completely the wrong candidate in Robert Kenyon, who firstly was quite clearly out of his depth as a candidate, but also for reasons I still don't understand, given that it was such a high-profile contest. They failed to adequately vet him, which to me is inexplicable. And obviously the crucial thing is they allowed their campaign to be completely pulled off track by their reaction to the Restore threat, or the perceived Restore threat. I mean, I'm hearing different things. I mean, I think Restore will either get to or close to double figures, but I'm not entirely sure Restore will represent the margin of victory. And what we saw certainly for the last 3 weeks was Reform basically stopped talking to the Makerfield constituency as a whole and just concentrated exclusively on what they perceived to be the 7, 8, 9% of the electorate that they thought were going to vote Restore. And as I think we're going to see, that was completely the wrong strategy.
Final question. Thanks. That was a really interesting response. On Restore, let's say they keep the deposit. I think that seems quite a safe speculation at this point. Are they here to stay as a problem for Reform? You know, so it was something that was put to me by Michelle Dewberry, actually, was that maybe Nigel Farage will look back on that fallout with Rupert Lowe as the single biggest mistake of his career. He hasn't made that many. He's generally seemed to go up, even when he seemingly makes missteps. But if Restore are here to stay, and if they're basically going to be this pressure group taking Reform to one side of the political debate and away from the centre of the public conversation, that's a problem for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, in a sense, Restore have been giving Reform, if you like, a dose of their own medicine. You know, it's literally the playbook that Reform used to insert themselves into the political mainstream is exactly what Restore have done to Reform. Now, in terms of what happens after this, I think it's dependent on a couple of things. Firstly, it's dependent on what Restore get. If they are close to double figures, I think they will continue to be a problem. The second thing is, how do Reform react? I mean, it's quite clear, again, for reasons I don't understand, whatever the political impact of Restore here, they have got into Nigel Farage's head. They've got into his head. They've got into the head of his inner circle. And they don't know how to deal with Restore at the moment. The one thing I would say, though, is Restore have poured a lot of resources into this constituency. I mean, I was here over the weekend. I think they had like 700 activists out on the streets. You can do that in one by-election. You can't do that nationally. So the issue for Restore is, if they do have a sort of a breakthrough here, how can they then leverage that up into a national presence? Of course, the next thing we've got coming up is the Manchester mayoral campaign. They're talking about running candidate there. They could have a presence there. But moving beyond that, how they can move beyond, obviously, Great Yarmouth, where they had successes in the local elections, and how they can leverage their presence here, that's a question. But the one thing is for certain is, if Reform continue to react to Restore in the way they have done in this by-election, then Restore are going to be a serious problem for them.
Dan, super interesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I'm still just feeling really, it's so novel having Aaron at the count and we float it. I feel like I felt this is great. I love this. If you want to keep us chirpy as we get more and more professional as an organisation that can do live coverage, throwing to our correspondents, doing interesting interviews. We didn't have any of the very entertaining delays there because they were in the same place. Maybe we should have got them to sort of stand a bit further away from each other if we wanted some sort of comedic value. But if you want to help us do more of this kind of thing, you know what to do. novaramedia.com/support. I wonder, Stephen, do we know how many people have signed up? 36, so 6, but only 6 since we said 30. Only 6.
Come on.
Come on. 6, was that half an hour? We got 6? Maybe an hour, we got 6? Come on. Right, if there's ever a time to get out your debit card
Is jacked Aaron Bastani a joke to you?
Well, I was just going to say it's at 1:45 on a weeknight. Right, this is all the best decisions about your finances and your future. You should make them after midnight. That's what's always kept me on the straight and narrow. That's my advice for you guys. Ash, what I want to speak to you about now, in that conversation there between Dan and Aaron, they were talking a lot about, I suppose, the electoral implications of Restore. And Dan Hodges' view, if my interpretation was correct, was that the decision by Nigel Farage to really take the threat from Restore very seriously and very proactively try and court people who were moving towards Restore could be electorally damaging to Reform because it's going to turn off sort of more middling, less extreme voters. I think that's perfectly plausible. My worry, though, is that Reform are still going to be big contenders for government. And we now do seem to have on the right of politics quite an extreme great moving right show, right? Because when it was just Reform and the Tories, even then, that was still sort of to the right of the Tories on many questions, many important questions. But the hope was, or my feeling was, that sort of now Reform was thinking it was a party of government. It was going to go into reassurance mode, I suppose, to basically say, yes, of course, we want to stop the boats, but we're not racist. We really value Britain as a multicultural country, yada, yada, yada. We're not Donald Trump. I thought they might go into reassurance mode to try and win a majority. We now have Nigel Farage doing white identity politics to try and compete with quite an openly racist party. And there's something quite scary about that.
So one of the things that we haven't talked about so far tonight are what are the big political events that happened during the by-election but weren't in Makerfield. And I think undeniably it's the Henry Novak body cam footage being released and the subsequent rioting in Southampton. And then you've got what happened in Belfast with the attempted murder that took place on a council estate. And both of those things, I think, show where we are post-Southport. So post-Axel Ruda-Cabana, we are now in a political environment where violent crime is being seen through the prism of race in a way which is volatile and explosive and kind of unique. It only works that way when you have a perpetrator of colour or an alleged perpetrator of colour and a white victim. So there have, of course, been instances of people dying in police custody, being disbelieved by police, who've died and their final words are, "I can't breathe," who are people of colour in this country and also white people in this country. You have even worse instances of police violence than that when you think about something like the Sarah Everard murder at the hands of Wayne Couzens. At no point in any of these cases that I'm thinking of, whether it's Ian Tomlinson or whether it's thinking about Sarah Everard, did the right make it part of their core celeb. Actually, it was the opposite. You had Nigel Farage saying, you can't besmirch the majority of decent police officers on the basis of this one man, Wayne Couzens. When it came to the body cam footage being released in which Henry Novak was disbelieved, patronised, and died in circumstances which were cruel and undignified, he says, what was it? Cold rage, right? Cold
hard rage, I think it was.
Cold hard rage.
Pure cold rage.
Pure cold rage. And that's a very different rhetorical place to be in. And the reason why he's saying that is because of the dimensions of race in the case, right? A perpetrator of colour, Vikram Digwa, who also falsely accused the victim, Henry Novak, of racism. And that's now going to be how crimes are looked at, right? Anytime you have a perpetrator of colour and a white victim, you have this potential for not just politicization, and politicization is the wrong word, right? There are lots of political dimensions to how does policing work, right? How does mental health care work? What's going on in estates that have essentially been left to rot, and vulnerable people are at the mercy of people who are also vulnerable but much more violent? Like, those are political questions. It's actually, how is it going to be weaponized to try and stoke racial violence on the streets, right? Like, this is the era that we're in. And I think that that's a sort of place where Rupert Lowe feels very comfortable. Now, just to say, when it came to Southampton, he said, "Patriots, don't do anything stupid. We don't need you in jail." That's very different from condemning racist violence on its own terms. Patriots, don't do anything stupid is a very different kind of place. But when you look at the sort of Restore social media presence, it is explicitly and viciously racist. When you think about the kinds of people who are now, either signing up as members of the party or sort of in their orbit, that's including neo-Nazis and Vichyites. Nigel Farage has often prided himself as being, well, I'm standing between you and Tommy Robinson, right? That's his sort of political pitch. It's like, you're not going to like what comes after me. Rupert Lowe is, I'm what comes after him. And I think that there's two things that you might want to think of. One is the dimension which you just spoke to, which is, you've got this right-wing electoral threat, and so that means that you have an increasing radicalization of reform. There's another world in which Nigel Farage looks at that and goes, that's good for us. It makes us look a bit less scary.
I think that's coherent. I don't think sort of many people in the electorate say, oh, I thought he was extreme, but now there's these real wacky fascists over there. I see Farage as relatively normal. Maybe it's possible over a sort of very long period of time, but it's not exactly like the growth of reform made moderates fall in love with the Tories. Okay, we're going to go on to another interview. There's one paper that's been following Andy Burnham closely for quite a while. Obviously, everyone's been talking about Manchesterism over the past 6 weeks. The Manchester Mill have been talking about what's going on in Manchester for a number of years. Its editor, Yoshi Herman, spoke to me earlier today. Yoshi Herman from The Mill, thank you so much for joining us on Novara.
Hey, lovely to be here.
Obviously, since this by-election was called, everyone has been talking about Manchesterism, Greater Manchester, what kind of Prime Minister Andy Burnham would be. A couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago now, you wrote an article that sort of went quite viral, really, based on years of reporting on Andy Burnham as Greater Manchester Mayor. What did you think the rest of the country, or journalists in the rest of the country, were missing about Andy Burnham compared to someone who's been reporting locally?
I thought there were sort of two stories being told about Andy Burnham in the national media. One of them was very optimistic, and it was that he is someone with a sort of radical program, an analysis of the country that he would be able to bring from testing it in Manchester to implementing it on the national stage. The other was, much more critical, which kind of cast Andy Burnham as a sort of cynical chameleon, a sort of a great communicator who ultimately has no substance to him. And I ultimately thought that both of those were slightly missing what I think really does make him such an interesting, talented politician. And I think neither of them quite put their finger on what some of the sort of problems might be if you put him in number 10.
And basically that's because you think he's good at moral leadership, but not necessarily policy. And actually you think that is a big part of being a Metro Mayor, but not necessarily such a big part of being Prime Minister, or at least being Prime Minister also requires better policy chops, I suppose, or a political vision.
I think the thing that I've really noticed about him over the years, covering him on the Mill, is that he is capable of a sort of like emotional leadership, emotional connection with people that I think a lot of British politicians really struggle with. I don't know if that's to do with our sort of Protestant nation that we live in, or something to do with his more Catholic roots. Maybe that's too reductive, but there is a way in which he is able to latch onto emotional issues and causes and to articulate how people feel, not just their analysis of what's going wrong, but how they feel in a particular moment, which he did brilliantly during the pandemic, that I think is really unusual. I described it as a sort of pastor role almost, or like a kind of old school municipal leadership, where you are primarily seen not as a tribal figure, you are primarily seen as a non-partisan leader of the flock. And I think that's like a very, very important role. And I think some of that will translate really well to being Prime Minister. There will be moments, I think, that Andy Burnham is able to articulate what the nation is feeling, or what a lot of people are feeling, which I think will be incredibly valuable. And I think there's that slightly kind of, someone said constipated feel about Keir Starmer. There's a slight feeling that he can't quite get his emotions across. I think you won't so much get that with Burnham. I think it's double-edged, of course. I think like being able to emotionally connect is partly based on the fact that Burnham is constantly listening for signals. He's got a great antennae about what people care about. He does a weekly radio show up here where he listens a lot. I sense he's a great listener. People who've worked with him say he's a great listener. And I think that is somewhat double-edged, because I don't think he's particularly resilient. I noticed there was another journalist who went up to Makerfield and asked him about the piece that I wrote and put some of the questions. It was Alva Ray from the New Statesman. And he described me as a sort of, I think he said he's not sympathetic or something. You just immediately thought, wow, that's quite thin-skinned for a guy who's going to be Prime Minister and who is going to have hundreds of journalists scrutinising him at any time. And I think that is an area where his personality could become, a little bit unstuck.
I mean, especially as the piece wasn't exactly a hit job, you were sort of saying he does have some qualities, he lacks others. I suppose on the policy question, there's been a debate about Andy Burnham. There's also been a debate about Manchester, what its growth model was. Should it be looked to as sort of an example for the rest of the country? And I suppose you can group them in two, really. One sort of saying, actually, Manchester was neoliberalism. It was private developers getting given free land and then getting subsidised to build skyscrapers, which has been good for growth in Manchester, but hasn't necessarily been good for equality. And then there are other people who focus on, I suppose, the buses, basically, the buses being brought back under public control. I'm not sure, I mean, you can speak to if there is much else to sort of the municipal socialist ideal of Manchester than that. But yeah, if you could speak to that policy, how should we understand what has happened in Manchester over the past 20 years? And I suppose what it had to do with Andy Burnham or didn't have to do with Andy Burnham.
Yeah, I think what happens when someone's rising to power is various people brand their ideas with that person, or they try to associate their ideas with that person. And you've noticed various different people branding what they believe in as Manchesterism. I think if you were going to define a modern Manchesterism, let's say the economic formula that's been important for Manchester to go from its 1980s malaise to where it is now, the fastest growing city region in the country, you would say that is not a particularly socialist or left-wing vision. I mean, it was overseen by a Labour administration, Sir Richard Lees and Sir Howard Bernstein, who oversaw the city for 25 years. They were sort of Labour figures, but they very much welcomed in the private sector, and they were willing to go and make almost any compromise to get cash into the city. If it came from an Emirati family where there might be human rights concerns, maybe a Liverpool or a Leeds might have said, oh, I'm not sure about that. But they would go to the property fair in the south of France and they would go and sell Manchester to get that deal. If it involved giving away a bit of council land, for example, maybe a leader in one of the other cities would have said, oh, I'm not sure about this. Does this accord with our principles? And Manchester Labour were utterly pragmatic about it. They just went and got the investment. So that was what Andy Burnham came into. I wouldn't say he particularly changed the story or moved the dial. He was a very good salesman for Manchester in an important period. He was a good emotional leader, etc. But I don't think he was responsible for the strategy of the city, and I don't think he particularly embodied it. I think Andy Burnham has always been more interested in sort of human politics. There's a phrase he often used in meetings, I'm told, which was like, he would talk about a kind of couple of people sitting on a hill. I think it was in Oldham or Rochdale, one of the boroughs on the edge of Greater Manchester. And these people are looking into the city, and like, what's the path, he would ask, for those people sitting on the hill in Rochdale? You can literally sit on the hill in Oldham and you can look at the amazing city. And what is the path for them? And I think the buses for him was like, that's like a way of literally, you get people to come into Manchester so they can have the opportunities. I think if you were really scraping around for more municipal socialism beyond the buses, you might say the airport. I mean, the airport was kind of a genius move, which is that, public control of an airport. It's now been, a large portion of it's been sold. But that gave additional revenue to the councils of Greater Manchester, in particular Manchester, for during a very important period. It gave them an extra 10-20 million pounds a year to spend. So that was important, although I noticed some people who are championing the more left-wing vision of Burnhamism don't so much want to talk about the airport because perhaps it doesn't quite fit into their vision. But I think that beyond that, you are talking about an economy that was red in tooth and claw. You're talking about an economy that, if you look out from my office where I'm sitting now, you can see 5 or 6 towers that didn't exist 15 years ago, one of which did, but most of them didn't. And I think that has come about from persuading German pension funds and Canadian, hedge funds and Emirati investors that they can make a return on investment on the basics of life, i.e. housing. So I don't think you can now say, well, Burnham's all about returning the investment, the basics of life to public ownership or to public control, because that hasn't been the story of Manchester's success.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the centralisation of the British state and to what extent Andy Burnham would devolve that. I suppose I'll move on to that in one moment in terms of will he. But before we get to that, I suppose there could be an argument about Manchester development where they had to rely on foreign international capital because they didn't have the power to borrow themselves or to raise their own taxes because we do have such a centralised political and economic system. So is there an argument that, if Andy Burnham is a bit more left-wing than he was 20 years ago, say, he might say, look, I like what's happened in Manchester, but we could have done it in a different way. And when I'm Prime Minister, we will sort of develop the country in a way which is more publicly focused so that we can have the good bits of Manchester without the inequality. I don't know, I may be reaching here, but I wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, I think you can reach. I mean, that's the kind of real Burnhamism's never been tried argument. Are we such a centralised country that effectively his vision hasn't been possible to implement? Possibly. If that were the case, I would have expected to hear Andy Burnham talk about ending neoliberalism a lot earlier than he did. This theme has, I remember it came in the New Statesman piece that Tom McTague wrote last year. You've heard the odd thing, but I've been going to Andy Burnham's speeches, press conferences, listening to his podcast appearances for a long time now. And that hasn't been a major theme. Dismantling the kind of Blairite architecture of the state has not been a major theme of Andy Burnham's. He has talked about reconnecting with working class voters a lot, but not in a kind of way that had a kind of anti-Thatcherite policy program that was clearly kind of stamped on top of it. But you could make that argument. I mean, obviously he's been operating in very severe constraints. I mean, city region mayors don't have an awful lot of hard power. He has skillfully negotiated more powers and more pots of money. There's this big concept of getting a single pot of funding, which is much more powerful for mayors to have a single pot than to have loads of little different pots, because it means the government can't tell you what to do with the money. You've got more freedom to choose. But fundamentally, the architects of the Greater Manchester economy, which I think is a relatively Blairite economy. It's about let's get as much economic growth as possible, as much growth as possible, and as much building as possible. And let's hope that that results in good outcomes for working people, as well as the new middle class people who come here, as well as the investors. Now, I actually think our analysis has shown, when the Mill has looked into it, that has been the case. Not entirely. But for example, we found when we analysed it, there are more lower income people living in the city centre now in Manchester than there were 20 years ago. Now, there are also a lot of wealthier people living in the city centre, but it's not the case that that Manchester itself has become a total no-go zone for lower income people. So I think that version of economics has been predominant. And I haven't heard a lot of sort of Andy Burnham over the years wanting to do that totally differently. And the people who designed that economy, not just Leeson Bernstein, but the economists who worked with them, Mike Emmerich, Diane Coyle, all those people, they realized there wasn't enough cash in, not just in the Manchester system, but in the UK system to create the kind of growth that they wanted. And therefore they'd have to take some money from places that frankly people on the left of the Labour Party might not have been comfortable with. So I think that's the reality of why they did it.
Andy Burnham clearly has wanted to be Prime Minister for a while. He stood to be Labour leader in 2010 and 2015. Now, I mean, he's gone to great lengths now to sort of
I suppose, fashion a moment in which it's now very plausible that he will become Prime Minister. You've been following him for years now. Do you have a sense of why? What drives Andy Burnham to want so much to be Prime Minister, especially as someone, whose politics have changed quite a lot? It's not like he's desperate to implement some ideology or other. Why does he want the job?
Yeah, it's definitely not the thing that you just said. It's certainly not that he's got a sort of program. I mean, I think there are some politicians. I think of like an Ed Miliband. He's like in his head, stored for 20 years. He's had this policy program and he just wants to implement it. Like, I can't think of a politician who'd be more different from that than Andy Burnham. I wonder. This won't sound like a compliment, but I wonder whether there's a part of it that. Do you remember? There's a famous David Cameron quote that he once said, "I'd like to be Prime Minister because I thought I'd be pretty good at it." And I think a lot of people felt that was incredibly bloodless. Like, we don't just want prime ministers who just think they'll be like technically good at the role. We want people who've got something they want to do with the country. But I think with Burnham, I think he probably, and I'm totally surmising here now, I think he probably looks around and he thinks, wow, like these guys aren't very good. Like, I'm really good at this communicating. I'm really good at connecting with people. Throw me into a football stadium or a pub. Throw me into almost any social situation and I can come across well. And that's a huge skill he has. And he must look at these other politicians who like look incredibly uncomfortable, like Rishi Sunak, like barely be able to communicate with some kids in a classroom, Keir Starmer, similarly in social situations, just looking certainly on camera, not quite like he's at ease. And Burnham must look at all that and think, hang on, like I'm naturally much more capable as a politician. I think the thing that we need to learn, or the thing that I think I probably already know, is there more to it than that? I don't think Andy Burnham's a lightweight or a fake or a chameleon or anything, but I think he's a politician who's ultimately reactive. I remember there was an instance where an issue came up about disabled people not being able to get access to stations, to the platforms. And no other politician was really talking about it, but Andy Burnham made it a big thing. I remember he kept on talking about it. He talked about it on the radio, he talked about it in press conferences, and he kind of moved it forward, and suddenly everyone was talking about it. And I think he's like that. He's on the battlefield and he notices a little opening, a little window in the opposition ranks, and he runs through it. And I think that's what he's good at. But I don't think it's about bringing a program, and I suspect his ambition is more about the kind of I'll be good at this, and I have good values, and I have Labour values, and I think someone with my skills and Labour values will be able to make the country better. And I think we're about to find out whether that is the case.
Yoshi Herman, fascinating stuff. Thank you so much for joining us on Novara Media.
Thanks very much.
That was Joshi Herman, editor of the Manchester Mill newspaper, speaking to Michael earlier today. Not newspaper, paper. It's a group of digital papers. Really, really good, great local investigative journalism. We actually have some breaking news. The SNP has conceded in the Aberdeen South by-election. That would be conceding to the Tories. Michael, first impressions.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to speak to Hamish from the National later to sort of give us probably a more insightful interpretation of what this means for the SNP than I will be able to provide right now. So I'm going to leave that for that interview. I suppose one talking point which this relates to, which I have been following much more closely, is the changing fortunes of Kemi Badenoch. So there is a strong line at the moment, which is that she's actually doing quite well. So commentators like her. And it is actually the case that people in the public are warming to her. So her popularity, her approval ratings have gone up quite dramatically. Now, our colleague Aaron is quite rightly saying that they're on 2% in Makerfield. They're in irrelevance. They're dead. But I suppose many people are now thinking that they are potentially laying the foundations for some kind of comeback, because even though, now's not really their moment, well, it is in this seat, but that Kemi Badenoch is looking like she is an effective leader of the opposition to the extent that the Tories are still that. And in a way, actually, what we were talking about earlier with Reform and Restore, I think she's come out looking quite well, quite good, because she's been attacking the white identity politics of Reform and Restore, mainly Reform. She's not sort of giving the restore sort of the respectable response. But Nigel Farage and Reform, she's saying they're playing white identity politics. And then she's saying, oh, and by the way, I was also against identity politics when the left did it, and now I'm against it when the right are doing it. And she is speaking with a certain amount of sort of consistency on these. And I think it's probably the strongest she's ever seemed, because it also is something that I think she does sort of believe in when it comes to she wants a colourblind society without identity politics. And that means that she is in quite a good position to respond to this.
Well, I think one of the things which to me is interesting about Kemi Badenoch's stewardship of the Conservative Party is that quite quietly, and she's not saying this out loud, she is accepted and she's not trying to replicate the Boris Johnson 2019 coalition. I think she knows that that time has passed for the Conservative Party, whether that was a sort of flash in the pan one-time thing, a product of the sort of manufactured unpopularity of Jeremy Corbyn plus Brexit, or if it was just, it was a squandered opportunity. She says, we're not going to be competitive in those seats that, Boris was able to knock out of the Red Wall. But what you can do is reassert the Conservative Party in the Southeast. So really, you're not looking at Labour versus the Tories in head-to-head so much as Tories versus Lib Dems. And then you start sort of chipping away at these other seats as and when they come up. So there's a very specific campaign, which Hamish told us about, which was run in Aberdeen South, which was centering around the oil and gas industry, net zero, et cetera, et cetera. And that, to me, is an interesting thing, because when you think about the Conservative Party as being, the most successful electoral vehicle, possibly in world history, certainly in European history, people were talking about, is this the end of the Conservative Party in 2024? I think it's, never count a centuries-old institution that quickly, because while it might go to ground, while it might be much smaller and less ambitious as an outfit, not only is it capable of survival, it's capable of planting some seeds, right? Planting some seeds which, maybe not this electoral cycle, maybe not even the next one, bear fruit.
And I suppose it's because Reform had an option as well, didn't they? So it looked at one point like maybe they would go down the generic route, which is to say basically merge with Reform to a large degree, or carve out a different position. And I do feel like Kemi Badenoch has carved, I'm interested to know your views on this, but to me it does seem like she has carved out a different position from Reform, where she is, obviously I think she wants to lead the ECHR. She is, she wants to stop the boat. She wants to be fairly tough on migration, but she is very explicitly saying, I'm not doing this ethno-nationalism. I'm not doing ethnic identity politics. But maybe you disagree. I don't know.
No. I actually look at Kemi Badenoch in a really different way, because I think that when it comes to her stature as a national politician, that's still really small. And I find that it is relentlessly talked up by pundits and journalists who say, oh, did you see how Kemi did at PMQs? No one gives a fuck about what goes on at PMQs, right? Nobody does apart from journalists. It's not something which breaks through to the public at all.
But her approval ratings are going up, and that is with the public. Right, okay, sorry.
Liz, I was going to get there. So I think that her stature as a national politician is still relatively limited, but I think where she's shown herself to be a really able politician is in making the Conservatives an electorally viable vehicle in the places where they're really fighting. And I think that that's a kind of different thing. And it's not about going, I'm going to be across all the airwaves, I'm going to have the, splashiest, most attention-grabbing lines. It's about being consistent, right? And not stepping on rakes where you can avoid stepping on rakes. It's actually much more about party management and local organising. And I think that she's actually been really capable.
But do you think it's about
regards?
But if her approval ratings are going up with the public at large, that can't be down to local organising, right? That has to be that people are seeing her do something which they like.
There's also, I think you have to bear in mind that the most dangerous thing for politicians is to be seen, right? Is to be sort of exposed. Part of the thing that we're seeing with Andy Burnham isn't just, oh, did he run a weaker campaign and that's why his favourability is dipped? It's no, he's become a national politician now, so your favourability dips. I think that there is something in being all right? Being all right at your job, being consistent. But the more important thing is not being seen to fuck up.
I suppose it's a bit like, actually, to be honest, Ed Davey was quite popular for a while, wasn't it? And it wasn't because the Lib Dems were about to have a breakthrough. It's because people found him fairly inoffensive, and that's potentially what's going on here as well.
So we actually have another interview for you now. Charlie Winstanley is a public and social policy specialist with an extensive knowledge of Manchester. He's also the author of Bricking It, a book on the UK's housing crisis. So, Charlie, thank you so much for joining us, especially at this late hour. I suppose my first question for you is, what's the relationship been like between real estate interests in Manchester and Andy Burnham in his role as mayor?
So I think there's been a lot of discourse, particularly in the last few months, around the Housing Investment Loans Fund. And basically, there was a fund which effectively operates as a kind of combined authority operated investment bank into the investment sector. And the accusation has been that they've been offering cut price loans to particular developers within Greater Manchester. And a lot of this has been linked back to Andy Burnham. And I have to say that I think, so this is just a bit of a hook into your question, Ash. I think I would argue that actually the relationship of Andy to that kind of Greater Manchester development is actually very much overstated. I think that insofar as Andy has had a relationship with the way that Greater Manchester's growth has been operated since he's been in post, it has very much been to mitigate against ongoing trends which were present from before his tenure, really. But I think that what is underlying this, and I think is a very legitimate question to ask around the kind of the Manchesterism model, which has often been kind of proposed by Andy, is that Greater Manchester has definitely been on a road in terms of property market and housing investment, which has been based on international investment, big institutional investment partners. And that is something which is still very much a part of the kind of the ecosystem of the Greater Manchester economy right now.
I suppose I want to talk to you about the bond markets, because one of the things that marked Burnham out when he was flirting with the idea of leaving his post as mayor and running as Labour leader was his stance on the bond markets. He's criticised Britain's dependence on bond markets in a way that very few senior Labour figures have. But since this campaign has kicked off, he's then indicated that he's going to retain the current fiscal rules. So is that just a way to get this campaign over the line, right? Essentially saying, I don't want to kick off a big fight now, get me in the post and then we'll do something about it? Or is it a much more fundamental contradiction in his political project?
I think that's the big question, really. That's the question on everyone's lips. I think you're absolutely right. I think his willingness to sort of bring some of these fundamental crucibles of the kind of the political discourse into question is definitely a part of his appeal. And you know, he's clearly under a lot of pressure right now to quell what is kind of being widely touted as a bit of a bond market rebellion against his potential premiership. You know, we've got lots of speculation that should he win this evening, that immediately we're going to get, rising gilt yields tomorrow, and this is going to massively increase the cost of borrowing, and that is ultimately going to hamper his ability to achieve on some of those big promises, which has been a key part of his appeal for this entire process of him, getting selected for the candidate for Makerfield with an obvious interest for him potentially running for leader afterwards. I mean, the answer to that question, I think it is to play for. My experience in terms of working, so I used to work as a political advisor for the man who's currently the deputy mayor of Greater Manchester, and through that role, particularly in a housing brief, used to work with Burnham fairly regularly. My take from that perspective is that I think he's very genuine on a personal level. I think he shoots from the hip and kind of gets taken with ideas and sort of like, sort of takes a shot. So I think when he was talking about those bond markets, when he was talking about being in hook to bond markets, I have no personal doubt that he was being very genuine. I think that his ability to withstand the institutional pressures which are going to come with potentially facing an actual leadership of both the Labour Party and the country, I think is very much open to question. And I think is going to be something which everyone is going to have to take keen interest in following the outcome of tonight's election.
I suppose, like, listening to you talk, I'm quite interested in this relationship between a policy platform and also being a personality-led or an emotions-led politician, because you've argued that Burnham's proposed council house building programme can't be delivered at necessary scale within the existing fiscal framework. But then it also sounds to me a little bit that you're saying that it's maybe a bit of a mistake for voters or the left more generally to demand really specific commitments and really specific policy ideas from him now, right? You kind of want Andy to be Andy, let him shoot from the hip, but not pin him down too much.
Well, I think that where he is making particular commitments, and obviously I've honed in on the sort of the questions around housing, that's my kind of background, that's what I'm particularly interested in. I think where there's a clear disconnect between what's being promised and what is possible under the present kind of, in this instance, the fiscal framework, I think those questions absolutely need to be asked. I guess what I would say is that I think that to my mind, the Burnham premiership is a bit of a last roll of the dice for the Labour Party and potentially actually for the foreseeable future for a kind of progressive left in politics. And so I suppose the position I'm personally coming from is very much of a kind of a critical friend. I do not for a second think that it would be a good idea to implicitly assume that, a Burnham premiership of the Labour Party in the country would resolve a lot of these problems. But what I would say is that I think what we've got in Andy Burnham is a candidate and a potential Prime Minister who is open to the big ideas and they're open to having that conversation. And so I guess where I'm personally sort of approaching this from is that I think that, any idea that a single person is going to resolve all of the problems that we're going to face in the coming period in British politics, I think is mistaken. I think everyone needs to actually pitch in and play a role in this. And I think what we've got with Burnham is a candidate where there is an actual opening on the sort of progressive wing of politics for people to have that conversation and be engaged in that way.
Charlie, great to speak to you. I mean, lots of the people we've been speaking to have said, Andy Burnham, his politics are somewhat flexible. It's difficult to guess sort of exactly what his red lines will be when it comes to the economy. I suppose my question is almost more basic than that, which is it going to be beneficial if he wins this by-election and then becomes Prime Minister to have a Prime Minister who has been the Mayor of Manchester? Is the mere fact that that's on his CV, that he understands what politics outside Westminster is like, and potentially that will incline him to give away more powers, is that actually sort of potentially just as significant as whatever his guiding ideology is?
Well, I mean, perhaps I'm being too biased by my kind of background in kind of local government, but I do think that is a very important thing. And I would actually argue that, to a certain extent, I wish that more political leaders had really kind of cut their teeth in local government prior to sort of getting involved in national politics. And the reason I say that is because I think that having to actually manage real budgets and real services and imagine in a real sense how you're going to distribute those resources to resolve like truly existing challenges which exist in your kind of constituency is a very particular skill. And it's not to say that being an MP isn't difficult, but for a lot of MPs, the general experience of working with legislation at a much more kind of legislative level is quite abstract. And I think that the benefits of Andy's experience in local government actually really shone through in his recent Question Time appearance from the Makerfield Question Time edition, where I felt that he was able to really join the dots in his answers between some of the kind of questions around, for example, policing, which were brought to him, particularly in the aftermath of the Henry Novak murder, in a way where his practical experience, I felt, were very much able to kind of ground his responses in a way which was able to bring forward an answer which both satisfied some of the concerns from people who might be tempted to vote reform, whilst also not alienating that kind of progressive voter base. So I do think that, Michael, that practical grounded experience in local government has really benefited and improved Andy Burnham as a candidate. And I do think that is part of this thing. And for me, my personal perspective as somebody who's supporting this initiative for him to get back into Parliament and potentially further, it's very much about the iterative process of Andy Burnham presenting an opportunity for people who I think are really interested in answering some of those big key questions that we're facing.
So my final question for you is that you spoke of wanting to be a critical friend to Andy Burnham. there's lots of people who'd like to be a critical friend to him. So on one side of the Labour Party, you're going to have the likes of Neil Lawson and Clive Lewis and Compass and all them lot. On the other side, you had the former director of Labour Together, which is very much of the right of the party. He's the one who stepped aside for Andy Burnham to be able to stand in Makerfield. So lots of critical friends. Whose advice is he going to take?
Well, and again, it's the $1 million question, Ash, and it's quite right to be asking. I suppose what some of the things which give me hope, I suppose, in terms of trying to answer this question, is that I think that institutionally there's a really interesting situation in the Labour Party now, which is that the actual kind of structural edifice of the Labour right used to kind of exist around, has totally collapsed. The Labour Together organisation has pretty much collapsed. The network that was attached to it has completely collapsed. Through it, the network of patronage, political patronage in terms of cabinet positions, which used to be held, through that network, through the PLP, has collapsed. The control over the regional apparatus of the Labour Party and the regional bodies of the Labour Party has also collapsed. And I think in its wake, what you've got is one of the last sort of significant kind of organising forces within the Parliamentary Labour Party right now, for example, is the Soft Left Tribune group. And, in terms of the party-facing element, in terms of those member-facing element, Momentum's gone, Labour Together's gone, but what you have got actually is Neil Lawson and his Compass group, who are currently kind of bringing forward slates of candidates to stand in internal elections for things like the Policy Forum, the National Executive Committee. So purely thinking about this in terms of an institutional Labour Party perspective, who are the voices, where is the sort of the institutional strength which Burnham will be kind of swayed by in power? And I think that there's a reasonable argument to say that there's an iteration of whatever comes next where the soft left actually have a significant influence over that. And I think that presents a lot of opportunities. That said, it's not to say at all that the social network around the Labour right is just disintegrated. And those individuals remained, in lots of respects, very skilled and very talented at navigating the structures and the personnel of the Parliamentary Labour Party and some of the other kind of the organisers. But I think what we're undoubtedly going to see should Burnham win the Makerfield by-election tonight is a battle for the soul of Burnhamism as it moves forward, and those are going to be the key players. Like I say, I have some reasons to feel that the sort of the progressive wing of the party is going to hold on some kind of institutional leverage there, but I wouldn't be confident enough to bet my house on it.
I predict it now. There's going to be merch that says Burnhamism or barbarism. I will not be buying it, but it will be made. Charlie Winstanley, thank you so much for joining us. I thought that was a really interesting point that Charlie made, which was about there's an internal Labour Party story here as well. So we've been talking about this in terms of national politics. We've been talking about this in terms of the government. We've been talking about this in terms of Keir Starmer. But the internal Labour Party story here is the NEC, sort of at the behest of Keir Starmer, blocks Burnham in Gorton and Denton. By the time Josh Simons stands aside, this is post May local elections, the NEC can't make that call again. It just doesn't have enough juice to block him twice. And so you've got, I think it was Abdi Diwali saying, we've reassessed certain decisions that we've made. In terms of the internal Labour Party politics, what might a Burnham victory tonight mean for how the NEC functions and how these different sorts of power bases within the party operate?
I think that sort of the Labour Together revolution is much shallower than it seemed. I mean, what really matters when it comes to the control of the Labour Party, unless you're in this exceptional situation where you've got someone who's seen as a complete outsider like Jeremy Corbyn, who had no connections to the party machine whatsoever, and obviously then you have some sort of internal civil war. Other than that quite exceptional situation, I think basically what the leader wants goes. And I don't think we're going to be in open revolt like when it was Jeremy Corbyn. And I think we've already seen with the PLP, they're not actually sort of Starmer droids. I was talking about this to Sienna Rogers earlier today in the interview we showed. She's saying, sort of speaking to all these new MPs, she's like, they're not really bought into the Labour Together thing at all. They're normally sort of like nice NGO people that sort of want to just do nice things, right? They're not really bought into this project of we have to destroy the left and take over the Labour Party. Like, I think everyone wants to keep their seat, and people don't. Yeah, people can easily be sort of organised against someone who seems like they're from the far left, and if you can make up stories about anti-Semitism or whatever. But when it comes to someone who's from generally within the Labour mainstream, I think Andy Burnham's going to be fine.
Do you know what I feel like, Michael?
Go on.
I feel like a little clip react because Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy has just given an interview about the future to Lewis Goodall on LBC. Let's take a look.
This is obviously a slightly unusual situation. Do you think that the Prime Minister should stay on as Prime Minister, come what may, whatever happens, whether Andy Burnham returns to Parliament or not?
Well, look, I've said before that if I didn't support the Prime Minister, I would not be in his cabinet. I have no intention of leaving his cabinet. We were elected on a promise of change. We've got to deliver on that promise.
So if there's a contest, you'd
speculation. We've been getting on with that job.
So if there was a contest, you would support his standing in that leadership contest. You'd support the Prime Minister.
Well, there is no contest, and what we've got at the moment is a situation where we don't know whether Andy Burnham is returning to Parliament. Like I said, we're optimistic, but we're not complacent. We're only a few hours into counting the votes. I think if he does win and he is successful, it will be an extraordinary moment that will be down to Andy and testament to him as a politician. I don't think there's a single other Labour politician who could have pulled that off, and so we need to get him back down to Westminster so he can start working with us as a Labour team to create the change that we need.
Do you think Keir Starmer's got something to learn from Andy Burnham?
I think we've all got something to learn from what's happened here in Makerfield and some of the work that has been going on in Greater Manchester over recent years.
You can tell I'm getting tired because I was watching that just thinking, what a tasteful brown pinstripe Lewis was wearing. What did you make of that clip? I mean, I found it sort of funny that when being pushed on, are you going to back Keir Starmer over Andy Burnham in a leadership contest, Lisa Nandy was sort of like, well, that is in the future, and we are in the present, and in the present, the future does not yet exist. There is no leadership.
She's going to back Andy Burnham. I mean, the way she said, because she didn't need to say, if we win this by-election, it's because of Andy Burnham. It's a personal achievement, right? Obviously, that's true, but she wasn't pressed on that. It wasn't like Lewis Goodall was saying, come on, obviously the party's unpopular. Surely you've got to say this is an Andy Burnham achievement. She said it unprompted. If he wins, this is an Andy Burnham victory. And then she also says, if he wins, it's an Andy Burnham victory and he's got to come to London, come to Westminster and help deliver change. So I think, considering she's a cabinet minister, considering the results haven't come in the results still haven't come in, it would be strange to sort of jump
she's keeping
before
her powder dry.
You keep your powder. Well, because also imagine if there is now a surprise reform win and she's just backed Andy Burnham, who's not even an MP. That would be that's a disaster. But I think that was as close to I'm going to back Andy as you could get before the results are in.
I think we've got Hamish Morrison on the line. Do we have Hamish Morrison on the line? We do not have a Hamish Morrison on the line. I'm so sorry to get you all excited for no reason. I suppose one of the things that everyone's looking forward to, if not with enthusiasm, but thinking about, is an Andy Burnham cabinet. Mm-hmm. Who stays, who goes? Difficult to see Rachel Reeves remaining in post, but Shabana Mahmood probably stays as Home Secretary.
Yes, I would imagine so. I mean, there was sort of briefings that he wanted Shabana Mahmood to be the Chancellor, but I mean, she's got a job where she seems to like it and she knows what she's doing. People might disagree with what she's doing, but she seems to have sort of...
She's got a clear vision for what she's doing, even if
and she's got a clear vision, which she's very happy going on TV and justifying. I mean, Andy Burnham doesn't want to say, oh, I've come into power and there's this big shift on immigration, right? That he wants to say, I've come into power and there's a shift on the economy. So I would assume that he's going to change the Chancellor. I would like him to put Ed Miliband in there. I don't think it's guaranteed. I think it would be a good idea for him to put Ed Miliband in there because he is someone who does sort of have quite substantial views on the economy. I think he's also got the experience that means that, the bond markets, people aren't going to freak out about Ed Miliband, right? He's already worked in the Treasury, like with Gordon Brown. So it's like, he's not some radical. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So you put him in there, that immediately pleases lots of people on the left. And I think it's relatively reassuring to business. And keep Shabana Mahmood as Home Secretary. I imagine that's what he will do. Foreign Secretary, I think he probably doesn't care. I don't know who's going to be in that job. Maybe that would be sort of like a gift to someone. Maybe he'll keep a vet. I've got no idea. Vet Cooper, that is. So that's what I would predict. Obviously, the sort of, if you're on the sort of more Green Party left, what you really want is for him to get Shabana Mahmood out and put in a much more liberal Home Secretary. I think probably most people on the left would be happy with Ed Miliband as Chancellor. If you're on the right, what you want is someone like Wes Streeting as Chancellor and keep Shabana Mahmood as Home Secretary. So sort of the centrist median, not actually centrist, but sort of the median choice he can make is keep Shabana Mahmood, but have Ed Miliband as Chancellor. And I suppose that's probably sort of the modal outcome.
Let's go to Hamish Morrison. Hamish, obviously big news from Aberdeen South. Considering these by-elections are determining the fate of the country, does that mean that we're going to have a Tory Prime Minister next? What's going on?
Definitely. No, but I think it does show that the SNP have got have got a serious issue here with both Peter Murrow, who your viewers may know was the former chief executive of the SNP, who swindled £400,000 out of the party, and has now gone and is now being convicted of that. But also their issues with their oil and gas policy. The Tories have squeezed them massively successfully from the right here. They've conceded defeat in Aberdeen South. So yeah, I mean, I don't think this points to a wider Tory resurgence, but it does show that that they can not only beat the SNP but also beat down reform in places like Aberdeen, which is interesting.
I mean, what can you tell us about how the Tories ran their campaign? Obviously, oil and gas was a huge issue, and as you've just said, but how was it that they were able to, I suppose, outcompete the English party when it comes to reform? Like, how is it that they were able to sort of keep reform in their box and to take the win?
I think there's a couple of interesting things here. So I think one, you can't really understate the importance of oil and gas in Aberdeen. The SNP candidate Richard Thompson had a line in one of his interviews in this campaign where he said, you know, if you don't personally work in the oil and gas industry in this constituency, then you will know at least one person who does. So that just shows it's a massive issue. It's the energy capital of Europe. So it's very easy for the Tories to absolutely hammer that issue in this part of the world. The other aspect of it is, and this is maybe slightly more of a theory than anything that's totally hard and fast, but there's definitely a sort of Scottish Tory voter which is slightly different from your kind of average right-wing English voter, who I think see themselves as maybe a bit above reform. I think they maybe see reform as a bit uncouth, a bit wild or something. They just seem to not take to reform in the same way that reform have taken Tory votes in England in the same way. And I'm not entirely sure what that is, whether it's this perception of maybe Farage as a sort of English nationalist, whereas obviously the Tories are the Conservative and Unionist party. And that unionist aspect is something they can really hammer in Scotland as well.
I suppose my final question for you is this, is that you mentioned in your first answer that you don't think this points towards a Tory resurgence nationally necessarily, but does it give them a blueprint, at least in some Scottish seats? Is any of this going to be replicable for them again?
Probably. I mean, the Tory party's great advantage forever has been its adaptability, hasn't it? And, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that they've survived and then potentially gone on to thrive by basically dressing up as Nigel Farage. You know, you saw that where Boris Johnson basically turned them into the Brexit party, and Farage was happy enough at the 2019 general election to stand down his troops to let Boris Johnson win that election. Farage has been very good at this over the years, where he basically is able to push the Tory party in the direction that he wants them to go to, and then can sort of walk off and claim victory when when he's achieved victory by changing the direction of the Tory party. I don't know if it's replicable because of the specific things to do with Aberdeen. You know, the oil and gas thing, the difficulty that Reform seem to be having relative to England and Wales in picking up votes and seats, but then also Reform are off the back of some fairly unimpressive by-election results. They don't look like they're potentially all that competitive in Makerfield at the moment either. Labour seem fairly confident there. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe this tactic that Kenny Badenoch has employed of basically just remoulding the Tories as, you know, the more professional version of Reform could work for her.
Hamish Morrison, thank you so much. I feel like I'm letting a fish go back into the sea. Do you know what I mean? Be free.
Off to swim in beautiful Scottish waters.
Let's cross back to Aaron Bastani, who is at the Makerfield count, where I believe he's with former Labour MP Sam Tarry. Aaron, take it away.
People in that situation, you know what I mean?
I promise we haven't frozen. We're just waiting for the delay. Okay, we're struggling to get Aaron right at this minute. That was an interesting, I suppose, contradiction to what you said, right? You were sort of talking about Kemi Badenoch and a potential Tory resurgence. Hamish was actually a bit sceptical of how much this could be replicated, even in Scotland, and not just thinking about, the country more broadly. What did you make of that?
Well, also the turnout was appalling. So Aberdeen South, 31.4% turnout. Ooh. So compare that.
I mean, that points to a very depressed SNP vote.
Yes. So that's not screaming enthusiasm for the Conservatives, is it? That's people very annoyed at the SNP on, as you explained, a single issue. So yeah, I don't think this isn't electoral proof of Kemi Badenoch suddenly being relevant and the British public screaming out to vote for the Conservatives. Although, it's still a by-election win. What are the Tories in the polls now? They switch between sort of second, third, fourth. In Scotland, I imagine they're probably third or fourth. So they'll be fine with that. But, yeah, you're right. I suppose the argument I was making wasn't that this outcome proves that Kemi Badenoch and the Tories are back.
This isn't their Waterloo.
This isn't their Waterloo, but I think it is interesting the extent to which people are reassessing Kemi Badenoch, because before people thought, they've got to get rid of her, she's completely useless. And to be fair, I kind of thought that. And now that's not people's assessment of her among the commentary and also among the public. That doesn't mean they're gagging to vote for the Conservatives.
To go back to one Mr. Andrew Burnham, because man of the moment, man of the night, what is going to determine whether or not he listens more to the sort of Labour Together wing of the party or the Compass wing of the party?
It's a really good question. And yeah, I don't really know. It might have a lot to do with sort of polling. He wants to be popular. One, because I think as an individual, it seems like he likes being liked. But two, because the biggest challenge Labour are going to have at the moment is how to recover their position in the polls. And so I imagine he's going to be listening to who he thinks can offer him some kind of popularity. My understanding is that Ed Miliband has been very, very close to him throughout this by-election. So it seems as if he's very close to Ed Miliband, and he seems like he's hanging out with people much more on the soft left than the right. But you've got to remember, Keir Starmer in his leadership election, his sort of circle was sort of Paul Mason, Laura Parker, Tom Kabassi, all of these people who had sort of interesting soft left ideas. And then the moment he was elected, they were all cast aside. So we have a model of someone who, when they're campaigning, sort of has a broad church, brings people on the soft left around them, and then once they're in power says, actually, ew, yeah, I'm going to go straight back in with the old guard. I suppose what one would assume, what I would imagine is he starts off somewhat soft left, and then if there's a crisis that he thinks the soft left haven't responded well to, he might bring back some people from the old guard.
So let us now cross back to Aaron Bastani at the Makerfield count, where he is with former Labour MP Sam Tarry. Aaron, how are things looking there now?
They're looking interesting. People are really optimistic, I think, about Andy Burnham's chances in the early hours of this morning. I think people are now talking more about the margin of victory and what comes next. We'll see. I don't like people to be presumptuous, but we kind of can be at this point. I'm joined by Sam, former MP.
Indeed.
How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. A bit sunburnt, but all right.
Somebody said it's like a weigh-in. I think Sam's a couple of weight classes above me. I don't want to start anything.
I've had a bit more time on my hands over the last few years, perhaps.
What do you think happens next? If Andy Burnham wins by a fair margin, let's say 4,000 or 5,000 votes, which a Restore person said to me earlier on, quite senior Restore person, what does that mean? Does that change how things unfold in the coming days? Will you see sort of senior Labour figures asking him to go before the end of the week?
Look, I mean, I've been campaigning here maybe 3 or 4 times over the last few weeks, here all day this morning, thousands of Labour Party activists, and I haven't seen that level of energy and optimism. People that perhaps, something like an old Labour Party hack like me, that I've been campaigning for 25 years in the party, people turning up I hadn't seen turn up to campaign in a very long time, taking their own time and money to travel from across the country. And I think there is a moment right now where people are saying there's a moment in which the Labour Party can be saved, that we can win the next election, and that was the reason that so many people were coming here. It wasn't just we're loyal to Labour, we want to see Andy win. It's we want to actually see Labour win with purpose and with a plan. And actually, the disappointment really of the last 2 years, we've got ourselves into such a mess, unfortunately, that there's actually an ability to potentially turn that around. Because, people, you and I, Aaron, know lots of people who've splintered off to the Greens or decided they're so fed up with Labour, this opt-out politics at all. But the truth is, no matter how many people go over to those guys, they're not going to form a government. We still need the Labour Party to be a properly transformative vehicle. It's got to tackle the cost of living crisis, the international crisis that we're seeing. It's got to find its heart and its soul again. And I think we've began to see that happening here in Makerfield over the past few weeks. And so if he wins, it will not just be a testament to what he has said he's going to stand for, but actually to the winds of change beginning to blow through the Labour Party after a particularly difficult period of time, a time in which pluralism was not welcomed, a time in which dissent was not welcome, a time that actually Labour became... So there is this moment, really, of energy, and I think that needs to happen because I, for one, am here not just because I think Andy Burnham could go all the way and really begin to transform this country in some of the ways he's talked about, whether it be economically or democratically, but also because there's a real fear that some people in SW1 just don't seem to get about what a reform government in this country would actually look like. A genuinely quasi-fascist government, one which would condone and allow the sorts of racist pogroms we've seen in Northern Ireland to become the norm all across this country. I think the Westminster class don't always get that. Communities up and down the country are genuinely living in fear and living in anger. And the far right, the populist far right, always does well in times of economic precarity. When I was campaigning to beat the BNP in Barking and Dagenham, that was a time of economic precarity. And actually, the one thing this Labour government has now got to do, and hopefully, if there is change in terms of the policy strategy, the economic strategy, that we can do that, to relentlessly focus on cost of living, with an economically more populist strategy, that can actually begin to turn the worm and put us back on a war footing to win the next general election.
Also cheering. And maybe that's for Sam Tarry. They're watching this on the YouTube channel.
I'm not sure
But so what you're talking about is really a sliding doors moment for Labour, potentially if Burnham wins. What should happen to Starmer? Is it that he now needs to be cast out into the wilderness? Would he have a job in the cabinet? Should he just become a backbencher? Should he leave politics? And I'm not saying that to be nasty or negative. This is a very real question, given this is really a referendum almost on Keir Starmer as a national political brand, because many people have said this.
Well, I think
if Burnham wasn't standing tonight, reform
probably already happened at the local elections.
Well, quite. But reform would have won if Burnham wasn't standing tonight. And if Burnham wins handsomely, then I think people realise there's a huge gap between these two political figures. So just from the perspective of wanting Labour to do well, not about vendettas or your side or their side or whoever's side, but from Labour's interest as an organisation. What do you think Keir Starmer should do if, say, he steps down from PM, gives a timetable, 6 months from now, a year from now, where should he be? Should he still be in politics?
Look, I think if I was advising Keir, I would say if Andy wins with a significant majority, and I'm optimistic and hopeful, and the early things that we're hearing from the count are that that may happen, that he needs to understand that the country first, not the party, then the right thing to do is to step down and to agree with Andy and with the other people in the cabinet a pathway for doing that.
But would he still be an MP?
Of course he'll still be an MP unless he decides to immediately, obviously, resign. Look, I think, give people dignity. If he's prepared to have a dignified exit, the idea that he's going to fight and then to win a contest in which it's very clear from the polling, and especially with the momentum potentially off the back of this by-election win that looks likely to happen, he will get absolutely crushed. To do is to find a dignified exit. Perhaps he's felt that he's very strong on international affairs. I think that that's been a success for him, his handling of Ukraine or Trump. We can debate that, whether he has or not, but the reality is that's how he's perhaps perceived, certainly by people. Actually, for me, I think we get one chance to say to the country, we're sorry, properly prepare to change this country in the way that it needed, that actually we've just tinkered around the edges too much. But give us that second chance, give us that moment, give us the ability to look again at Labour, that we found our heart to move away from the anger that we saw at the local elections. Well, just because they've suddenly converted to everything that Zach Belansky says. They've done that because they're really, really angry with Labour and expected us to be better and wanted more. And I think actually under Andy Burnham leadership, that is absolutely possible that can happen, and those people will come back to Labour in their tens of thousands and millions even.
Is Andy Burnham on a voted for Iraq? He was Secretary of State for Health. He did a bunch of things I'm sure even he would disagree with now. He said the last 40 years have been a political failure in this country. He was... Has he been on I suppose, a journey is a bit of a cliche. Is he somebody who's going to Starmerism with a few tweaks and a better comm strategy? Because that will still do much better than Keir Starmer, right? But it's not the kind of project you're talking about. Which way do you think he's going to be inclined to go?
I'm always an optimist, and if I take what Andy said at face value, what he said as he really launched this campaign here in Makerfield.
Right, I think we've just gotten a little bit too choppy on the old connection there, so we are going to go
we haven't
back
done
to
things that are actually in the interests
studio.
of ordinary British people. We've done things in the interests of tech giants in Silicon Valley or international conglomerates, that those vested interests. He stepped up and said that is not just a problem, but also actually that our entire democratic system is failing, is crumbling. You've got populism, rising on both the left and the right. You've got a five-party system. You've got nationalist governments in 3 of our nations. That is literally unprecedented, not just in our lifetimes, but historically ever. And so he's recognised that and said we don't just need to fix the economy so it works in favour of ordinary people. We actually need to fix the entire system, the democratic system.
Right, I'm afraid the stream got a little bit choppy there, so we're going back to the studio, but I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more from Aaron in Makerfield as the night goes on. Let's just go to a couple of your comments. We've got a tenner from Karen Carlin for 886, just because I love you all. Love from Stoke. Well, we love you too. Thank you. And we've got a fiver from 16 Jacobs Creams. This going back to our conversation about the Tory party. Rishi Sunak was doing damage control with treats for pensioners and national service for the young. They're desperately clinging onto their base. I want to talk to you about something that we've been talking about a little bit in the studio, but so far hasn't come up. Reform MP Sarah Potchin. I don't know if viewers have seen this video of hers that she put out on X, in which she, I'm going to quote from it because it's so bizarre. For the sake of women's safety, we need England to keep winning. She cites a study which suggested that rates of domestic violence go up when England lose in the football, and her solution to that, rather than backing anti-domestic violence campaigns, funding women's refuges, was to sort of address the English national team as a whole and say, keep winning if you don't want women to be beaten. So, Michael, the next time Jude Bellingham or Bukayo Saka or Harry Kane stepping up to take a penalty, as well as the pressure of carrying England through the tournament, is going to be, if you don't, some poor woman is going to end up having a horrible night.
It was the strangest clip because it's so unclear. Was it meant to be a joke or was it meant to be a serious point? Because it just doesn't work as either. And I think she's claiming it wasn't. She's saying she was trying to make a serious point. It's 13 seconds long. Like you're expecting some sort of punchline or something to develop, and it's just this really short clip. I don't think it was a joke because it's so strange.
Had a really serious face. I think she thought she was doing awareness raising, but it was so clunky. The thing is that you can do awareness raising at this time in a way which really drives home the seriousness of domestic violence, but all that doesn't make Jude Bellingham think that if he misses a sitter, a woman's going to be beaten because of him.
There's also, there is a political problem for reform which this speaks to, which is candidate selection. And because they're trying all sorts of different things. So obviously they've got Farage, who, he's a divisive figure, but he has a big following. They've got Zia Youssef, who's very aligned with Farage and sort of performs well enough on TV. So that they're sort of consistent. They both seem competent, and they're both relatively fresh in the sense that they're not from another party. Then they can either get alongside those two, because two people can't run a party. You've either got ex-Tories, and either they're sort of like the real dregs of the Tory party, like Andrea Jenkins, or they're high-profile people in the Tory party, like Robert Jenrick, who are completely aligned with the failure of the past 14 years, or they've got like novices who generally turn out to be pretty cranky. So obviously, this by-election is a clear example of that. They went for Matt Goodwin in the last one. Turned out people found this sort of national pundit quite obnoxious and unpleasant and didn't really want to vote for him. So they went for this plumber. And then it turned out that he was a bit cranky. So it's like, where is their pool of talent going to come from? Because they've tried ex-Tories, and that seems to be losing them support, by the way, because they're always talking about how disastrous the Tories' immigration policy was. And then they literally invite into their party the two people who are in charge of immigration, Suella Braverman, who was the Home Secretary, and Robert Jenrick, who was Immigration Minister. And so, that's actually been one of the big things that's helped restore, right? The fact that they can just say, how are you supposed to trust this party if you want immigration reduced, if they've got the former heads of immigration when the quote-unquote Boris wave was taking place?
Do you know what I think, Michael? We need some more girls in here. We've got Helena, sometime of this Paragenoto Justice, MTG, joining us now and leaving her own stream to do it. Helena, thank you so much for staying up this late.
I couldn't have missed an important by-election as the political nerd that I am. So rushing straight back from the studio where you now are, right back to where I am. Immediately get off the train and start streaming. So,
look, none of us are emotionally healthy people. I suppose.
True.
My question for you, Helena, as a supporter of the Greens, is: does Makerfield suggest a bit of a problem for the Greens? Is that ultimately, when it is a straight Labour versus Reform, and it's, Andy Burnham, so more of a soft left candidate, that the Greens are sort of squeezed out? There isn't really much of a place for them.
Just like most places in this country, we're seeing a lot of electoral balkanization. And because of first past the post being a two-party race in most constituencies, it means that people are already self-selecting in terms of how they vote, in terms of tactically voting before people have even asked them to do so, even suggested the way that it might go. People are already self-sorting. We see this in the Southwest, where the Liberal Democrats are incredibly competitive against the Conservative Party, and obviously probably now Reform in the kind of the new era of politics that we're in. And of course, the Lib Dems campaign very heavily. A lot of this is self-sorting. Lib Dems are already tactically voting for Labour in more urban seats elsewhere. We saw that in the by-elections in the run-up to the 2024 election, without any specific, about the tactical voting websites that were right the general election. Most people will already self-sort based upon the area of the country that they're in. And the Greens never really had a huge base in these kind of post-industrial red wall constituencies like Makerfield. And I think we've already kind of accepted that if we're going to have a large enough coalition that will encompass it, places like this, that's something that's for later. I don't think that's necessarily something that we're going to write off as being unwinnable, or that we couldn't reach out to these particular constituencies, right? But in terms of where we're looking for first, we're going to be building up and creating a bridgehead elsewhere where people are already electorally self-sorting themselves for the Green Party, right? So what's interesting here is that when you look at the Greens in Makerfield, we go, okay, sure, maybe we won't win this. We'll be able to use the debates and such that are happening throughout the election campaign to be able to raise issues of a national salience, have Sarah Wakefield talk about green policy publicly, be able to make sure that Andy Burnham can't just entirely pander to the right in terms of his rhetoric during the campaign. It's not just Burnham versus Reform. There is a Green voice there to talk progressive policy so it doesn't get lost, whilst concentrating when it comes to campaigning where people aren't going to self-sort away from us at the Manchester mayoral election, which, if we are seeing the kind of trends in Makerfield right now, is going to be happening at some point in the near future, which the Green Party, if there's going to be a supplementary vote, are real contenders in that race.
One of the things I was saying earlier to Michael is that, ironically, Keir Starmer, Zach Polanski, Nigel Farage all agree on one thing. They would much prefer Keir Starmer to remain Prime Minister. It's good for all three of them. What might Zach Polanski have to readjust if Andy Burnham wins in Makerfield tonight and becomes leader of the Labour Party?
I mean, it will ultimately have to come up to members. It'll have to be what members want, the kind of direction of the party. Like, we've already heard mood music from Zach Polanski recently, especially in the wake of the local election, saying that we would never want to work with Keir Starmer to stop reform, but there are other people who could potentially lead the Labour Party we'd be happier working with. Of course, it'll be up to members whether they want to continue to be antagonistic to the Labour Party, whether they want to wait and see what Andy Burnham's time in office looks like, if he's going to be more progressive on some issues, whether he is going to continue the kind of more kind of blue Labour style politics when it comes to migration, or whether it comes to welfare, which has been something that he's kind of intimated that he might do in this election campaign, where the Green Party membership are going to really thermostatically react negatively to that kind of policy prospectus. So maintain this level of antagonism towards Labour that we're currently seeing. But given what we know about Andy Burnham's kind of work with people like Compass, it's clear that if there is some kind of collaborative effort that might happen, should the Greens membership want that to happen, Andy Burnham probably is going to be up for it if the Greens are. Given what I know about the Greens membership, I think that might be unlikely, or maybe there might be a big internal split. I'm certainly not somebody who thinks that Andy Burnham is necessarily going to be the second coming in terms of Labour progressivism, right? Is it going to be better than Keir Starmer? Yes. Is it going to be a whole actual prospectus for social democracy? No. Given his work in Manchester, probably not. So maybe there is a case for a more antagonistic Green position, even in the Burnham era.
And I mean, you just mentioned sort of a split there. By the way, hello, Helena. Lovely to see you. You said in the Greens there could be a kind of split. I mean, in a way, is it more plausible that there'd just be, people who want an antagonistic relationship to Labour stay in the Greens, and people who don't sort of slowly leave, or they stay in the Greens but they don't campaign? I mean, how do you think it will work?
Well, I think the people who are more likely to be more collaborative are probably a lot of the older Green members who, again, probably did a lot of just tactical voting for Labour in all of the previous eras, where most of what people were doing was just coalescing around an anti-conservative kind of platform. That's what people on the left are just used to. People on the left are just used to tactically voting for whatever's going to stop the Tories as the common enemy in that regard. And it's that kind of Caroline Lucas types, again, somebody who was at the event where Andy Burnham was kind of panned internally by Labour figures for spending time fraternising with the enemy, so to speak. And she represents that more kind of older, kind of deep Green style members of the party. And it's the people who've really kind of reacted negatively to the shift rightwards in Labour that have joined the Greens in recent years, who, again, most of them were ousted or were pushed away from Labour because of the decarbonisation of the party, who wouldn't want to work with Labour on many grounds at all. So I think that's where the differences of opinion are going to be. Do I think, when I say split, do I mean there's going to be like a schism? Is it going to really kind of drive people apart? I don't think that's the case. But could it be that there would have to be a broad consensus formed from two separate kind of camps? I think that probably is more likely to be true.
I mean, thinking a little bit less about Green members and activists and a bit more about Green voters, how sticky are they? How attached do you think they are to the Green Party? And to what extent are the aims of Green Party members the same as the aims of Green Party voters and Green curious voters?
I'm not sure. So, because again, we're all living in the world of unknowns at the moment because we don't know what Andy Burnham's policy prospectus is going to be like, what he's going to be like in government. When you look at the internal polling of Green voters in terms of people who have previously voted Green, I think Maureen commented this in terms of who they were going to vote against. Actually, Labour ranked pretty highly. It wasn't as high as Labour as Tories or Reform, right? But they still ranked pretty highly in terms of they would be happy to be able to tactically vote against these particular parties because of the negative perceptions as such. But the question, of course, is how much of that is going to be related to Keir Starmer as an individual, as opposed to the Labour Party as a political force. And I think a lot of us are switched on enough to know, but that's internally in the party. Whether that will feed through to voters, I'm not sure about the kind of internal machinations of the Labour Party that has led us to this point where they have deliberately tried to antagonise left-wing voters, and whether they can be won over potentially by the fluttery eyelashes of the King in the North. Again, it remains to be seen. And it does have to come down to policy at the end of the day. I think it just has to come down to what we see in terms of policy. Do I think that Green voters could potentially be pulled away by progressive policy from Andy Burnham? Almost certainly that's the case. Almost certainly, I think the biggest things that have caused people who are Green Party curious, who are voters who have moved over rather than politically engaged members, it's disability cuts, it's Gaza, right? I mean, was it over half of people who've drifted away from Labour since 2024 to parties on the ostensible left? Over half of those people have cited Gaza as at least one of their primary concerns that caused them to leave. Has Andy Burnham made any real intimations on changing the current approach to Israel and Palestine? Not yet. That's all going to come out in the woodwork.
I mean, moving away from the Greens for a moment and thinking about Reform, how much will it matter if Reform lose this by-election to Andy Burnham? Because that'll be two by-elections on the trot that they'll have lost. So they obviously had a phenomenal showing in the local elections, but those are two constituencies where they'd be defeated. Does that matter? Does that make any difference to, I guess, either the confidence Reform's opponents might feel looking ahead to 2029 or the sort of invulnerability or inevitability that seems to surround the idea of a Reform government?
I think one stat that somebody pointed out today, it was a pollster, I believe, who said that Makerfield isn't actually somewhere that the Labour Party would highly target at a general election, especially for a former insurgent. Like, Labour could win a majority of like 350 seats, and Makerfield technically wouldn't be one of them on an even swing to Reform UK. So I think it is a big deal. I think it is a big deal in terms of the ability for Reform to have to recalibrate the way in which that they're approaching politics if Burnham can beat them this comprehensively, when this is ideally what you'd think Reform's very heavily targeted seat, right? They are 7th in the country, according to Maureen Common, in terms of the salience of migration as an issue. 7th in the country. There's 650 seats. That's really important in terms of the polarization of the electorate towards something that is very positive in terms of Reform's policy platform. And if Andy Burnham can win these people over, again, not a necessarily a target seat in a close election between the two, that shows that there needs to be some soul searching for the Reform Party. Partly maybe it's down to candidate selection. Kenyon's clearly not been a very good candidate. That's come out in polling and focus groups and the negative polarization of women towards him as a candidate. Could they have done better with somebody who was a local but maybe slightly less, openly sexist? Who knows, right? But it's going to be a real issue for reform in terms of broadly what it looks like in terms of a national campaign where they can't just ride the coattails of the hatred of Keir Starmer if their target seats are unwinnable. I think it's less so with Gorton and Denson, where I don't think they were really ever in the running to win, given the demographics in those seats.
I mean, there's a conflict here, right? Which is, over this election campaign, Reform came out with a suite of policies aimed at women. So, including, strengthened protections for mothers, breastfeeding, da 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 da. And then you've got this candidate who spent his Christmas Eve tweeting that he wanted to sniff Carol Vorderman's arse. You've got this sense that there is a project within Reform Party HQ which wants to take politics seriously and present a serious platform, which could, win Boris Johnson's 2019 coalition and a bit more. And then you've got these kind of, loop-a-de-loop candidates. I mean, what's accounting for the mismatch there?
I mean, I guess it's probably because a lot of people joined Reform out of desperation in finding the betrayal around every corner of the mainstream parties in terms of the people joining them. Like these are a lot of the people who are non-voters from previous elections been drawn into the fold, partly Boris Johnson's old coalition, as you mentioned there as well. And there's a real kind of, I say actually a big mismatch in terms of Nigel Farage. Like he talks like a man of the people, but he was a former Conservative Party member. He's somebody who goes to Conservative Party conference, like dancing and doing karaoke with Priti Patel. He's not he's not outside of the establishment. He's very close with the Conservatives. It's why it was so easy for him to peel off Andrew Rosendale and Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick over to the party and, make them into what, young Bob pointed out in his interview with Aaron Bastani as just being Tories Mark II Boomer Slop Electric Boogaloo, right? Like, I think this mismatch is based upon like the kind of appeal to people left behind that comes from an expert tactician in the form of Nigel Farage that is totally unmet by the political classes that he rubbed shoulders with.
Do you think if Andy Burnham sort of makes PR or something short of PR, some sort of meaningful electoral reform, if he includes that in Labour's platform, is that really the most important thing? As in, is that the number one issue? So if Labour have a policy on the police or immigration or even trans rights, many issues which sort of the Green base doesn't like, if he can offer something that would actually change British politics in the long term and mean that there could be a sort of less toxic relationship between different parts of the progressive wing in the future, do you think the Greens might sort of say, look, it's fine if we disagree on all of these issues, because actually the biggest problem for the Greens in this country is the electoral system, and if he'll change that, then that's the number one thing that really matters?
I think that probably would be the case, yeah, because it does mean that, well, they may not get the policy they want in the short term, but in the long term, right, it'll go from a majority government to a coalition government, and we'll have coalition governments forever. And then if the left bloc, so to speak, right, ended up getting into office, the Greens would have leverage that they would have never had before in terms of policy, right? And I think that any red lines in terms of policy can be renegotiated in a future coalition rather than having to be like continually litigated from the sidelines through electoral pacts and a first past the post. So yeah, I think they probably would relent on a big constitutional change that means the Green Party can campaign in earnest rather than tactically. And I think you'd get support from the Tories on that as well. I think the Tories probably would absolutely want to see an electoral reform system when they're staring down the barrel of single-digit seats.
Helena, thank you so much for joining us tonight, you big politics nerd, you.
It's an absolute pleasure. I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side. We have some more news on the Scottish by-elections now. The SNP's Lara Bird has won the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry by-election by a 4,300 vote margin. It's unclear whether Labour's NEC will let her run for the Labour leadership. The Tories came second in that race, Reform third and Labour fourth. Michael, Labour in fourth. That doesn't really point to a renewal of Scottish Labour anytime soon, does it?
No, but I mean, Andy Burnham isn't leader of the Labour Party yet. I mean, you wouldn't. It's only in this one seat where Andy Burnham is on the ballot. And then if Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister...
I was thinking more of Anas Sarwar. I was saying that his project of Scottish Labour is clearly in the doldrums.
Yeah, well, but he was popular when Keir Starmer was popular. So sort of when Keir Starmer was on the up, I mean, maybe, again, I'm going to show that I'm not an expert on Scottish politics. Potentially it's something that Anas Sarwar did as a person that sort of condemned Scottish Labour. But from sort of interviews I've done in the past and what I have read, it seems like the collapse of Scottish Labour was basically down to Keir Starmer and what was going on in Westminster. And so that suggests to me that if you have a new leader in Westminster who's more popular, then their prospects would change somewhat. I mean, I don't think that Andy Burnham's going to be so popular that we sort of move to a sort of mid-2000s world where Labour suddenly again dominates Scotland. But I think there's a very plausible future scenario where Andy Burnham is reasonably popular and Labour is competitive again in Scotland. And I think, any by-election today, it's too early to read too much into in that respect.
Now, I mentioned earlier that Reform Sarah Potchin posted an odd video about domestic violence and football. Violence against women and girls came up again when she spoke to Sky News alongside Labour's Thangham Debonair. Let's take a look.
They're allowed to stay for 10 years plus, and
Just let her talk.
They
There's
are
no
lost
point.
in our society. The Home Office don't know where they are.
Right, so none of these things are true, and you know it, Sarah. Just repeatingly saying that the only danger, if you're saying that the only danger, are you really saying the only danger to women is from people who come from other countries? Are you really saying that there are no white people, white men who and you keep cutting in?
We're talking about domestic
and you
violence
keep
all
smiling when we're talking about violence against women and girls.
I can't understand why you
really,
won't stand
oh
me
my
on the
God,
issue of
oh
violence
my God, I
against
have
women and
26
girls.
years of experience in violence against women and
20
girls.
years.
Oh, well, I see you and raise you 6 years, Sarah. There are women being raped by white men, and you don't want to talk about that. You only want to talk about when there's an incident of violence against women and girls by someone who is brown. That is your thing, and you want to blame all brown people. You want to blame all brown people, and you are causing harm to actual people.
I didn't think anyone came off well in that one.
Well, I didn't want to be the person who said that because I was like, if would it come across as, because I suppose it was women politicians talking passionately about sexual violence, but it seemed to me like
no, I mean, for me, when I was watching that, it actually seemed more like ego because actually, look, obviously me and Thangham Debonair have had our squabbles and beefs along the years. But the fundamental point, which is that the right are not interested in violence against women and girls when the perpetrator is a white man, is true.
It's true.
Right? It is self-evidently true. And that is an important point. But then when it's, well, I've had 26 years of experience and you're cutting across me and I see you and raise you 6 years, it doesn't really seem to be about the point, which is you're weaponizing an issue in a particular way because what you thrive on is racial mistrust, division and hatred. It's, I don't like you, you're pissing me off. And equally, obviously, Sarah Potchin grinning like Ronald McDonald when you're talking about domestic violence. It's so obviously an opportunity for point scoring for her that the whole thing was just really, and I hate to use this word, unseemly.
Yeah, I was going to use the word undignified. I think it was undignified. Thangham Debonair's done that before. She often does this sort of like, where she just sort of says, why am I even doing this? Why am I, it comes across as self-entitled and it doesn't come across
So the reason why you're doing it is because you were catapulted into the House of Lords after losing your seat and you've been invited on the TV to talk about politics. That's why you're there. You don't have to do it. Nobody put a gun to your head and made you talk to Sarah Potchin. That's a choice that you made in your career, Thangham. But there is something, just really disgusting about talking about violence against women and girls as a vehicle for racism, but also talking about violence against women and girls as a vehicle for your ego.
I mean, it's funny that they're putting, again, this comes back to Reform's sort of lack of depth, which is that Sarah Potchin, after putting out that video this morning, that's had like 4 million views. Like, it's not a small issue. Everyone's seen it. Everyone thinks it's ridiculous. She's still the person they've put out to do their election reaction.
I mean, part of it might be also Reform making a calculation, which is we don't really care if you don't like us or if you think we're ridiculous. We don't play by those standards. We're not going to be disciplined by your contempt. Just in terms of a little bit of, it's not really breaking news. It's just a thing that's happened. Andy Burnham has arrived at the Makerfield count. It is to be determined whether or not he will A, win the Makerfield by-election or B, frame Mog Aaron Bastani.
I really like that phrase as like a newsreader. It's not really breaking news. It's just something that's happened. actually.
Yeah, but it's
They should put it on the chyron at the bottom of
not really breaking news, just something that's
something
happened.
that's happened recently.
Adding some detail.
Well, they're on Sky, which we've got in the corner. They do have breaking news: polls close in Makerfield by-elections. Like the breaking news, it's just turned 10 p.m.
Our video producers just offered to cut to the feed where you can see Andy Burnham standing in a room. Do you guys want that? Do you want Andy Burnham standing in a room? Would that add to your experience? I'd like to see in the comments. I'm not getting a clamour just yet.
To be honest, I can't even see Andy Burnham in it. I'm looking at this.
He's too busy being framed.
They've lost
by
him.
everybody.
Oh, come on, let's have a look. We got to see this. Oh no, that's the man with a cone on his head. That's not Andy Burnham. Where is? He's there. He's where?
Let's cut.
Oh, there he is.
Right, so now actually,
there's Andy
our
Burnham.
viewers can see Andy Burnham. What they can't see is what we're seeing, which is Andy Burnham sort of surrounded by members of what I can only assume is the monster raving loony party.
Well, this to me looks like they're sort of getting ready for some sort of announcement, doesn't it? If he's standing next to all the other candidates, it's coming. Fantastic.
So, I mean, I feel if the announcement is coming, let's just let it ride.
That's. What you mean? Let's just keep looking at this.
No, not the footage. I mean, obviously the stream.
The stream.
To go back to Sarah Pochin and Thangam Debonair, is there a way to talk about violence against women and girls in a polarized political environment which cuts through but doesn't sort of devolve and degrade into that kind of shouting match? Or is it just you're not going to be able to do it in this political environment?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's not an ideal conversation to have at the count of a by-election. But again, I mean, if one side is politicizing it, you do have to have some kind of response, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, like Andy Burnham, when he was challenged on grooming gangs by like a far-right activist in the street and it was on camera, he did respond quite well. He was like, look, I started this inquiry, yada, yada, yada. Sort of like he had answers to go with it. I mean, the thing I always have whenever I'm, the only time I go on TV and I think like I really lost that is if I lose my cool. And this is really the kind of debate where you don't want to go on TV and lose your cool. So I don't know what Thangam Debonair was doing there.
I think that's the thing, is that losing your cool in that situation is really quite bad. So I'm just looking in the comms doc and I don't fully understand what I'm reading, and that's just because I am very, very tired.
But you're very tired.
Why don't we talk about what it means for reform if they lose in Makerfield? So we've obviously talked about what's the meaning of a Burnham win. We've also talked about what's the meaning of a Burnham loss. What's the meaning of a reform loss in this constituency? Does it not really matter because they're essentially putting it down to a one-of-one type election, right? They're not going to be running against Andy Burnham everywhere.
This is the worst thing that's happened to reform since the party was founded. Like this by-election has been an absolute disaster for reform, right? What I was told by sort of people on the right is that the one person Nigel Farage was scared of was Andy Burnham, right? He wasn't scared of Keir Starmer. He's obviously not scared of Zach Polanski. He's not scared of Kemi Badenoch. The only person that he thought could harm reform's chances of being the biggest party after the next general election was Andy Burnham. Now, at this election, in a seat that reform should have won, it looks very likely that Andy Burnham has won and has potentially won comfortably. So that's already huge, huge blow to reform. Second blow to reform is that Restore look like, it's going to be so interesting to see the results, Restore seem as if they might have done quite well. So two massive problems for Nigel Farage. The Labour Party might be about to get a popular leader. That might not last long, but it's significant compared to who they were against before. So the Labour Party having a popular leader and someone on their right flank taking chunks out of their voter share, this is really a nightmare scenario for Nigel Farage that I don't think many people were predicting 3 months ago.
It is looking like the announcement, the declaration is going to be ever sooner, really. Let's go to some live footage from Makerfield with sound, because then also means that we can get our ducks in a row about what we're doing next. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Annalise Midgley, another campaign organiser, handing Andy Burnham a coffee. Josh Simons, who stood down as the MP for Makerfield in the white shirt just behind him. All these people absolutely integral to the effort that Andy Burnham has mounted in Makerfield. But take Lisa Nandy, who you can see just in the bottom of your in your shot, standing next to Annalise Midgley. She's got to sit around the cabinet table with Keir Starmer on Tuesday morning. What does she say to Keir Starmer if he asks, "Are you loyal? Will you be with me?" She is clearly on the side of his nemesis, for that is what Andy Burnham is now, the nemesis of Keir Starmer. Does she then stay in the cabinet, or does Keir Starmer just make it too difficult for that to happen? Can Keir Starmer afford to lose Lisa Nandy, to lose Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, who's another Andy Burnham supporter, to lose others like Ed Miliband, who is another Andy Burnham supporter, from his cabinet in order to begin a fight back, in order to try and save his premiership with the alleged hundreds of thousands that donors have apparently pledged? Keir Starmer would start from such a difficult position. That's why I think the key thing later this afternoon and over the weekend will be to watch Labour MPs quietly start to put pressure on Keir Starmer to go. Frankly, some will be doing so noisily because the man you can see with a smile on his face just to the right of your screen, Andy Burnham, is now poised to win this by-election and then from there head to Downing Street.
We'll keep those pictures going, Sam, but let me now bring in Preet Kaur Gill, MP, Health Minister. I have you down as a Starmer loyalist. This must be, bittersweet for you, this what looks like a Burnham win.
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. We haven't seen the final result being announced as yet, but I'm delighted. I was in Makerfield today. The Prime Minister expected all of the Cabinet backbenchers and ministers to go up. This is wonderful to see all of the Labour Party coming together. And there was a great atmosphere there today.
Absolutely huge cheer for Andy Burnham as he walked into the room. But, we know Makerfield is not the destination for him. His ambition is Downing Street. I mean, now, given what looks like a good win here, do you think Keir Starmer should go?
Keir Starmer is the Prime Minister and we have a Labour government. He's got a mandate to deliver. He is 2 years into his government. He's got 3 more years. All of our attention has now got to be on the mayoral election. Of course, nobody wants to see Reform win that. I know Andy cares about that. And honestly, that has really got to be our focus.
But ultimately, is Starmer finished?
Keir Starmer's made it very clear. He takes his responsibility very seriously. I support Keir Starmer. I'm part of his government. I have a very serious brief in terms of health and patient safety. The British public would be expecting us to be delivering, rightly so. That's exactly why they elected us. And we have already, done so much in terms of turning the country round. And those results of the decisions that we took very early on are starting to show some of those results. The economy is growing, the NHS waiting lists are coming down, net migration is down 82%, we're lifting hundreds of thousands more children out of poverty. Of course, all of this is done whilst we've got a challenging global situation which is impacting our economy, but of course our security too. And Keir Starmer has not shied away from dealing with all of these very difficult issues. People will start feeling change. Of course, it does take time. As I say, our ambition is bigger than just fixing what was broken.
I mean, it feels like Labour's going to genuinely divide itself over this. Those who support Keir Starmer, as you do, I know he's had junior ministers around the table, around the cabinet table, actually, at Downing Street, discussing with them why he should stay for the stability of this country. And yet there are those, of course, who've already asked for him to go after the May elections. Around 100 MPs, said it was time for him to step aside, that it's not working. The British people have lost patience with him. How divisive will this be, do you think, in the days to come?
Michael, we're back. I had a moment of the collywobbles where I thought, I don't know if I can do this. I'm blinking too much. I'm way past my bedtime. I'm 34. Do you know how long it's been since I've seen 2:30?
That was sort of our ad break, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's basically an ad break.
We didn't advertise anything. We just showed you Sky News. We should, someone sort out our finances. What I found interesting about that interview was, why don't all media organisations do this? When they need a break, why don't they just show their competitor? It makes so much sense. Anyway, what I've been finding very entertaining is these sort of Starmer loyalists coming on TV and saying the main focus has to be the Manchester mayoral by-election. The public would expect our main focus to be the Manchester mayoral by-election. It's like, you're the government. Like, if you're the opposition, if you're sort of like the chair of the political party, right? So, you know, the general secretary or whatever. Yeah, maybe your focus should be the Manchester by-election. If you're in government, you really should have a lot of other things to think about, right? Your focus should not be winning by-elections. Your focus should be on fixing the country. And like the lines are just getting more and more desperate. I think the public would expect us to be trying to beat reform in Greater Manchester. I think like the public wants somewhere to live.
But do you think that sort of speaks to the unpopularity of their actual policy platform? Because I do think at one point that they were saying, well, we can't be drawn into a psychodrama of a leadership race and a by-election and blah, 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 because we have a country to run and we've got all these serious things we have to do and we're delivering. And the thing is that if you remind people of Keir Starmer's record in government, they actually like him less. Now, I do think there are some elements where Keir Starmer doesn't get credit for things which are actually like quite good and would be popular. And I think that is because of his overall lack of political strategy. There are some mistakes that are so big that you just can't come back from them. Winter fuel allowance is a totemic one. Gaza is another totemic one for another section of the electorate. And so it kind of doesn't matter that you've launched Great British Rail or whatever, because people hate you so much for these other things. But I do think that Labour tried to make the argument of we need to focus on delivery, and it didn't work. So now they're saying we have to focus on a mayoral election.
The main thing that matters is that the electorate feel like they've got more money in their pockets than when we were elected. The main thing that matters is some by-election. It's such a strange thing to be saying on TV to like the public. Like, who thinks that makes them sound good? Oh, I'm really glad that my government is focused on winning elections. I thought they just won the election. I thought they have a majority. Why are they focused on winning more elections? Why don't they focus on like doing something in the country? I mean, the thing that I think is, you know, obviously you're making a good point, which is a correct point, that even if Starmer announces something good, no one cares. Right, the social media ban for under 16 is very popular. No one cares. The thing that I find...
Digital ID was popular until he announced it. It's the reverse Midas touch.
The thing I find sort of the harshest, though, is that it's just turned out that, like, someone very close to the Russian state paid someone to literally, like, burn down his house, and no one cares. Like, you'd have thought if like a foreign government is trying to do arson to like the family home of a prime minister, that would be a big news story and you'd have a sort of rally around the flag moment. Everyone's just like, meh.
I'm going to stop you there, but not because I'm disinterested in people trying to burn down the prime minister's home. It's because we've got Aaron Bastani live from Makerfield. Aaron, how's it going? It looks like the declaration could really be any moment now, certainly before 3 a.m. How's it going?
That's what people around the counter are saying to me, Ash. It's before 3 a.m. in all likelihood, which is good. It was 4:30 in Gorton and Denton, and people were saying maybe as late as 5 a.m. because of the very high number of postal votes. But 3 a.m. is the number we're hearing. And some people are saying that Andy Burnham has more than 50% of the vote. And Ash, that would be extraordinary. Every single Labour canvasser I spoke to over the last 2.5 weeks has said that 50% was what they were seeing in polling returns. They had a 10-point lead over Reform. You take that with a pinch of salt. If that's correct, if Andy Burnham has won more than 50% of the vote, that's more than what Labour polling returns were saying. If buts and maybes, it's purely speculation, but that's a number to keep your eyes on. More than 50%, at which point, of course, people can't talk about Restore undermining Reform. He has won a majority of the vote. We'll know the precise nature of the outcome, of course. Within the next half an hour, we'll be in the auditorium when that happens.
In terms of Andy Burnham's personal mandate, the idea that he can outperform the party, let's say he wins in Makerfield, how long do you think that could survive contact with national politics, being Labour Party leader, being the Prime Minister?
Well, you know what? Why not have a honeymoon, you know? It might be something worth trying if you're the Labour leader and you're trying to be a popular Prime Minister. I mean, Labour could have had a honeymoon after 2024. They chose not to. They chose to tell the electorate everything was terrible. It's even worse than we thought. We've opened the books and actually we've got even more bad news. You don't have to do that. And good news doesn't necessarily even need to be very expensive policies. I expect a lot of that, by the way, from Burnham in the first 100 days, lots of eye-catching cheap policies which are popular. Medium to long term, are things going to change for Labour? Maybe not dramatically, but I think short term, he'll be very buoyant. And I think that's something, look, again, people will speculate about, but it's important, this idea of a quick general election. I don't think there'll be an immediate general election. I don't think there'll be one this year. But if the polling's healthy, if party members return, if Reform have a few bumps in the road and there's momentum, I think people make the argument for 2027. And that would be a sensible move, I think. You'd certainly be unwise if you're Andy Burnham to say, you know what, I've got no mandate from the public. I do from this electorate, but not from the voters at large. I'm going to go all the way through to 2029. I don't think anybody thinks that's wise. So contact with reality, yes, it's going to be tough. But I think that first 100 days, 3-month period, could be quite a nice time to be the leader of the country, and why not? That's how it's meant to be, but for whatever reason, Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer decided to lean into miserablism to the max after winning that general election 2 years ago.
We've talked a lot about Andy Burnham, we've talked a lot about Labour. I want to get your thoughts on Reform. What would a Reform loss in Makerfield mean for the party's chances in 2029 or whenever the next general election turns out to be?
I think I've lost them.
No, we got you.
Maybe you need to ask the question again.
Aaron, can you hear me?
Aaron, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah. I don't know what happened there.
Fabulous. Let me just repeat the question. We have talked about Andy Burnham and we've talked about Labour. I want to talk about Reform. What would a Reform loss in Makerfield really mean in terms of their political ambitions and their prospects in the next general election?
Well, I think before the next general election, they'll be looking at the Manchester mayor race. And if Restore get double digits or near in this by-election, which they may well do, then I think that's going to put wind in their sails and they'll contest that with all the gusto that they've contested this by-election. And of course, a mayoral election is very similar to a by-election in so much as you can be a small party and flood a small geographical area with 700, 800,000 activists. You can't do that in a general election. So I think Restore will probably try and repeat the nature of the campaign you've seen here over the last 6 weeks in a Manchester mayoral race. And again, that's going to really hurt Reform. Nigel Farage may look back on that falling out with Rupert Lowe as the biggest mistake of his political career. That's quite plausible. Rupert Lowe famously arrested at 2 a.m. There's a beef there. They really hate one another. I think that enmity he's created with Rupert Lowe is probably the most unwise, downvoted decision of his political career, certainly in the history of Reform. It's costing him tonight. I don't think it's the difference, I should say, between Reform and Labour, but it's cost them votes, absolutely. And as Dan Hodges was saying earlier on, the problem with Restore getting 8, 9, 10% of the vote isn't necessarily that they're the difference between Reform winning or losing, but to keep that right part of their coalition, they have to talk to them, which means they can't talk to those undecided voters who are more in the centre, maybe ex-Labour voters, maybe ex-Tory voters. They can't build a coalition outwards. They've got to keep their vote on the right. So Restore is making them work really hard for not very much. And I think that's the place you have to look at next, is the Manchester mayoral race. If Reform lost this tonight and Restore were nowhere, they would probably say, well, you know what, we've got our highest ever percentage in a by-election, which I think they will get. But I think the performance of Restore and that enmity between Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage is what makes this a really big deal.
Aaron, I understand that we've got to let you go because the declaration is increasingly imminent. We will catch you on the other side. Right. So, A lot to get our teeth into there. Let's talk about Restore, right? Aaron was saying if Restore gets double digits, that's hugely significant. I mean, how likely do you think that is? My gut tells me it's more 5% than it is 10%, but I don't know if I'm just being hopeful.
Who knows? Shall I pretend to have some confidence? I don't know, maybe 7%, 4%. Who knows? I'll just lick my finger and put it up to the wind.
Are you having your... Because mine was half an hour ago.
This is my breakdown moment. Let's just wait and see what the goddamn result is and talk about the football until then. No, I'm joking. Let's put it this way. If Andy Burnham gets over 50%, if Restore get sort of around 5%, that is a very good result for the country, right? I'm happy about that, right? Because one, that's a massive mandate for Andy Burnham. You know, after the general election, Labour won that huge majority, but there was this argument it was a loveless majority because they sort of just eked away a big majority with tactical wins in each seat. So many of their seats, they didn't have like a huge vote. People had reluctantly voted for them. This time around, that's not going to be the case. Obviously, it's just one constituency, right? It doesn't give you sort of a mandate to run the country. Obviously, constitutionally, he can run the country after winning this. But sort of getting into Westminster with a good, proper mandate is a big deal. And also, I'm quite worried about the idea of sort of Restore being able to take seats from Reform in the sense that how far right is Nigel Farage willing to go? So if I want Restore to have as small a vote share as possible.
The reason why I keep glancing away is because it seems that the declaration really is going to come any minute. So if we cut abruptly, you know why. Actually, before we talk about politics, can I just talk about the achievement that tonight is? So you guys can't see what I can see in the room in front of me. I can see 4 individuals who are working incredibly hard. We've got Stephen surrounded by Chinese food, headphones on, laptop open, 1,000-yard stare like he's just come back from Vietnam during the Tet Offensive. We've got Rick, we've got Alex, and we've got Jack, who have been working incredibly hard on some very temperamental tech. They're the reason why we've been able to do what we've done today, both in terms of the studio live stream, but also getting Aaron in Makerfield, ably assisted by Leo and Matty. People often think of Novara as just the faces, right? The faces who do the yappity, yappity, yap. But actually, we're a much bigger team, all right? We couldn't do any of the things that we do without the people who've been working with tonight, who are dedicated, who are committed, who are inventive. And so if you feel the way I do about that, you feel an immense sense of pride that this project, which started out as James Butler and Aaron Bastani talking about Gramsci on a Southeast London community radio station, that now we're actually beating Sky News's YouTube and have been all night. If that makes you feel proud, if that makes you feel proud to be part of the left, go to novara.media/support. We are running a fundraiser. If you set up a direct debit for £1 a month, you keep us resilient and you keep us editorially independent. We simply can't do any of this without you. So that declaration is creeping ever closer. What does your gut say, Michael? Is it going to be a close one, or is Andy Burnham going to win bigly? Is it going to be a shock victory for Count Binface at last?
I mean, Andy Burnham is beaming, and we can see in the background here. So I'm saying Andy Burnham at around 50%, Restore at around 6%. I'm laying my cards on the table.
6%.
I've put my finger up to the wind, and I've decided it's going to be 6%. Yeah, I think that's what we can probably look forward to. I was just reading through some of the comments. Lots of people commenting on how attractive Aaron is looking at the moment.
He is. So why don't we go back to Aaron? Why don't we go to Aaron so that the people can see how goddamn attractive he is?
Fantastic.
Well, that's the Makerfield by-election sign.
It's a big screen.
That is a fixed screen.
It's good to know he's in the right place.
He's in the right place, but
it's a great view.
We can't see the body. Where's the face?
Oh, I can hear a voice. Aaron, what
Can you guys hear
see?
me?
Yes,
yeah,
we
we can hear you.
Can you hear a disembodied voice, Michael?
Yeah, but we want to. Well, lots of people in the comments say they want to see an embodied voice. Oh, yeah, no, that was janky. It's janky. We can't really hear you.
I think it's too janky to make that work. So we're going to do me and Michael chat, and we will throw to the declaration when it's happening.
Yeah, we can't promise our analysis is going to be tip-top, but we're not going to stutter because of any sort of tech.
No, we'll just stutter
failures.
because
the internet's great. It's just our minds
are broken.
Are broken and deteriorating in here. Which, I don't know, choose your poison. And would you prefer someone with energy who's got bad internet, or people who are...
Here's something which I want to talk about, and it does involve our Makerfield comrade Aaron Bastani, which is what Aaron said coming back from Makerfield was really different from a piece that I read, which is Will Lloyd's piece in the New Statesman. So Aaron came back from Makerfield being like friendly people, happy people, but people who are happy to talk about politics. And there was, if not necessarily Pollyanna-ish optimism, a level of engagement which was serious and sort of fundamentally positive. Whereas Will Lloyd's piece in the New Statesman was basically everyone is completely underestimating the level of crisis and decline in the country, that is apparent in Makerfield, that people are talking, having been indelibly shaped by extremist talking points that they picked up on X, the country's fucked, Makerfield is fucked. And I was interested in how two journalists who are both diligent, curious, interested people could come away with such radically different perceptions of one place.
And also the results here will make a difference, right? If Andy Burnham comfortably wins, if he just eked out a win, and he'd eked out a win because Restore had split the right-wing vote, that narrative of Makerfield being a really, really angry place and it only being an electoral fluke that Andy Burnham won, that I think that would have sort of been the dominant one. If he wins handsomely, then I think people are going to say, okay, maybe, because obviously the vote for Andy Burnham is not a protest vote, right? I mean, it's you don't like Keir Starmer, but it's not it's not a cry of anger to vote for Labour, to vote for Andy Burnham at this by-election. So maybe we'll see a bit of a narrative shift.
I think we can get some footage from the count, which we'll go to. We can talk over it though, can't we? Yeah, people can hear from us as we peer through the sea of faces to try and get a little peek of Andy Burnham and his what is the posh glasses brand?
Jimmy Fairley?
Maybe.
Just someone laughed. I mean, are there posher glasses for...
Look, buddy. I'm having caffeine after 5
On the
p.m.
anger thing, by the way, I mean, I haven't been up to Makerfield, but statistically, it's not the unemployment level is lower than the national average. It's not the poorest place in the world. I mean, I'm sure there are lots of angry people there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd sort of feel that it's in the same league table as North Belfast. We have someone at the lectern.
But I think she's just
in
doing a
Wigan.
sound check.
Maybe she's doing a sound check, but you know what a sound check means?
A sound check means...
There'll be sound.
Yes!
There'll be something to hear.
Oh, we could learn from them, couldn't we?
Count Binface gliding majestically like a galleon in full sail. Look at him go. I've got to say, there are certain things which I love about the British democratic system, and one is our kind of amateurism, right? Everything's pencil, you're having to count physical bits of paper, and we've got to count Binface. With the self-seriousness of the American Republic, you don't get that. You don't get that. There is something about the amateurism and slight shyness of British elections, which will always have my heart.
Well, have you seen that clip? I'm not sure where it's from, but it's at the Libertarian Party conference or the Libertarian hustings, and Gary Johnson, who is often their presidential candidate, there's a debate, and they're saying, "Do you agree with traffic lights?" And then everyone other than Gary Johnson's like, "No, this is an imposition." Then Gary Johnson's like, "I think maybe we should have traffic lights," and everyone boos. So they do also have their fair dose of ridiculousness in the United States. Although, yeah, this Count Binface, I haven't really seen that in another country where You have it's especially funny when it's like the guy who's going to be the prime minister, and you have Rishi Sunak, and behind
Let's
him
get
is
a bit of Aaron while we still
bin-faced
can.
guy.
I think we can get a bit of Aaron. Aaron, can you hear us? Or are we frozen? All right, seems a bit frozen. Can we go back to BBC B-roll with us chatting about the glorious Count Binface? Perfect. You can see Count Binface there just behind the gentleman with the really big hat. The camera, unfortunately, zooming in towards Andy Burnham. That's not what we want to see. Give us the count. Give us the count. I don't think the BBC is going to be listening to me. But you were saying that Count Binface doesn't really exist in other cultures, to the best of our knowledge.
To the best of our knowledge, yeah. I mean, in a way, I don't think...
RFK is America's Count Binface.
No, but what I mean is with electoral reform, if you get proportional representation, obviously, it's better to have it in terms of sort of potentially stable government, but also sort of it's more democratic to have proportional representation. But if you have I think it's our first past the post system, constituency-based first past the post system, which means that you get this, because proportional representation, Count Binface is not going to get enough to... I don't think everyone stands on the platform in proportional representation. Although I suppose if you have a mixed system like in Scotland, you have constituency seats and then list seats. So Count Binface can still stand in the constituency seat.
We can still enjoy Count Binface.
Yeah.
So, hand going up from Stephen. I don't know what that means. Thumb up. It doesn't mean I'm doing well or something good is happening. That means go to Aaron. All right, let's go to Aaron.
That was very...
Great.
Let's throw to Aaron. All right, how you doing, Aaron?
Oh, no, I've lost them. Hold on.
No, you haven't.
Lots of frequencies in here.
Aaron!
We haven't lost you, Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm told there's, quote, lots of frequencies in here. So lots of radio signals are jamming one another. This is signals intelligence gone mad, and it's not GCHQ.
Someone text Aaron to say we can hear him.
Yes, we're gonna have.
Oh.
We're going to have a declaration before 3 a.m. and we can hopefully patch through our audio because it should be quite loud, shouldn't it? So and it was nice also as well, Ash, when you were reading out the rather nice comments about myself and Sam Tarry. Sam is packing some weight these days, isn't he? He's looking in good shape. He said he's got lots of time because he's not an MP anymore. It's quite a nice life, isn't it? You're not an MP and you just go down the gym 3 times a day. But yes, this is going to be an interesting declaration because, as we were saying earlier on, if Andy Burnham outperforms even the canvassing returns that Labour were producing on the doors, then that would be quite something. And it would be laughable, frankly, if Keir Starmer thought he could last till, well, the end of the week, let alone the end of the month.
We are having trouble with Aaron. It's those signals jamming once again. So I think maybe...
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's back and he's looking good. Aaron, what for Andy Burnham would be a dangerous margin of victory, right? What's the margin where you go, yes, you're Prime Minister, but you've got a really tough job ahead of you?
I think if he wins by more than 1,000 votes, it's fine. And I suspect it's more than that. I suspect it's about 4,000 or 5,000 votes margin. You're seeing the number 54% bandied around. I think if it was Runcorn style, 6 votes, then yes, I think that would be a problem. He could win, but not necessarily have a mandate to challenge Keir Starmer as the party's leader. I think anything in the 1,000+ category, 4 digits, then I think he's golden. And I suspect that's where we are, or where we will be rather, in maybe 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Your guess is as good as mine. Although I'm rather happy it's not a 5 a.m. call, Ash. That's what they were saying, and I do like my sleep, if not my beauty sleep.
That's really good to hear. In terms of what you think may have made the difference, we've talked a lot about Andy Burnham's personal mandate. What can you tell us about the Labour operation on the ground?
It was really impressive. I mean, his media has been excellent. He's also been politically savvy to not talk about national political issues like bond markets and his big economic program and, identity issues. You may have an opinion on those things one way or the other, but he's fundamentally kept to the script of talking about Makerfield, talking about the Northwest, talking about the kinds of constituencies that Labour needs to win to form a majority at Westminster. He's had message discipline. He's had policy discipline. Even though you had people like Wes Streeting throw a few grenades out as a referendum.
Okay.
In terms of the campaign the party's run, Labour has run here in Makerfield, it's been...
We've got you.
You've got me. In terms of the campaign that Labour's been running in Makerfield, it's been really impressive, but look, it's just one seat. You're going to be contesting 650 seats in a Westminster election. So it's just one seat. But you know what? It's the kind of campaign that Labour didn't even run in 2024. The energy and enthusiasm did not exist in any constituency at the last general election. I think that's the difference between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer.
Now, I know, Aaron, that you're in the count. You're surrounded by journalists, and you probably want to show that you're doing a serious job of political journalism. But just to embarrass you, I think many people in our comments would like to know your current workout, sort of eating routine. So I wonder if you could sort of tell us that, maybe speak as loudly as you feel comfortable doing.
I'm eating very healthily at the moment, Michael. I'm calorie counting. You probably need to do that at 42, don't you? Resistance training, yeah. I mean, I enjoy it. I'm not going to lie. But I mean, this jumper's actually slightly tight, so maybe it's it's being a bit. How can I put this? It's being nice about me. This top. It's a medium, but I've put on a bit of weight, so it's now a bit tight. I have to buy some more clothes, Michael. Maybe I'm working out too much. Maybe it's a good thing I've got a second child on the way. I have too much time on my hands.
I mean, compared to Sam Tarry, I mean, your outfit's almost prudish.
Sam is a big boy, isn't he? God. But I quite like that. I've lost my job as an MP. Now I'm getting into bodybuilding. Well, that's great. It's better than drinking drugs, right?
Andy Burnham, do you think if he becomes Prime Minister, he might start aging quite quickly? Because, I mean, he is one of the sort of better-looking mainstream politicians. And I suppose I do worry that once people go into Downing Street, they age quite quickly, and that could damage the popularity of him.
Well, that's true, but look at Pedro Sanchez, right? Pedro Sanchez is 52. I mean, he must be one of the best-looking 52-year-olds I've ever seen. Right, and he's had that job for 8 years as PM. So maybe Burnham needs to get his skincare routine, but I don't think it necessarily needs to age you this kind of job. Then again, I think being the leader of the Labour Party is going to be stressful for anyone, isn't it? It's like herding cats.
All right, I'm gonna stop asking stupid questions. I suppose one of the points of you being at the count is you can sort of absorb the vibes, and I think. Sort of like everyone has now got a sense of what the vibes are among sort of Labour activists in the Labour Party. Do you have a sense of reforms vibes at the count?
Not good. But then by-elections are really hard, and they clearly struggle as an organisation with by-elections. When you have local elections and elections to the Senedd and Holyrood all at the same time, there is not the spotlight on this or that candidate, this or that area, this or that policy. It's a general national campaign. They do really well with those. They really struggle with these. They've won one by-election in their history as a party. That was in Runcorn by 6 votes, and not exactly a huge margin of victory. Corscall St Denton, they really underwhelmed. People thought they would, romp home there, and they lost to the Greens by 4,500 votes. They clearly have a problem with by-elections.
I should have stuck to asking him about appearances and workout routines, because whenever he talks politics, the stream goes.
It's the GCHQ laser beams interrupting.
Stick to men's health.
white hot socialist political analysis. Aaron, we lost you for a moment, but if you want to pick up on the point you were making about Reform really struggling with by-election campaigns, they really struggle with that laser-focused attention on one candidate, one policy.
Okay, because, the national media, the Times, the Telegraph, the Guardian, even if they're all out to get you, it's hard when there are so many people. You might get several dozen out of literally thousands of potential candidates. In a by-election, it's different, of course. So it's an issue for them. And, Nigel Farage is a terrific politician, but it does underscore this idea that it's a bit of a one-man band. They have real problems in terms of getting top political talent. And if you want to run the country, that's going to be an issue. I'd also say that they get easily distracted. I saw so many Reform politicians and high-profile activists talk about how they humiliated the Green candidate on BBC Question Time. Well, guess what? The Green candidate is going to get 2% of the vote. That doesn't matter. You need laser-like focus on the Labour candidate because it's a 1-2 two-horse race. And I think that discipline when it comes to messaging, when it comes to candidate selection, just isn't there. It's not a disciplined operation. You want to run a country, you want to form a majority, you need discipline. Big D. They haven't really got it.
Big D aside, sorry about that. Big D aside, one of the things that we've been talking about tonight is who is it that Andy Burnham is going to be more likely to listen to? To put it crudely, is it going to be Compass or is it going to be Labour Together?
Compass.
Interesting. Elaborate.
Sorry, that was a bit of a Pep Guardiola sort of answer, wasn't it?
Short answers don't actually work with the delay because you can't really have a back and forth.
Sorry about that, Michael. Compass, I think this is a soft left project. It's not a Blairite revanchist project. I think there's going to be a ton of opportunism right now and a ton of carpet bagging, a ton. And you probably will have to welcome some opportunists into the camp. But the DNA of the campaign, the DNA of some of the people around it is soft left. And I'm not saying that to insult them. It's not my politics. I certainly prefer it to Blairism or to Morgan McSweeney. But that's the DNA of the campaign. And I think on things like localism, devolution, how state spending can help generate value, it's clearly a much more centre-left, generically centre-left project than what we saw with Keir Starmer. I think, getting rid of Rachel Reeves and who they replaced her with, that's going to be the big moment, right? The Labour right is really going for Shabana Mahmood to take that job. And the centre-left is saying Ed Miliband. That will be the moment we work out which way it's going. But the DNA of the campaign has been soft left and Compass.
Aaron, you often like to talk about the calibre of Chinese politicians, that they're engineers who then run cities of millions before they're allowed to administer a state. Now, I'm not necessarily saying Andy Burnham is an engineer, but he has been mayor of a major British city and now he's making a pitch to be Prime Minister. How important is that as a political journey compared to, say, PPE, lobbyist, then become an MP, then a minister, and then saying, I want to go at the big job?
Okay, before I declare the results, it is really, really important that I say a massive thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening, and a massive thank you to our elections team, to all of the counting staff, to the staff from across Wigan Council, to Greater Manchester Police, to all our partners, and to all of the staff at The Edge. You've been absolutely fantastic, and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much. Declaration of a result of the poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie Fowler.
Oh, no.
Go switch to the other one. Switch to the BBC if you can.
The said election is...
Oh.
No, BBC. Just go to BBC, it's stronger.
Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95. Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,925. Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18. Yes. Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 45. Kenyon, Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696. Pownell Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111.
Donking mandate for Burnham.
Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 39. Taking the total number of ballot papers rejected at 48. The electorate was 77,462. The ballot papers issued were 45,510, and the turnout was 58.75%. And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
That could not have gone better. That could not have gone better for Andy Burnham.
The stomping win.
Keir Starmer's toast.
Keir Starmer is toast. I mean, that's a total majority, quite significant, more than 50%, I think.
And I would also say humiliating for Reform. They cannot argue that Restore were the spoiler. Even if every single Restore vote went to Reform, Burnham would still have a significant majority.
Yep, so just to remind the audience of the significant ones, so Labour 24-odd thousand, Reform 15-odd thousand, and Restore 3,000. I should have read the exact one, shouldn't I? But
Labour 24,927, Reform 15,696, Restore 3,111, Greens 308.
They should let me do the official announcements. Andy Burnham 24-odd thousand.
I think
Reform,
we're going to
I don't know, 15 and a half, something like that.
We're going to hear a speech from Andy Burnham soon.
Looks like we're going to hear a speech from a man dressed as a lion, but why does he get to speak at the microphone?
Why doesn't he? Why doesn't
Good
he?
question. He was dressed as a fox, but he hasn't won. Why is he speaking?
Well, he came. Let's put it bluntly. He came dressed for attention.
So Andy Burnham got. Oh no, that's the turnout, 58%.
I've put the figures in the comms doc if you want to do quick maths.
I don't have that. I don't know what the total vote was. I know we should know that, but it's late.
Andy Burnham will be making a speech shortly. Can only imagine. I mean, if you take Makerfield as the country in miniature, and I don't think it's necessarily wise to, right? I don't think it's necessarily wise to extrapolate from by-elections in this way, but it's what Burnham's team will be doing, particularly in any leadership contest against Keir Starmer. He's going to pitch himself as the guy who can beat reform. Let's go to his speech.
Around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could, just could, be the turning point.
Can we maybe switch to the BBC feed so that we can hear the speech?
I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected need to change politics. I promise to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them about the need to change politics. I promise to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach, and I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring, and I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign, and let it be really understood that I will be your MP however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide And we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Andy Burnham enjoying the applause, a victory speech after an incredible victory, winning by more than 9,000 votes.
So, in the end, it wasn't even close. Andy Burnham won with about 54% of the vote compared to Reform's 35%. It was a humiliation for Robert Kenyon and for Nigel Farage. It is the strongest possible basis for Andy Burnham to return to the Parliamentary Labour Party. Keir Starmer's not going to be very happy, is he?
Keir Starmer is toast, right? So a statistic for you. So in the May elections, 8 Makerfield wards voted. And if you aggregate them, Reform got 50%, Labour got 22%, right? The same people, the same electorate, but with Andy Burnham, instead of Keir Starmer as the figurehead, Labour get 54 and Reform get 35. Now, if you are a Labour MP, there's no point in waiting for a contest now. You say, Andy Burnham has proved that he is the person who can beat Reform. He is the person that can make Labour a successful party. Keir Starmer, you have to go. And I don't think there will be a contest now. I think there will be an Andy Burnham coronation, and I think it might come quite soon.
Let's talk about contest versus coronation, which is obviously you can see from a Labour Party perspective, you don't want any more bloodletting. But in terms of it being for the good of politics that you get one, that ideas have to be put under pressure, that it's put to the membership, someone has to make a positive case for their leadership very proactively. Do you think that there's a sense in which a coronation means that there are still these untested weaknesses in Burnham's game?
Well, I'm not sure if a Labour Party leadership contest is where those weaknesses would be tested, right? Because one, it's not going to be a particularly competitive leadership election. So he's probably not going to take many risks. And two, I mean, he's got a different electorate to, I mean, he wants to be Prime Minister, right? So obviously, you know, I think the Labour Party rulebook should stay the same, where the leader is always chosen by the membership. But there's already something a bit awkward about it when a party's membership chooses the next Prime Minister. So I think if a coronation can be arranged, I don't think there's anything undemocratic about that. When it's a party in government and their MPs choose a replacement leader. If it was Labour in opposition, obviously you would want a very competitive contest. But I don't think there is a problem with that. I don't think that clearly he is going into number 10 somewhat untested, and he is going into number 10 not necessarily with a complete programme, but I'm not sure if a Labour leadership election is the way to get that, if you see what I mean.
I think we've got a graphic of the poll results for more visual thinkers who do not like to hear numbers being read out, if we could get that up. So yeah, you can see that if you add Restore to Reform, you still don't get anywhere close to Andy Burnham. 308 votes for the Green candidate. I think that's about fair considering they basically didn't campaign. If anything, It was the visibility of the by-election, which meant that you had a visible candidate who had to turn up to stuff. Whereas I think had this been anywhere else, it would, they'd run a paper candidate.
The level of tactical voting there is incredible. Like 308 votes for the Greens compared to 25,000 for Andy Burnham, right? That's not a squeeze. That's not just sort of some Green votes, some
That's
Green
an
voters.
obliteration.
That is like 308. That is such a tiny amount. So,
and you could say those are all immediate family members of Sarah Wakefield.
Yeah, I mean, again, if this is proof of concept that Andy Burnham is the person who can squeeze the Green vote and unite the progressive wing in politics, like this is that. By the way, the Greens in this, in those council elections, they got 10% or 11%, 10.9%. What I like to call 10 and a bit percent. And
what pollsters like to call
yeah, or a little bit less than 11%. So there is
significantly less than 20%,
which is just over half of 20%, but meaningfully less than 12%. So there is a significant number of people in that constituency who, if it weren't a key election where it's sort of clearly Labour versus Reform, would have voted Green. And that level of Green squeeze is overwhelming.
So let's talk about the Green squeeze, because obviously they didn't do canvassing, they didn't do door knocking in this election, all right? They just didn't. Sarah Wakefield had to go on Question Time because she had to go on Question Time. This was a unique set of circumstances. I suppose the question for the Greens is how big is the squeeze when they campaign? And that's still something that they don't know.
100%. And it would be much bigger because obviously Andy Burnham isn't Prime Minister yet. He hasn't done anything controversial yet. The moment he is Prime Minister, and let's imagine Shabana Mahmood is his Home Secretary, right?
There's still space for a progressive
a huge gaping space, right? A huge gaping hole that the Greens can fill. And I've in a way, that's what Reform are going to be hoping for, because once he is Prime Minister and he has to make the kind of compromises that come with being Prime Minister, the Greens are going to campaign and the Greens are going to have something real to campaign on. Whether or not that's going to be particularly effective in Makerfield, I mean, Makerfield is not a Green target anyway, but clearly in inner city seats, I still think the Greens are going to win a lot of them at the next general election, even with Andy Burnham as Prime Minister.
But I suppose this is the thing, right? Which is the Makerfield result doesn't really change what's going to happen or might happen in Bristol seats, Brighton seats, Norwich seats, inner Manchester seats, Hackney, Haringey, blah, 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 blah. All right. Those are still Green target seats. You can also see how, especially if they're running against incumbents who are like David Lammy, for instance, the Green identity and the Green cell is still really, really strong. One of the things that was quite meaningful about the local elections just gone is that in many of the seats where Reform did very well, there was a significant increase in the Green vote share as well. So it's not that the Greens were competing with Reform, but they were able to take enough of a chunk out of Labour to really hurt them. Now, this was a seat where the Greens didn't campaign. So you can't say, well, this shows that this wouldn't happen with Burnham as the figurehead. But it does maybe suggest that that leverage that the Greens have been able to wield, it might not be what it was with Burnham as leader.
Well, I mean, in a way, if you think about it, like those local elections that we just had were, Keir Starmer literally gave any progressive person no reason to vote for him. I mean, he can say, there was workers' rights bill, yada, yada, yada. But it's about sort of messaging and what people see you as. And there was literally no reason why anyone who was particularly left-wing would say, oh yeah, Keir Starmer, he's speaking to me. So you could see that as the peak of the Greens' sort of opportunity, because all Andy Burnham has to do to do better than Keir Starmer is to be slightly more open to left-wingers. So I mean, in a way, the only way is up for Andy Burnham, and this is a proof of concept that there is actually quite a long way to go up.
I think we are waiting on Aaron to find a quiet space. Am I right in thinking that we're still waiting on Aaron? Oh, he's ready now? Fab. All right. Let's go to our man in Makerfield. Reverend Dr. Bastani. What do you make of that result?
Crazy, right? Extraordinary. The Labour activists that I spoke to in the last fortnight said that their canvassing returns were saying maybe a 10-point lead. They were getting 50% of the vote. They got more than 50% of the vote. When they said that, by the way, I was very sceptical. You should be sceptical of anybody telling you about canvassing returns. But to win by a margin of 20% over Reform, I think is extraordinary. I think, obviously, it reflects very well on Andy Burnham, but it also reflects incredibly poorly on Reform. A lot of that, not all of it, but a lot of that is because of poor candidate selection with Robert Kenyon. In the last week in particular, Labour canvassers had such an easy job. If somebody was undecided on the door, they would just say, don't worry, watch question time. I said that last week, and a few people on the right were sort of mocking it, but it clearly made a difference, that performance. I think this is probably the worst night for Reform since the general election. It's a big defeat. It's much worse than Gorton Denton. Remember, Gorton Denton, they came second. Labour were pushed into third. There was something to shout about. This is really, really, really dire for them.
What about the Green squeeze? Obviously, there wasn't a Green campaign, though there was a Green candidate. If you're Zach Polanski, are you looking at this result and feeling a bit nervous?
Well, he should be. It's something that I put to Natalie Bennett when I was here in the seat 2.5 weeks ago. I said, look, if Burnham wins and he wins healthily, then that could be the end of the Green Party, couldn't it? That could be the end of this prodigious growth you've seen in the last 2 years, 3 years. You go back further if you're looking at local election results being really on the up. It's really since 2021. And I don't really know. They seemed almost ambivalent. I think the fact they control, 7, 8, 9 authorities around the country now, they're taking stock, and I think they're basically jumping back into Westminster politics come September. I don't think they can afford to do that. I think actually you can't take your foot off the pedal in national politics. If you want to be a party with 50 seats in the House of Commons, you've got to be constantly on. They need a message and they need a position on this, on the prospect of Burnham being the leader of the Labour Party, leader of the country. I'm not seeing it right now. Is that undecidedness? Is that disagreement within the party? Is it laziness? Is it fatigue? I suspect it's all of that. But they need an answer to this very quickly. Otherwise, a lot of the momentum, not all of it, but a lot of the momentum they've had over the last 12 months will go towards Andy Burnham.
My final question for you, Aaron, before I let you go. You've done a stunning job as our man on the ground. My final question for you is this. Andy Burnham is going to be our next Prime Minister. He is going to be our next Prime Minister soon. What should be his absolute number one first priority in office?
Are you looking for a policy priority in terms of what gives him the honeymoon or what the country needs the most? Those are two separate policies, two separate platforms, I suspect. In terms of what I would do if I was advising him, I would say try and keep the good vibes going for as long as possible. How would you create good vibes? I would say 3 or 4 rapid-fire policies you can pump out over a month, 1 a week, which are just really great headline grabbers and make people feel good about themselves. Doesn't even have to cost very much. I think if there was to be one big policy that would help change the country and put it in a better direction, I would say restoring local. That's very expensive. I don't think that will happen. I think a pledge to do that would be good. But you know what? That sounds quite Starmer-esque, doesn't it? A pledge to reverse the deficits with local authority funding. So don't do that, Andy Burnham. I think it's a good idea, but it probably won't grab you the headlines. I would say do some really good vibe stuff. Make St. George's Day a bank holiday. Look at a price cap on away tickets for the football. Get 1 game a week of Premier League on the BBC. Things like that, I think, would be really welcome.
Aaron, I'm going to wish you a good night. I'm very much looking forward to reading your cortado in the morning. You've done a stellar job, as has Leo and Matty. Now enjoy your freedom.
Night, guys. Or morning.
I'm going to miss that delay.
I'm going to miss that delay. You know what? I can pause for 4 seconds after everything you say if it makes you feel better.
Oh yeah, no, Ash, no, that would make me feel better actually. I probably will hopefully have Aaron in the studio with me. I was going to say tomorrow, but I suppose it's today at 6 p.m. for a Friday night Novara live. Maybe we can reenact some of the pauses there.
I think the insomnia delirium has set in for us, and it's probably set in for some of you as well. We will be back at 6 p.m. with all of the analysis, all of the dissection of the result you could possibly want, as well as the fallout in Westminster. Aaron will be in your inboxes with the Cortado, so go to novaramedia.com/newsletters if you want to sign up. For now, this has been a Novara Live by-election special. Good morning. Goodbye.